Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.
Hey, good morning and welcome in to the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. My name is Joe Leonard. Joining me on the broadcast this morning is a four-time Team USA member and representative at the 2004 Athens Summer Games, Akil Abdullah. Akil, how are you this morning?
I'm doing well. I'm really excited to get into racing today. We had some pretty impressive rowing yesterday, so I'm looking forward to seeing what happens today.
Yeah, so it's a nice day outside today. It's about 68 degrees at the moment, 8 a.m., 7:58 a.m. Cloud coverage, sun's not quite out, so not too hot out there, no real wind to speak of. There might be some rain showers throughout the morning, but nothing that should really hinder the rowing of the day. Very humid outside today, to note. It is about 85% humidity out there, so a bit sticky, a bit muggy to be expected here in this part of the country.
Yeah, definitely. This is what New Jersey is known for. We haven't got to the high heat yet, but definitely the humidity is here. So what do we got up here today? What is our first race?
Looks like we're headed to the starting line already this morning. We're starting off with some semifinals this morning, and then we'll get into some lower level finals until about 10:30 before we switch over to our grand final event. First up on the race course is going to be the women's varsity 4 with Cox, Division II and Division III semifinals.
Yeah, so we had some good racing there yesterday. It'll be interesting. Mercy Hurst laid down some fast times yesterday, so I think they might be the crew to beat.
Yeah, in the time trial yesterday, Mercy Hurst had the fastest time at 7 minutes and 21 seconds. Next fastest, lane 3 in the second semifinal, was Embry Riddle at 7 minutes and 41 seconds. And then even a bit of gap from Embry Riddle to the third place finisher, our presenting sponsor, Thomas Jefferson University. Thomas Jefferson University is located in the greater Philadelphia region and southern New Jersey. Thomas Jefferson University is reimagining healthcare and education to create an unparalleled value.
So yeah, one of the things I really like about the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta, I've said this, is that there's just such a wide range of both talent and categories. There's opportunities for athletes from all different levels of the sport to compete against, athletes at the same level. And so,
yeah.
Pretty cool.
So, we're starting off with a Division II, Division III race today. We'll have some Division I women's racing. In the men's events, there's some club teams, there's some Division I teams. So, like Akil said, it's a pretty inclusive event that allows a lot of teams who may not have opportunities later in this season, to compete for a cup.
Yeah, really exciting. Yesterday we got to see some PR racing, so that's always nice to see that level of inclusion in the regattas. I'm really excited that collegiate sport is really looking to provide opportunities for athletes of all different abilities.
Yeah, it's really heartwarming to see, and the Dad Vails has always been about inclusion. Even the start of the regatta in 1934 was about creating a space for teams that were just starting their college programs, maybe not at the top of the national zeitgeist in terms of rowing, but wanted to join in. Rowing was an incredibly popular sport back in the 1930s here in the United States, so it was kind of growing, and the Dad Vails really helped propel it to the heights that it's reached today.
Yeah, I got my humble starts here at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. Back when I was in school, this was I remember my first collegiate race. I had managed to make it to the varsity 4, and I think we came in third in that race,
wow.
Maybe to Temple in Georgetown, and that was really the start for me. Sort of catapulted my career along the way.
Yeah, so it's about 8:01 at this point. So we saw earlier at the starting line that the women's varsity 4 semifinal number 1 was getting into their stake boats. Talk to me about the anatomy of the race here today, this race course that we're on.
Yeah, so it's really it's an amazing course. I have both good and bad history here. I lost the Olympic trials here by 33/100ths of a second, which was tough. But I also came here and raced IRAs one year, and so it's got some good memories as well. But I think today what we're looking to see, athletes will be starting out. They'll be on the stake boats, which are basically adjusted. There's volunteers which make the regatta go. They'll be adjusting the stake boats. They'll get a line. There'll be a referee in a tower behind them. So hopefully we'll get to see that shot as well. And then they'll be aligned. Once they're aligned, all of the bows are at the same level. They'll be given the command to race.
So we're starting off with some Division II, Division III 4s. Talk to me about what is a 4 and what it's like to row in a 4.
Yeah. So when you're racing in a 4, that is 4 people with 1 oar. So yesterday we saw some sculling, and we'll see some more sculling today. That's each athlete has 2 oars. So when you're racing in the 4 with a coxswain, you're really trying to get that boat up and going. It's a little bit heavier than an 8 because you don't have as many people rowing, and you also have that extra added weight of the coxswain.
Yeah, so we're going to get started here pretty soon. Looks like we are off and underway in our first semifinal of the day, the women's varsity 4 Division 2 and 3. In lane 1, we have Nazareth. In lane 2, Deauville. Lane 3, Mercyhurst. In lane 4, Rollins. And in lane 5 is Massachusetts Maritime.
Yeah, they're off to a quick start here. Pretty nice to see these athletes going out over in, looks like maybe lane 4 is out pretty quick there.
Yeah. It looks like Rollins there in lane 4 and Mercyhurst, lane 3, out to a fast start. We mentioned earlier Mercyhurst put up a really fast time in the time trial yesterday, so we would expect them to perform really well here in the semifinal as well.
Yeah, and you can already see they're starting to inch away a little bit more. Maybe Rollins' plan was to see, hey, let's get out and see if we can hang on. Maybe the coach saw their time and was like, that's what we have to do to stick with them. But also this being a semifinal, that means that 3 boats will move to the final. So it'll be interesting to see what type of plans each crew has, depending on sort of where they are after about 500 meters.
Yeah, so again, 2 semifinals here in the women's varsity 4 Division 2, Division 3 event. Top 3 boats moving on to the final, and then the next 2 will go to final 2. So 5 boats in this race. 3 will be moving on to the grand final later this afternoon. Looks like Mercyhurst out to a fast lead, followed by Deauville there in lane 2, now in second, and Rollins in third are in position to move on 500 meters into the race.
So right now, as you said, Mercyhurst is establishing a pretty solid lead. They look very comfortable rowing. If we look across, we can see the crews definitely over in Massachusetts Maritime. A little bit shorter stroke. You can see if you look at the athletes rowing, you'll see how Mercyhurst the athletes are getting out there. They're getting their arms over the gunnels. That's the side of the boat. Whereas if you look at some of the other crews, if you look over in lane 5 at Mass Maritime, they're not quite getting as long. They're skying their blades a little bit. They're not going down and direct to the water. So if you look at Mercyhurst, doing a great job of getting up to that catch. That's where they're fully compressed, and they're just dropping that oar in the water. It's just dropping. Cha. And that's really what you want. You want that boat to be moving. And you spoke about this yesterday, the run of the boat, of the check.
Yeah. And you don't see that too much with this Mercyhurst crew. They've got a really smooth catch. It's something to look out for some of the more experienced, faster varsity crews. You can kind of tell those catches are really, really smooth. And for folks who may not know much about the sport of rowing, the pieces of the sport are, the catch, the drive, and the finish. The catch, of course, when the blade enters the water, is really an inflection point in the entire stroke. The drive is, of course, as you push your legs down and propel the boat forward. The finish, when the blade comes out of the water, reaches your chest, and you push down. Then you feather the blade, which is, as you see, they make the blade aerodynamic through the air before squaring it back up to get to the catch once again.
Yeah, and I think that, those are one thing that people may not realize is that you're actually moving the boat through the water. Like once those oars are in the water, they're actually staying in place, and you're just prying the boat past it on top of the water. And you can see these ladies from Mercyhurst are doing a great job of just really dropping that oar into the water at the catch. You can see that nice little, sometimes you'll see a little backsplash off the back of that oar as they push. We have these carbon fiber oars. There used to be wooden oars, but what you want to see sometimes is that flex in the oar so that gives you an idea of how much force is being applied.
Yeah, so Mercyhurst, starting to put up some really good distance here between them and the rest of the teams. They're about to hit the 750 meter mark, or rather potentially the 1250 meter mark. They're 1,000 meters into this race, the race going well for them so far. Behind them, D'Youville and Rollins still in those second and third positions. Looks like Mass Maritime, though, is not quite going away just yet. Yep. And Nazareth is also still kind of hanging in there. So we'll see how this race continues to shake out.
It looks like, they're rowing at about a 32. Last I checked, and so that's a fairly comfortable rating for them to be at right now. It's not 36 or 38. I think we saw them kind of high yesterday, and I was surprised that with no one there to really check them, they were still going after it. So it looks like today they're relaxing a little bit. They've got a lead, and now they're just going to see get ready for that grand final.
Yeah, so as a boat that finished with such a fast time in the time trials yesterday, they had to know coming into this race that they had a pretty good chance of winning this semifinal. What's that kind of strategy look like when you have so much speed in a semifinal? Yeah,
one thing I like to do, like if you get out that far, is to basically stick with your game plan. Maybe you don't row as high, or you get to a point where you bring down the intensity a little bit. But I think the real goal is that you don't want to get out of that race mode. You don't want to get out of that hunger mode where you're like, I'm here to do a job. And so you really go down. Maybe you adjust your strategy a little bit, okay? And, it's really possible now for the coxswain to say, okay, well, these are the splits that we want to get. Right. Like, let's go out and row this race at these splits.
Yeah, so we saw some semifinals last night. There's a couple semifinals still to go this morning. Is there any difference in recovery or the steps needed to take, the difference between having a semifinal last night versus a semifinal this morning?
Yeah, I think that if you have a semifinal last night, you have a whole day to recover, right? So you're basically taking the time, and you're feeling good about it. When you have a semifinal in the morning and then a final in the afternoon, you have to be aware. It's a little bit more intense. It's all out because you want to make sure that you make it to the final, and then you want to make sure that you can actually compete in the final. But we're back to the racing here, and it looks like it's a little bit tighter for that.
This is actually semifinal number 2.
Oh, this is actually semifinal.
Yeah, so we switched back to our 500-meter camera here. This camera up on the Camden County Boathouse. 5 boats in this event as well. In lane 1, we have Tampa. In lane 2, Franklin and Marshall. Lane 3 is Embry-Riddle. In lane 4 is Jefferson. Lane 5, Cabrini. So check it out. The lane 1 crew, Tampa, who had the 10th fastest time. They just kind of squeaked into this semifinal. They look like they're out in front. And again, you see there in the top left, our crew, our Mercyhurst crew, is about to cross the finish line in the first semifinal.
And it's interesting, I'll be interested to see what happens with the Embry-Riddle crew, because I actually thought they looked pretty good yesterday. And so right now, like everything changes each time you go to the line. So right now that Tampa crew is actually looking pretty good.
Yeah, so it's top three moving on to the finish line. So in this race, it looks like it's Jefferson out in lane 4 there, out in front, followed by Tampa in lane 1, and then Embry-Riddle is in a solid position there in lane 3 to move on, and finishing up out of lane 2 or 1 there in the first heat was Nazareth or Deauville potentially. Yeah, so Deauville and Rollins looks like they're going to be moving on. And here in semifinal number 2, we'll get you those results from that first semifinal shortly.
Yeah, so here we have, it looks like, is that Jefferson out in the front right now?
Yep, and there you see the finish from the top 3 crews in that first semifinal. Mercyhurst, Deauville, Rollins, Mass Maritime coming in 4th, and Nazareth coming in 5th. So Mercyhurst, Rollins, Deauville moving on to the final later this afternoon.
And here we have, looks like out in lane 4, is that Jefferson is making is having a pretty good race so far.
Yeah, and after what Tampa looked like they were up at the 500-meter mark, now they look as though they're in 3rd place to both Jefferson and Embry-Riddle. So fast start from the Tampa crew. They still, are in a pretty good position to move on to the final later today, but have fallen back into 3rd place now.
Yeah, and Jefferson rowing at a 34, looking really good, looking solid. Embry-Riddle right beside them. I was expecting that they would go a little bit faster, but maybe they are of the opinion that they are, we stay here, we're locked in, we're going to make it to the final later today.
Yeah, so there's a lot of interesting things that are going on in these semifinals. Some crews might feel really confident in their ability to finish top 3 and not really worry about lane assignment, especially on a course like this where there's no real advantage in terms of speed in any of the lanes. There might be an advantage in terms of what you can see out of your boat, but outside of that, there's no real speed advantage to any of these lanes. So lane assignment is important. For some crews, they might want it more than others, however.
Yeah, we have Tampa striking at a 32 and, really just, having a solid race. I think maybe these top 3 crews are right now saying, all right, we're going to move on to the final. There's no need to overexert ourselves. And like you said, given the fact, the fairness of most of the lanes, that there's not a lot on the line if you're in that top 3 already.
Yeah, so Jefferson there in lane 4 continuing to kind of maintain that distance between themselves and Embry-Riddle. Embry-Riddle finished with a time of 7 minutes and 41 seconds in the time trial yesterday. Jefferson finished with a time of 7 minutes and 58 seconds. So that's a pretty big gap. Of course, it's difficult in a time trial to gauge, time versus time because boats are doing different things. Conditions can change pretty rapidly.
Yeah, that's the big factor is what happens to the conditions. So it's kind of hard with the time trial. I was excited there. I was wondering if the geese were going to start their participation in the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. I think that we need a special race for the geese because they have been making themselves, part of the regatta.
Yeah, it's one of the joys of an outdoor sport. You kind of have to take the wildlife, the conditions, all of it is part of what gives it its charm. It's a je ne sais quoi. The geese out there causing some issues. We'll see that throughout the day today. Final 250 meters now in semifinal number 2 for the women's varsity 4, Division 2 and Division 3.
Yeah, and it looks like these athletes have decided that they're going to race in this last 250, bringing it up out there. Jefferson has brought up the rating, but here we go. We have Embry-Riddle saying, you know what, I think that we might want to take the lead on this one and get that position.
Impressive race there because they were pretty much second, third, the whole race, and then they stayed close. And now coming into the final stretches, they turned it up just a little bit, as if to say, "Yeah, we have another extra gear that we can hit later today." And it looks like Tampa.
Oh, Tampa as well. Yeah.
Tampa peeking into our screen there is going to finish in second by just a hair.
Yeah, and it's hard to know if Jefferson decided that we're just going to shut down. There's no need to keep pushing here, and we'll let these guys do their thing. One of the challenges there, though, is that that lane position can play a difference depending on who's leading in the race.
Yeah, so looks like we are now on to semifinal number 1 in the women's varsity 4 with Cox Open, as we wait for the rest of the crews in that previous semifinal to finish up. On the course now in lane 1, Manhattan, lane 2, Merrimack, lane 3 is Boston, 4 is Lafayette A, lane 5, Penn State, and it looks like that's it. There's 5 boats in this race. Top 3 moving on to the final. So this is actually really interesting. It looks as though in this first semifinal we have 5 boats, and in the second semifinal we have 6 boats. So the time trial is really playing a factor now in these semifinals.
Yeah, and Boston and Lafayette A really battling it out here through the beginning of the race. They've left the other crews sort of far behind. It'll be interesting to see if they continue to press and how much they're going to exert themselves in this semifinal with such a lead.
Yeah, so Boston University finished with the fastest time in qualifying yesterday at 7 minutes and 10 seconds. We'll see FIT in the next heat. FIT was really close to Boston in that time trial, so look for FIT in the next heat. But Lafayette, the second fastest time in this semifinal, finished with a time of 7 minutes and 44 seconds. So that's quite a bit off of Boston. Right now, the gap between them is just only about 3 seconds. So you see Lafayette making up some time here to start out in this semifinal.
Yeah, and it looks like Boston's just steaming down the course a little bit higher than Lafayette, and there Merrimack just in third, striking a little bit lower as well. Once again, we can see a little bit of the difference in what I would say the length, how far these ladies are getting out over that gunnel. Can they get a little bit more leverage to really create a little bit more distance between each stroke? So we're seeing some quality rowing, but it's going to be those subtle differences that really allow the crews to maximize each stroke and maybe get a little bit more.
Yeah, so you see that bow marker right there. The buoy marker right there is the 1,000 meter mark, which we just passed. This camera that we're looking at right now is up on the roof here of the Camden County Boathouse where Akil and I reside, and we have a couple cameras for you today. We'll have some drone coverage throughout the races, drone coverage at the start and throughout the race. We have a camera on the roof of the building that we're sitting in, which you just saw, and then we have a camera at the finish line, which we've seen a little bit throughout the day today, to make sure that you get the boats crossing the finish line. Yeah,
and a couple of views to really be aware of is when you have the opportunity to see that drone shot, you'll be able to see how symmetrical the oars are, the blades are going in the water, and then when you get those side views, you'll really be able to see if the boat is checking down in the water after the strokes. If they're gliding, you'll be able to see the distance between the puddles, and those are the type of things that'll give you insight into how technically well these teams are rowing.
All right, so we're going to get you to the finish line of that race really quickly. There you see they're just about at the 500 meter mark in that semifinal number 1. Again, we have in this one Manhattan, Merrimack, Boston, Lafayette, and Penn State. And you see there, looks like the Boston University crew still out in front. Lafayette, not too far back of them at the moment in second, and then Merrimack in lane 2 in third.
Yeah, so once again, this is a semifinal, 3 to advance. So a lot of what you're doing here is fighting for lane position, and with the fastest crews, in the middle if you want to be a part of that. Sometimes that energy is helpful when you're racing, to be next to the boat that's going fastest. You can see them, as a crew. You're able to hear what their coxswain is saying. You can counter their moves. And so depending on sort of how the races turn out or start out in the finals, lane position can play an important role in how the athletes finish up.
Yeah, so, something to look out for if you're sticking with us throughout the whole day today. Boston University definitely going to be one of the contenders for this Women's Cup throughout the day. We've seen them throughout the day yesterday perform well in time trials, and you see it now with this Women's Varsity 4. They're going to be performing pretty well in this event, it looks like. So BU, solid crew in the women's category, so keep an eye out on them.
Yeah, and they've done it in not only in the sweep boats, but they've also done well in the sculling boats. So just a very talented crew up there, coached by Malcolm Doldren.
Right, nice, and deep team, able to fill out into a lot of events. It's the sign of a healthy program.
Yep.
And it looks like Boston is going to cross the line without any issue, and they'll move on to the final later this afternoon.
Yeah, it looked like they had a great row. They settled once they got a lead. They just continued to press with nice rhythm. And here we go, Lafayette crossing the line, Lafayette A, and just really staying within themselves.
And out onto the race course now is the second semifinal in this Women's Open Varsity 4 with Cox semifinal. In lane 1, Georgia Tech. Lane 2 is Pittsburgh. In lane 3 is FIT, and they're off to a pretty fast start. Lane 4, Western Ontario. Lane 5, William & Mary. And in lane 6 is Robert Morris.
Yeah, and early on, it looks like FIT is establishing itself, and Western Ontario is right beside it. So we have all the way down from the tip of Florida to all the way up to Western Ontario, covering the country here, or the continent
really.
here, in terms of athletes.
Yeah, it's always nice to see how far the crews will come to compete at the Dad Vail Regatta, the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. At the moment, FIT looking strong, to be expected. They finished pretty close in the time trial to that Boston crew that we just saw really dominate the first semifinal. Again, this is a top 3 moving on to the final. And something to look at is that yesterday in the time trial, Pittsburgh, there in lane 2, finished at 8:01. William & Mary in lane 5 finished at 8:07. So pretty similar times for a time trial. 6 seconds is not the craziest of differences. And so we might have a battle between those two crews brewing at the moment to see who can make it to the final later today.
Yeah, and we'll see that in that Western Ontario boat, they have what looks like a bucket rig there. And what that means is that you have 2 athletes that row on the same side, one behind the other. And crews make that decision coaches will make the decision to rig as a bucket for different reasons. Maybe it has to do with the strength of the rowers. Maybe it has to do with one athlete doing well following another. So, it's interesting to see we have a bucket rig that is in second place and actually doing quite well against this strong, formidable FIT team.
Yeah, so the difference between, I mentioned the 6-second difference between Pittsburgh and William & Mary in the time trial. That's also the same difference between FIT and Western Ontario in the time trial. So you see that playing out a little bit here. Western Ontario just about a boat length behind FIT at the moment. And again, the battle for third place was looking like a tight one at about the 750-meter mark.
Yeah, and once again, what I'm seeing here is good, nice length, and nice and relaxed. Not a lot of extra movements in the boat, in terms of heads jumping around. They look very comfortable, and they look like they're rowing within themselves. So we'll see if they can continue to maintain this type of composure all the way down the course. We'll see if Western Ontario decides to sort of turn up the heat just a little bit to try to test FIT. But as you can see, our 2 leaders out there right now, rowing well, not really concerned about what's going on at the back of the pack.
Yeah, so FIT Western Ontario looking to row, just make sure they don't commit any major mistakes over the next 1,000 meters, and they should be able to punch their ticket to the grand final. Meanwhile, that race for third place is still really tight between Pittsburgh and William and Mary. And again, those crews are both fighting for that third spot. There's 3 boats get to move on to the grand final this afternoon, and looks like maybe Pittsburgh has just moved in front of William and Mary a little bit, but it's still very tight between those two.
Yeah, and that for them, this is going to be a battle here. Like if they have to battle it out to make it into that final, the final's going to be pretty tough for them. And so right now, they don't have a choice, though. Yeah. So they're going to be working hard. You can see it looks like Pittsburgh might be rowing a little bit higher than that William and Mary crew, but they're both there battling, looking over. Coxswains are probably looking over saying, all right, this is it. We've got to move. Let's try to turn the screws up. So at the end of the day, they're going to run out of course. And so you have to ask the tough questions right now about whether or not you can give a little bit more.
Yeah, it's kind of one of the things I really like about this sport and the way that this event is set up. This semifinal holds actually a bit more consequence for Pittsburgh and William and Mary, because you're seeing now it's unlikely that either of those boats will be able to best Western Ontario, FIT, or Boston for that matter in a grand final. So this race is really where they're going to get their racing in today. And if they make it to the final, they finish 5th or 6th, they'll be happy with that result because they fought really hard in the semifinal to make it there. And then the crew that doesn't make it there is going to have a chance to go out and win that second final. Yeah,
and like you said, this is for a lot of this will be ranking. Where do you stand? What type of invitations happen for NCAAs for these crews? So these are the type of things that the championships will look for, the result. So you still want to try to finish as high as possible.
Yeah, so under 500 meters now for our leaders, and the distances between these two haven't really changed much. FIT comfortable just sitting out right in front of Western Ontario at the moment. And it looks like FIT might make a move here and decide to go into their sprint in the final 400.
Yeah, it's looking like they're starting to press a little bit more, opening up, maybe a seat or two over those last couple of strokes that we were looking at. It'll be interesting if they come into this last 250, if they decide, let's just go ahead and ratchet up the heat a little bit on this Western Ontario crew. And I think as psychologically as a crew, as a coxswain, I would actually call for Western Ontario. I would ask my team to say, hey, let's not let them get away from us, because you want them to know going into that final that they also have that gear to turn up the heat when required. So it looks like both of these crews are decided to step it up maybe in that last 250.
Yeah, it's an interesting part that you bring into the sport, the kind of psychological nature of having these multiple races over a couple of days. There's, a certain amount of competitive spirit that becomes a factor as they continue to race against each other.
Yeah, it's like that Yogi Berra the quote, 10% physical, 100% mental, or something along those lines.
That's great. That's fantastic.
So here we go, coming into the last 250. You can see the bow looking over her shoulder to see, hey, where's that finish line? And there we go.
Yeah, and it does look like Western Ontario was able to respond pretty well to that move that FIT took, and in the end, only about a length between the two boats.
Yeah, and I think that'll serve them well in the finals. They know they've been there before. They know that when FIT goes, they can go with them.
Yeah, so we're waiting here now to see who finishes third between Pittsburgh and William and Mary. It was a tight race down the race course. Last we saw, it looked like Pittsburgh had opened up just a little bit out of lane 2, and if our camera is right, it looks like he's adjusting his view there to maybe get lane 2 fully into the focus. And there it is, Pittsburgh.
And they'll be happy with that, They'll be happy with that finish, going over to make it into that grand final. And I had a coach who used to tell me, race until they tell you you can't race. And if you're on the line for the start of a medals race, there's something that's special about it. And sometimes crews can find something special in themselves.
Yeah, that's definitely true. As William and Mary finished in fourth, and they'll head to the second final this afternoon. All right, now onto the race course. We'll have some fast racing. The first semifinal in the women's varsity 8, and two semifinals of 5 boats here.
Yeah.
In lane 1, Bryant. Lane 2, Bowdoin. Lane 3 is Georgetown, and they've got a pretty solid lead. Lane 4, Vermont, and in lane 5 is Army.
Yeah, that Georgetown crew is looking pretty sharp right now. Their rating is up. There still looks like they're in that, just continuing to move away. You could see from that drone view, continuing to move away from the rest of the crews.
Yeah, so yesterday Georgetown had the fastest time in the time trial at about 6 minutes and 16 seconds. That was a pretty solid lead over the next crew in Boston, who will be in lane 3 in the next heat. Again, this is five boats in each of these semifinals, top 3 moving on to the final. So at the moment, it looks like from that drone view that we saw, it looked like Bowdoin and Vermont in lanes 2 and 4 respectively in the positions to move forward. But in an 8 race like this, a lot can still happen, and you see Army there still maintaining contact with Vermont. So not out of it just yet out of lane 5.
Yeah, and you can see that Georgetown boat just continuing to press away a little bit. Vermont not really able to match their speed. And so I think that what we'll see is as the race develops, the question will be sort of what happens in these lead boats and whether or not Bowdoin can apply any pressure to Vermont to put themselves in a place where they can maybe cause Vermont to ask some questions about what they're doing. And as the race unfolds, if you get into that place where there's just 3 leaders, so right now it's developed into all right, we have 1, 2, and 3, and if we don't make any mistakes, then we're going to the final. The grand final.
Yeah, so you see there Georgetown opening up about 1.5 length of open water there on Vermont, and Vermont trying to keep Bowdoin at bay. Bowdoin standing there right with them, not too much between them, maybe a few seats. The lead for Vermont to Bowdoin. They finished 4th and 5th yesterday in the semifinals. So you see the advantages of the time trial kind of taking place here. Georgetown with the fastest time. The next 2 fastest times in this heat were the 4th and 5th fastest time.
Yeah. And what did you see right there coming through? Georgetown decided to step on the gas a little bit. It looks like you could really see the women swing together. That's where that boat right out of that finish field, that swing we call it, when it's just the boat is just moving and almost singing and dancing, if you will. It's like a swing dance and and so they took a step and it looks like they just put the gas on, which is interesting given the fact that they were already so far ahead.
Yeah, so that swing, there's kind of rowers talk about it. There's nothing really like feeling a boat in an 8 really specifically, just kind of get that swing and that speed for the first time. Everything kind of clicks. Now these rowers have been racing together and practicing together for months now, so it takes some time to get to a point where you can really, see it, and you see this Georgetown crew really in sync with one another.
I'm looking over here at this Bowdoin boat, and they are definitely turning up the heat a little bit. They are having a good race, and I think the question is whether or not Vermont has. These are the things you can't know, right? Whether Vermont has said, okay, we're in a good spot, we're going to the final, we're going to just go ahead and cruise down the course, and whether Bowdoin's all right, well, we've got to step it up. We really want to have that second place finish in this race here.
Yeah, so Georgetown's about to go through the 500-meter mark right now, and it does look as though Bowdoin and Vermont are still pretty close together. So might see some fun finishes between these two. And I'm sure they care about the lane assignment, but also, we've been talking about kind of this psychological effect that it has to kind of prove to yourself that you have that speed, so that you have the confidence going into a final to really show that speed.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Bowdoin can indeed walk through Vermont in this last 500 meters, that's a great psychological boost, a great endorphin rush, even at the physical cost that it'll have. I think mentally you just get a really good boost. So we'll see. I think Vermont will be able to respond. It looks like they've taken it up a little bit, but there's no question that this Georgetown boat is looking really good.
Yeah, so Georgetown will definitely be one of the favorites in this event this afternoon with a really impressive time trial and once again showing out in their semifinal. So Georgetown in the women's varsity 8 with a real chance to take home the gold later this afternoon.
Yeah, so this is, as we say, so when you're watching a regatta and you see, if you're new to the sport, that we have the buoys at 500, we have the big red buoys, but coming into the last bit here, the last 250 meters, all of the buoys change to red, and that sort of lets the athletes know, that's a visual cue to the athletes that, hey, you're in the home stretch. And one of the reasons that's important is because as a rower, you're told, keep your head in the boat. Don't look out to see what's going on. But you have that visual cue right beside you. And there you go, Georgetown with a great race coming in first, headed to the grand final here in semi-1 of the Women's Varsity Open.
Yeah, shouldn't be too long between them, and there you see Vermont is going to finish in second.
Yeah.
And they ended up putting it on a little bit there at the end.
Yeah, it looks like they may have opened it up a little bit and answered Bowdoin's call, who finishes third. So those three boats will be advancing to the grand final.
All right, and now we're going to move on to semifinal number 2 as Army and Bryant will finish in 5th and 6th in just a few moments. But semifinal number 2 as Army crosses there is another event with 5 boats, and you see them sitting ready there at the starting line. I'm sure that'll be underway in just a moment.
Yeah, and in this race we have Manhattan in lane 1, Iona in lane 2, Boston in lane 3, Western Ontario in lane 4, and Robert Morris in lane 5. And it looks like the boats are close to being aligned here. You'll be able to tell when there's no more movement from the athletes moving the oars in the water. And so kind of tough to see. Here we go. We have the finish from 650. So a healthy lead by Georgetown in that finish.
Yeah, so yesterday, it was a time trial, so the boats were rowing into the race a little bit, but also we had a tailwind as we get underway here in semifinal number 2. So Georgetown just put up a time of 6 minutes and 50 seconds. In the time trial yesterday, they were at 6 minutes and 16 seconds. So it just shows you how conditions can really affect times out here on these race courses.
Yeah, we had a really nice tailwind yesterday, not as much today. But in this race right here, Boston is off to a quick start. Western Ontario right beside them, and Iona and Robert Morris right in the mix as well. And we'll see, Manhattan is still in it as well. So a lot of rowing to be had in this race, but coming out of the blocks, Boston has just put on the afterburners, and they have said, we're out of here, guys. We'll see you later.
Yeah, they're
really just trying to get to a place where they have, asserted themselves.
They're trying to end the race early, similar to how Georgetown kind of got out to that fast start. And again, those two had the fastest times by quite a margin in the time trials yesterday. So to be expected, we'll see Manhattan there in lane 1 has a chance now. They don't want to get too far behind in this first 500 because it looks like Western Ontario and Iona both strong to start in those second and third positions. And again, it's the top 3 move on to the finals. So if you're Manhattan, you really want to hang in there out of lane 1.
Yeah, and like you said, Manhattan and Robert Morris have some tough, sort of strokes to take here, and it's going to require a pretty big effort from those athletes because it looks like it's already sort of sorting itself out. It's the sorting hat of Harry Potter, if you will, to get into that grand final.
So this is one of our drone shots here. This is a really nice view of kind of how the race played out there. You saw in that pretty much the whole first 500 how the boats kind of just started to drift apart from each other in a pyramid formation. The third lane, the highest seed, the next two. The next fastest after that, but you see Boston just really dominating this race so far, and you can see why when you take a look at their stroke on the side here.
Yeah, they're rowing at about a 35 right now. It looks like they've already shifted into sort of a swing mode where they're just going to take the rest of the race and just swing down the course. I think they'll continue to put distance on the other crews. They're just a very nice, relaxed stroke here. You can see they're getting that length out. Good compression by the crew of all the athletes, just really getting up to the top of that catch. That's where they're closest to the coxswain. It's closest to the stern of the boat. And really looking good.
Yeah, so we've already seen this morning the Boston University women's varsity 4 put up a really impressive semifinal. Now they're varsity 8 following suit in their semifinal. So, and we also have a few other boats that are already in their finals with high seeding from Boston University. So.
Yeah, and once again, we spoke about that points trophy, and we spoke about the fact that when you have crews like the 4s and the JV boats really doing well and finishing high, that can be an indication that top varsity boat is going to be blazing fast as well.
Right, because these rowers are competing against each other in practice every day.
Yeah.
Whether it's on the erg in the winter, going against each other trying to put up times, or when they get out onto the water and they're fighting for seats in these different boats, they're constantly pushing each other, and iron sharpens iron.
Yeah, there you go.
So 1,000 meters left to go now for that Robert Morris boat out in lane 5. And we'll pick that race back up as it approaches the finish line. In the meantime, we wanted to take a moment to thank our title sponsor, Thomas Jefferson University, located in the greater Philadelphia region and southern New Jersey. Thomas Jefferson University is reimagining healthcare and education to create unparalleled value. We'd also like to thank our presenting sponsors, AmeriHealth, Liberty Coca-Cola, and Pico Gas. For those of you just joining us, my name is Joe Leonard. I'm joined by Akil Abdullah here at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta on the Cooper River. We are in semifinal number 2 of the women's varsity 8 event. Boston University currently out in front with, as they approach 500 meters left to go. So this is our final semifinal of the day before we move on to our slate of some lower level finals here in the morning. How you been feeling so far?
Yeah, I think I'm excited for the final of the varsity women's 8. I think it's going to be a great battle between Georgetown and Boston, really two fast crews that have shown that they have both the technical skills and the physical ability to perform well. So I think that's going to be a barn burner of a race, and so I'm excited for that.
Yeah, so as we make our way through these semifinals throughout the day, and now we're going to be moving into the finals, we should see some closer racing. Obviously, in rowing over 2,000 meters, there's going to be some differences, and not everything's going to be super close, but these second finals, these third finals are crews that have already tested into similar timing, so we should see some really fun racing as the day moves on.
Yeah, and then we have looks like maybe Catholic University out on the water getting ready for their race. But on the course we have our Boston University women's varsity 8 really putting down a great race, and we have Western Ontario and Iona really gonna come in second and third there, and great races as well.
So we'll see as Boston crosses the finish line. Georgetown put up a time of 6 minutes and 50 seconds. We'll see what Boston does. Again, you don't really want to look at the race to race and say this means a ton, but I'm sure Boston wants to put up a similar time to give themselves, Georgetown had the faster time in time trials, so just a confidence boost going into the final. I'm sure Boston wants to see a similar time.
Yeah, as you said, 2 to 3 seconds may not be that big of a difference when you have such a lead between the top finishers of a race, but 10 to 20 seconds could be an indication of one of these boats is a lot faster than the other.
Yeah, definitely. As you see, Western Ontario there will move on to the final, and Iona soon to join them. So in the grand final for the women's varsity 8, we'll have Georgetown, Vermont, Bowdoin from the first semifinal, and then Boston, Western Ontario, and Iona. So should be a fun battle, not just for gold between, Georgetown and Boston is what we expect, but underneath them, we should have some fun racing as well.
Yeah, and coming up, we have some singles action. We're going to switch over to the two oar per person event in the sport.
Yeah, so you have a fair amount of experience, Akil, rowing in a single.
Yep.
Talk to me about what it's like, kind of the challenges it represents, and also the kind of the joy that you take in rowing a single.
Yeah, I was kind of the guy. For as nice as I am, I was the guy that no one liked on the starting line because I was playing head games. I'd go and crack jokes on the starting line and try to get in people's head all along, knowing I've got my race plan. I'm going to execute. So I was very happy. The referees would have to say, "Mr. Abdullah, please stop cracking jokes. We're trying to start a race here." But all along, I knew. I definitely had some competitors coming, "Will you stop talking on the starting line?" So it's just I was always say, it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, so that's interesting. You hear that sometimes in other sports. Friendly trash talk can really throw competitors off their games. You don't hear about it too much in rowing, but it's an interesting thing to kind of try and kill them with kindness a little bit at the start line to get in their head.
Yeah, exactly. Have a great race, man. I hope you have an awesome race. But I think that at the end of the day, rowing in the single is one of the most grueling competitions in our sport because there's no one else out there. It's all you, all in your head. So we're off to the start. We have Pittsburgh in lane 2, Gordon in lane 3, Oklahoma City C in lane 4, Stetson in lane 5, and I'm not sure do we have a lane 1 and lane 6. But right now it looks like the athletes from Gordon and Oklahoma City are out in the lead in this final.
Yeah, so this was a 10-boat time trial yesterday, so it was a straight final. So Gordon finished in 7th, just out of the final, only a few seconds ahead of the Oklahoma City rower. So both of them are probably a little bit upset that they missed the grand final, as it wasn't by too much time that they missed. The boats in the final later today are only separated by about 8 seconds, so expect that single final later today to be pretty good, and we have a nice race going on here in the second final to see who finishes in 7th.
Yeah, and the thing about the single is if you maintain contact, you can see the rower here from Gordon is trying to take a little bit, of more of a lead on the athlete from Oklahoma City. He's pressing right now, and it looks like the rower from Oklahoma City is trying to halt that move, and this is where the battle and the intrigue goes. So looks like the rower from Gordon is a little bit higher right now, and he started to press out a little bit more. So the move that was being halted by Oklahoma City, it looks like the rower from Gordon is able to continue to press. And through 750, it's a long race, but if you lose contact, it's going to be hard to make that up.
Yeah, so this is a nice view here. The Gordon rower with a higher rate looks like he's, trying to, create a little separation between him and the Oklahoma City rower. The Oklahoma City rower himself looks like he's a pretty tall guy there.
Yeah.
So, he has a little bit more length on his stroke.
Yeah, but the one thing you'll see the difference here, it looks like the Gordon rower is really swinging, doing a nice job of swinging through the stroke. There's a little bit of a disconnect, a little bit of use of the shoulders and lay back into, then you'll see how the boat really checks down. We talked about that at the finish when those oars are close to them. And that's really going to take away from the speed. So a little bit of exertion, inefficiency from the Oklahoma City rower. And I think that's one thing that's sort of killing that speed just a little bit.
Yeah, the boat of the Gordon rower really moving smoothly through the water there. Meanwhile, the Oklahoma City rower kind of, you see a little bit of a bob up and down as he comes to that finish. So 1,000 meters left for them.
Yeah. Yeah, and you really want to press in that single. You can't give away anything. And so having the technical skills, really making sure that boat is running out, is really important.
Yeah, so again, this is the second semifinal. I'm sorry, the second final.
Yep.
So these boats just missed out on the final later this afternoon. So they're fighting for 7th through 10th place in this event.
Yeah, and once again, this is, as you said, these two athletes just missed out on making that final, so they've got a bit of something in their craw. I forget that saying, but a craw in their hat. But they are definitely racing hard. The athlete from Gordon trains up in Essex, Massachusetts.
Okay.
And on a lake called Lake Chabaco.
Oh, nice.
And you may ask me how I know that, and it's because my daughter goes to camp on that lake.
Oh, nice. How is it for rowing? Is it a nice rowing?
So
thing?
I actually haven't made it out there yet. It's a lovely lake. I haven't made it out there to row yet, so shame on me for that.
All right, and our leaders here are approaching the final 500 meters in the men's open collegiate single.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see. You finished 7th at Dad Vail, and you're going to be hungry. You're going to, be like, I should have been in that. I should have been in that grand final. So
yeah, mad at yourself for potentially not putting up the best time trial that you had, but out there was something to prove here in this second final.
Yep.
And you see there again, Pittsburgh, Gordon, Oklahoma City, and Stetson in this men's open collegiate single.
Yeah, and as you said, it'll be interesting to see what the times are like. Even though, as you stated before, you can't compare times; conditions change. You're always looking, if you're finishing in that in the petite final or the second final, as to what the times are like in that grand final. Here we can see Rutgers rowing up to the start for the 4's race there. Yeah,
that'll likely be the men's freshman novice 4s making their way up. I think we saw Catholic not too long ago heading up there as well. 250 meters left to go now for Gordon. He looks like he has comfortably taken over control of this race.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, there would have to be a super sprint from Oklahoma City, and just given some of the things that we spoke about earlier, I'm not sure that gear is there right now.
Yeah. So. The Oklahoma City rower now is probably going to finish 8th, which is, it's nice. Obviously, he is not the only Oklahoma City boat entered into this race. So, we could potentially see some other Oklahoma City rowers later today in the grand final.
Here we go, just stepping right through, keeping the boat moving. Really nice job done by this Gordon rower here, finishing up 7th overall at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. A great job by the Oklahoma City rower as well. You can see he's a little gassed there. It'll be interesting to see if he's happy with his time. You know, a lot of times in the single, you can say, like, you know how fast you've gone before. So the great thing about this sport is each race could be a personal best. So, you know, there's a lot of things to look forward to, a lot of things to be happy about, even if you don't win, if you can continue to see that improvement.
So the Stetson rower will finish in third there, and Pittsburgh finally will finish in fourth to round out the top 9 of the men's open collegiate single.
Yeah, so what will be interesting is coming up, we have a Thunderdome race. 2 athletes in this second final for the women's open college single scull. So 2 women enter, 1 woman will leave. So yeah, that'll be exciting coming up. We have American versus Bryn Mawr.
Yeah, so I'm trying to look for the results from this event at the moment, so we can get a little bit of context about these rowers and you know how they performed yesterday. So the rower from American had a time of 10 minutes and 34 seconds. The Bryn Mawr rower 11 minutes and 16 seconds. So you know, expect. You know, we'll see how it plays out. The American rower a little bit faster than Bryn Mawr yesterday, but you see they're out on the course now.
Yeah, and right now it looks like it's still anyone's race to win. I love these dual races because there's such a psychological element to it, you know. And there's you and there's the other person, and you really can just do so many things. You can try to take a move. You can do all types of things, and a lot of it comes down to well, there's definitely the fitness, but some of it comes down to the psychology. So we can look for some things about what's going on in the boat. What are some of the things that we're seeing right now? We're looking out and we see that our rower from American is rowing lower than the rower from Bryn Mawr. It looks like she's, you know, cruising along there and has already started to open up. She takes a quick look over her shoulder there. So it looks like this race is going to open up if the American athlete can continue to just sort of press along. I don't think that the athlete from Bryn Mawr will be able to catch her.
Yeah, so you see these 2 pretty low stroke rating here for them. You know, different kind of race going on here. The Bryn Mawr rower still in it. The American rower, though, might just be content to kind of go out there and row her own race and not feel pressured, not, you know, try not to make any mistakes at the moment.
Yeah, and so some of the differences that we can see, it looks like the athlete from Bryn Mawr is rowing a little bit of a shorter stroke, as well as a higher rating, whereas the athlete from American is getting a little bit more length. You know, once again, we can take a look. We can see both athletes are doing a good job of keeping the boat moving, not really having a lot of check to the boat, as you've pointed out. But if that rower from Bryn Mawr could get a little bit more length, a little bit more extension out there, she might be able to make a little bit more of a press.
So American University, one of those DC crews up here this afternoon. Bryn Mawr College, of course, a local Philadelphia, you know, women-only liberal arts college in Bryn Mawr. You know, Akil, you rowed in college in Washington, D.C. You know, there's a lot of teams down there. Talk about, you know, where you might find American out in D.C.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many. It's funny to go back now. I go back and I look at how many crews are out there rowing, you know, American, Georgetown, GW, all rowing on the Potomac or rowing along the Anacostia. And it's really great to see the explosion of the sport in the greater metropolitan area. What I am excited about more so is, as I've said, is the sculling that we've seen. We are seeing more athletes scull, and I think that that'll be a boon for both sweep and sculling because we'll have athletes that have that experience. So rowing in DC is awesome. You get the cherry blossoms. You know, my favorite time of the year is like that week where the cherry blossoms are rowing, and you just row down along the memorial, and you see what's going on.
Yeah, it sounds gorgeous.
Yeah.
You have that a little bit here. I was here in April when the trees were kind of coming in blooming, and
yeah.
it's a little bit not quite it's not quite as evident. But
the Camden cherry blossoms.
Yeah,
I didn't know that was a thing.
You get them in Philly too, along the Schuylkill. You do have a couple there, but again, it's not as prominent as the DC area, which really takes pride in those cherry blossoms, and it's gorgeous. Why wouldn't they?
Yeah. So coming through the 1,000-meter mark, we have the rower from American University. Really just a low rhythm, low rating, just moving the boat along, executing her plan. Not a lot of pressure since about 500 meters into the race from the athlete from Bryn Mawr.
Yeah, it almost looks like she's going out there. She's getting a workout in.
Well, yeah, it's wild. Like yesterday afternoon was so beautiful. I was talking to Brad Nigard about being out on the river, and I was just like, man, I wish I had a single, because you just had the sun setting, and it was just the perfect weather. And so, despite the fact that it's a little bit humid and a little bit overcast today, it's still great conditions for racing.
Yeah, so that actually brings up an interesting point. Although it's not quite as sunny, it's not quite as hot as it was yesterday. A little bit more, but there are some conditions today that are, a little bit more conducive. So there's no tailwind, so the races aren't as fast, but a little bit easier to row without a tailwind. Also, there's no sun. The cloud coverage is actually kind of a welcome thing for some of these rowers, I'm sure.
Yeah, not quite as hot. So that's a nice thing, but the humidity's taken a bit of a bump, so that's another factor. We're getting into that part of the New Jersey season, mid-Atlantic, if you will, where the weather is just muggy.
Yeah, so it's coming a little bit early this year. It's only May at the moment. It's still a little rainy out there, so we expect some light showers throughout the day. Rowing in the rain is really not the worst thing in the world.
That's true. Yeah.
Especially when it's not down a full-on downpour. Your hands can get a little wet, and you can potentially open you up to some more mistakes, but for the most part, rain isn't the worst condition.
Yeah, and it's amazing to think about how the oar grip technology has come along. We used to have just like the wooden handles, but now some have foam, and there's different sort of tacky plastics that are used as grips. And so, the athletes in this sport are known for having really rough hands and calloused hands. And so that's sort of part of that is you get used to gripping your oars in different ways and in the different conditions.
Yeah, so it was funny. I was here on the Cooper for the Connect Cup about a month ago, and we were with Mike Jarek, a local Philadelphia broadcaster who was a bit of a rowing novice, to be sure. And I was also with Charlotte Buck, representative at the Tokyo Games for Team USA. And I asked Charlotte to show her hands to Mike, and he was aghast at all the blisters and calluses that an active rower has on their hands.
Yeah. So I work with a company called Hydro, and we have a rower, and it's funny how many of our new members are like, what can I do about my hands? And I need gloves and all of these things. And it's just funny to think about how many people are becoming involved in our sport, and calloused hands is one thing that they are not really prepared for.
Yeah, they hurt.
They do hurt. It looks like we have the doubles on the water here.
I think actually we got the men's pair.
Men's pair. Sorry.
Yeah. So no coxswain in these men's pairs. They're going to be the only sweep boats that we see at the Dad Vails that don't have a coxswain. It's a bit of a different discipline the pair. It's kind of its own thing as they're sweeping with no coxswain, just two men in the boat.
Yeah, and so as you said, there's the men's pair without coxswain, and we have in lane 1 Mass Maritime, in lane 2 Manhattan, in lane 3 Merchant Marines, in lane 4 Brandeis, in lane 5 Catholic, and in lane 4 Penn State.
Yeah, so yesterday we had some semifinals in this event. So as you see, these boats are going to be pretty close as they already competed yesterday in semifinals and were unable to advance to the grand final. This, of course, being the second final. The fastest time out of these crews yesterday was, of course, the Brandeis crew in lane 4. They finished with a time of 8 minutes and 17 seconds, fourth in their semi, along with Merchant Marines finishing fourth in their semi with a time of 8 minutes and 22 seconds. But you see at the moment, this is a really exciting race.
Yeah, this is pretty close. You know, coming through the 500, all of the boats were locked in tight together. And so right now, this is the type of racing you love to see. You have basically 5 boats across here. And, you know, even out there with the Catholic, they're still in this. They still have a shot if they can stay connected, you know. They're starting to spread out a little bit here. It looks like is that the Mass Maritime is starting to make a statement here. You can see those athletes really starting to pry on it a little bit more and move out on the rest of the athletes in the field.
Yeah, no, excuse me. Meanwhile, American just finished up in that women's collegiate second final. Interesting, really, to see Mass Maritime out in front at the moment in this pair event. They finished 6th in their semifinal yesterday by a good 21 seconds to Catholic. So potentially something went awry in that semifinal for them. Yeah,
and you know, as I recall, there was a boat that was doing a little bit of a S turn throughout the race, and so it could have been they had problems with their fin, problems with their steering, and so right now is an opportunity for them to sort of make a statement and say, hey, we belonged in that grand final, and really just put down a time that they can be happy with going home.
Yeah, so Mass Maritime there in lane 1 looking really strong at the 1,000 meter mark. Again, these boats are fighting for 7th through 12th place here in the second final. We'll see the grand final later this afternoon.
Yeah, and so, you know, like that's knowing that you can have a faster time, knowing that, you know, there's things in the sport that you can control and there's things that you can't control. You can't control if your skeg breaks or if your fin breaks or if you know, something happens to your rigger. Those are things that are out of your control. All you can do as an athlete is focus in on your technique and pulling as hard as you can. And I think that we're seeing a little bit of that here. If indeed they had fin trouble yesterday or technical problems yesterday, they're now in their boat, focused and pulling hard.
Yeah, so I did a little quick check back to the time trials as well, and in fact, Mass Maritime was also pretty slow in the time trial. They finished 11th, about 20 seconds behind Catholic. So very interesting to see here. Mass Maritime with a slower time in the time trial, finishing 6th in their semifinal, but with about 600 meters left to go, there are leaders here in this semifinal or in this final, the second final.
Well, maybe they had one of those locker room speeches with their coach where he's, you know, maybe they had like a Rudy moment where, you know, they're out to say, hey, you know, or maybe they're seniors and they're like, this is it for us and this could be our last race. There's so many factors that can go into changing, you know, give you that psychological edge that can then translate into the execution of your race plan as an athlete. So
yeah, that's a really interesting point.
This is where I wish we had a man on the scene to be down there and interview them about, you know,
side by side rower.
Side by side rower as they're rowing along.
Yeah, like you see these in-game interviews in some of the games that have a little bit more stoppages than rowing. I'd love to see a reporter leaning out of a launch trying to get a quote from a coxswain.
Yeah, a big boom mic. They need like a long boom mic. They'd stick it over, drop it down.
Yeah, so into the final 500 here in the men's pair, final number 2. Again, the grand final coming a little bit later today. Mass Maritime in lane 1, when we saw was out in front. It does look as though potentially that boat out in lane 5 making a nice push. That would be, or I guess it's lane 4, Brandeis. Lane 4, Brandeis, yeah.
That's it, Brandeis. I have a friend named Brandeis, so every time I see Brandeis, I say Brandeis. I say Brandeis. So Brandeis.
Well, shout out to your friend Brandeis.
Yeah, exactly.
250 meters now left to go for our leaders, and looks like this one's tightened up a little bit.
Yeah.
The speed definitely to Brandeis at the moment. Mass Maritime had something to prove, and they went out for it, but we'll see if they can hang on.
Oh no. There you go. You hate to see that. Oh man.
Man, they're going to finish in 4th now.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they didn't flip, and hopefully the boat that was Manhattan didn't have any contact with them.
Really difficult scene to see there after Mass Maritime had rode such an impressive race.
Yeah.
You kind of saw it there at the end. They had kind of started to wobble in that final 250, and then of course the crab came.
Yeah, it looks like they may have hit a buoy as well. They were a little close to that lane line, so that could have been the cause of that. But here we go. We have Brandeis looking very nice. Looking good here. Nice swing here. These two athletes are really sort of amped it up for that last 250 meters. Well rowed, very nice. Coming through, we have, it looks like the Merchant Marines right next to them, coming in second in this final number 2.
Yeah, there's Manhattan.
There's Manhattan. So it looks like there may not have been any contact there. The question is whether or not Mass Maritime, here we go. They managed to stay upright, which is...
And disappointing finish for them, even though they're safe, they're not wet. But they have to be a little bit upset with themselves after double crabbing there, and taking themselves out of the position to win.
And there's Catholic finishing up. On the course, we have the men's freshman novice 4 with coxswain. This is final number 3. We have Army in lane 1, Fairfield in lane 2, Brock in lane 3, Rutgers in lane 4, Georgia Tech in lane 5, and MSOE in lane 6. And it looks like Rutgers is out to a little bit of a start. Right beside them it looks like Georgia Tech, sorry. So we have these athletes really trying to establish this race through the 500. It looks like Rutgers has a nice, solid, start to the race.
Yeah. So yesterday, this freshman 4 event, one of the more popular events here at the Dad Vail Regatta. So we had 3 semifinals yesterday. So these are the boats that finished 5th and 6th in the semifinals yesterday. So as you see, one of the things I said to look out for as we get into some of these lower level finals as compared to the semis is a little bit more competitive racing, because these boats, had a time trial and then a semi that placed them into this 3rd final. And you see now Rutgers with a solid lead. It looks like in 2nd place will go Army there in lane 1.
Yeah.
And then maybe Brock in lane 3 in 3rd at the moment. But really a close race. Rutgers out in front, but, still within striking distance for the other teams.
Yeah, and that's just it. If you're within a length of another boat, as long as you're maintaining contact or close enough, you can make a move, and, that can really change the dynamics of a race.
Yeah, so as they come by the point here, again, this isn't 100% straight on, even though it does look it. It's going to give you a good idea of how it's breaking out. So it's Rutgers, and then Army and Brock look like they're pretty close together. And then behind Army and Brock, it looks like Fairfield and Georgia Tech are pretty close together. But all 5 of those crews, and including lane 6 MSOE, still pretty close together as we head up to our 1,000-meter mark, the halfway point, just now for our leaders.
Yeah, and all of these crews actually rowing fairly well. You have that Rutgers crew just laying down a nice rhythm. Brock is looking nice. They're a little bit higher. A little bit sticking the oar there, a little bit off in terms of being in sync with stroke and two-seat. But, you know, you never take all good strokes in a race. Some strokes are good and some strokes are not so good. So as long as they're executing their race plan, feeling as though the boat is rowing well, you know, that's what's important. This Army boat, I really like what they're doing, though. They're very good getting their oars in the water at the same time, really pushing. And so we'll see if there's any inefficiencies that can happen that will allow them to row a little bit faster.
I think to your point about, you know, there are going to be bad strokes, there's going to be good strokes. You know, it's a sign of the really good crews that can rely on their training and the work that got them there to say, okay, we're going to put that bad stroke behind us, act like it never happened, and continue to execute the way that we know we can. That's the sign of a well-coached team, a well-trained team. And it does look as though Army and Brock have rowed through Rutgers there in that middle portion of the race as we head towards 750 meters left to go now.
Yeah, and that's you know, those are what I like to say, in a race you're asked some questions, and those questions are asked by your competitors. Yeah. And, you know, it looks like, you know, Army and Brock wanted to see if Rutgers could respond to its moves, and so now coming into that last 500, there's going to be a real race here. Yeah,
so this is going to be the final race of the weekend for these freshman novice fours, and potentially the final race of the season for some of them, as you know, likely they're finishing up the school year. You know, finals weeks likely happening over the next couple of weeks, graduations happening over the next couple of weeks. Obviously, these are freshmen, so a little bit less of a concern for them, but all the same, the school year is coming to an end. So for a lot of these rowers, this could be the final race of the season. As we enter into the final 500 for our leaders, looks like potentially Brock there in lane 3 out in front, followed by Army and Rutgers.
Yeah. Yeah, and so it'll be interesting to see if can Army bring up the rating. Can they respond? I feel like they're rowing well, but I don't quite know if they've been able to sort of generate the power and get the boat really moving the way that the Brock boat is.
Yeah, it looks like maybe just a bit of a misstroke there by Brock, but they're back on. Yeah, you see them dipping a little bit to the port side at the catch, and looks like the coxswain had to make a few adjustments there, but they're rowing really hard.
Yeah, and Rutgers is trying to turn the screws a little bit there as well.
Yeah, and Fairfield out of lane 2 is making a late push as well. Probably a little bit too late for them. But it looks like Brock at the moment really pulling on it. I mean, you see that
you can see that. Yeah, they're getting out there. They're really getting out over the gunnel, the side of the boat, really pressing hard. And, you know, you can see the boats just moving a lot better than their competitors.
Definitely some fatigue from the two-seat there in that Brock boat as he's struggling to keep up with the stern pair. But
exactly.
You know, they're going to get the job done. And, you know, that's a sign of a race where you kind of left it all out there at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And Brock will cross first here in the third final to finish in 13th place.
There you go, followed by Rutgers. Followed by Army.
Yeah, Army with a nice push there at the end. Looks like we're going to get MSOE.
Yeah.
Then Fairfield and Georgia Tech will finish in 18th place here in the third final. Followed up right away here by the second final. So again, those in the third final, the boats that finished 5th and 6th in the semifinals yesterday. The second final are the boats that finished 3rd and 4th. So to be expected to have a bit of a faster race here in the second final, but again, we're looking for some parity across the boats. We just had a really nice race there. Expect some of the same here in the second final. All right, and I'd just like to take a moment to once again thank our title sponsor here at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. That would be Thomas Jefferson University, located in the greater Philadelphia region and southern New Jersey. Thomas Jefferson University is reimagining healthcare and education to create unparalleled value. And there you see out onto the race course is the second final. Final number 2 here in the men's freshman novice 4 in this event. In lane 1, Oklahoma City. In lane 2, Temple. Lane 3, Pitt. Lane 4 is Catholic. Lane 5, Clarkson. And in lane 6, in the Baby Blues, Rhode Island.
Yeah, and as you were speaking about the depth of the field in this race, it's interesting because you would have Temple, who is doing really well in the open and varsity levels. Here, their boat is in the second final, and I think that a lot of that is just due to the depth of the freshman novice category.
Yeah, so we had a big time trial in this event, 18 boats to the semifinals, and then of course, 3 finals. And yeah, look at this, really 6 boats across at the moment. All 6 of these crews still very much in this race, as it looks like Catholic out in front, followed by Oklahoma City, and then potentially looks like lane 6 there, Rhode Island, also one of the 3 leaders. But really, the 6th place crew at the moment is Pittsburgh in lane 3. Yeah. So really tight race.
And as we were speaking about, sort of the technical ability, these are new rowers. These are, young men who either have found the sport this year or don't know, or this is their first year rowing at the collegiate level. And so for them to have made it through this whole year, you'll see, you can watch some of the technical differences. So like in Catholic, the bow seat, he's swinging a little bit, more than his teammates, So all of those little things, where as we watch the varsity, we can remember that varsity 8 where they were just so tight, like those women were just rowing so well. Yeah. Here we can see how some of those technical differences can impact the race.
Man, what a race that's going on here. This is probably the first race of the weekend where I've seen through 750 meters, all 6 boats still in the race. Catholic out in front at the moment, but still all boats pretty much within a length of them still. So a lot of race to be left, and Catholic with an opportunity to kind of open it up here. You see they might be trying to press their lead just a little bit further, but still 6 boats really involved in this second final here for the men's freshman novice 4.
Yeah, and as you said, this is something we haven't seen so far, like coming through the 1,000, having boats so close, having a maximum distance of, a boat length between them. And so this is the type of racing that, really gets you excited.
Yeah, when you're an athlete out there and you can hear kind of all around you coxswains yelling, the coxswains themselves might be even more animated because of the tightness of the boats, and they can see someone on either side of them that's very close. So it just kind of adds to this atmosphere, adrenaline, and it makes you kind of push that harder. But it also, the harder you push and the harder you press, the more you open yourself up to mistakes. So there's this balance there of who can row the best while also really pumped up.
Yeah, and I think that this is exactly what you're saying. Like coming through that 500-meter mark, that's where it's going to be okay. The race is going to open up again, because you go through this whole period of the race, that body where it's aerobic, and now you're asking your body, hey, I need a little bit more. And with these young athletes, these new athletes to the sport, this is where how much muscle memory do they have? How much can they relax when they're the anaerobic shock and they're feeling that pain from producing energy through the sugars?
Yeah, so just about 600 meters left to go now. Definitely you see some separation here. It's tough to tell exactly from this angle. That boat in lane 4, again, we're going from right to left with lane 1 to lane 6. So that Catholic boat in lane 4 looks like they're doing pretty well. Again, lane 2 looks like they're also having a strong row. So Temple there in lane 2, and of course lane 1, Oklahoma City still looking strong. Pittsburgh maybe just a little bit further back, along with Clarkson and Rhode Island.
Yeah, it's interesting. It'll be interesting to see where that Pittsburgh boat actually is. Catholic was having a strong race, and also, it looks like this last 250, there may be some shift if one of these crews can really find the way to push.
Yeah, so within the final 500 here, check out lanes 1 and 2 here. Oklahoma City and Temple potentially pushed out and caught back up to this Catholic crew. And there goes Catholic. They've just started their sprint before the final 250. It's difficult to tell from this angle. It looks like Oklahoma City and Temple are currently our leaders, though.
Yeah. And that's just it. Catholic had to respond. They had to do something to try to get out. And it looks like, Temple is out right now and really pushing hard through this last 250. Over in lane 5, Clarkson still in it, really making a push. But these are, as I said, athletes that are new to the sport. They're really engaged right now and really trying really hard to push through to that final.
All right, final 100 meters now, 10 strokes left for these crews, and as they come to the finish line, we'll keep an eye out. They're going to be crossing pretty quickly, one after the other, so we'll keep our eyes on the finish line as they come here. Looks like Temple is going to finish in 7th place here in the men's freshman novice 4, and it is Temple crossing the line first. They're going to be followed quickly here by either Catholic, and it is...
Oh,
tough to call there.
Tough to call that one.
Yeah, that one was really tight. Clarkson's going to finish in 4th, Pittsburgh in 5th, and Rhode Island in 6th. Yeah. But again, that finish there between Oklahoma City and Catholic, really tight. We'll see the unofficial results in just a moment as they populate onto our screen here. Naked eye, I would have given it to Catholic, but
I don't know. It's one of those things. Who had the surge? Who has the momentum going through that? When the races is that tight, you have that bow ball push. Who's in the middle of the stroke?
Okay, and thank you. We're going to be right back here with our women's freshman novice 4, final number 2. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick message from our sponsors.
Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.
Oh, hey.
And we are back here at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. We're just waiting on our women's freshman novice 4 with Cox final number 2 to get started. As you see there, the results from that semifinal number 2, and it was a tenth of a second, or about 0.2 of a second between Catholic and Oklahoma City there. Temple finishing in 7th, Catholic 8th, Oklahoma City 9th, Clarkson 10th, Pittsburgh 11th, and Rhode Island 12th overall. So you see there we are underway in our women's freshman novice 4 with Cox, final number 2.
Yeah, and in lane 1 we have Robert Morris. In lane 2 we have Bryant. In lane 3 we have Rollins. In lane 4 we have Stockton. In lane 5 Carnegie Mellon, and in lane 6 we have Army. right now it looks as though Carnegie Mellon is doing a great job of sort of starting out the race and establishing itself. And just like the last final we saw, we have a nice sort of the crews are looking very good coming through the first 500 of this race. Really still a lot of crews in the game. And now things are starting to sort themselves out just a little bit here in lane number 2. Bryant seems to be making a push.
Yeah, so some interesting stuff going on here. Yesterday we had 2 semifinals in this women's freshman novice 4 event. It was top 3 moving on to the final, the next 3 moving on to the race that's currently coming down the race course. Bryant out in lane 2 is currently your leader. They finished 5th in their race yesterday. So something that we've kind of seen a few times today, some boats that maybe didn't finish in 4th in their semifinal, out to really good starts, trying maybe with something to prove here in these second finals. Yeah,
and I think the question will be, is it a case of, we're just going to get out and hold on as long as possible, something sort of like we saw in the men's pair, or is this a case of, we didn't have a good race and we can row better than that?
Yeah, so Bryant there currently out in front, followed by Rollins. Rollins did come in 4th in the second semifinal yesterday. So Rollins in 2nd, and then Stockton there in lane 4 in 3rd at the moment.
Yeah, and I was actually expecting to see a little bit more speed out of the gate from Rollins, but I think that what I do remember from yesterday is that they had a really nice race in terms of staying steady, even though they were not in that top group. So we'll see if, as we said, we'll see if Bryant can really hold on to that lead. It looks like Rollins is doing a little bit of a better job of just staying relaxed, and we'll see if they can make a push through.
Yeah, so we're back up here with our drones. Looks like there is some rain out on the course, which was potentially causing why we didn't have those drone shots for some of our race. But it doesn't look like there's, it's super wet outside. But definitely it looks like you can see on the drone there some drizzles coming down as we pass the 1,000 meter mark. Bryant, held off Rollins there a little bit. Rollins definitely made a push into that final 1,000, and Bryant now, missing some water, but holding their lead still at the moment.
So once again, talking about novice and freshman rowers, these are athletes that are new to collegiate rowing, and you're going to see those types of mistakes sometimes. Washing out, there you could see the stroke, missing water. So what that means is that they're not getting there or in the water at full compression. The oar is slapping down, and you'll tend to see a little bit more backsplash from rowers that more seasoned rowers.
Yeah, that's one of those things that you're kind of taught in rowing is that you do want to see a little bit of backsplash. It's a little counterintuitive at first, but it really helps you connect when you can get those blades in at an early pace. And Bryant, despite having some mishaps here in their oar work, seems to have a fair amount of power in their stroke that's keeping them in this race.
Right, and that's one of the things that so you balance it out. Like, yeah, there are some technical issues that can be worked on, but if you have the athletic capacity, if you have the power, if you have the strength, then you're going to overcome some of those technical deficiencies. Now, the problem is as you get higher and higher and you become more seasoned, you're going to run into everyone that has the strength, and so you have to execute. But for now, it looks like this Bryant boat is holding off Rollins and continuing to just power right through this race.
Yeah, so kind of a theme here over these last 2 500, if you separate them, Rollins making a push towards the end of the 500 and Bryant just kind of, waiting and then pushing them back off. So you saw Rollins there kind of take a couple seats, and now Bryant continuing to push them back as they enter into the final 500. We'll see when these boats kind of start taking their sprint, and Bryant starting to kind of really connect here. But here comes Rollins. There goes Rollins into their sprint.
Yeah, and this is where, you know, that combination of when you're rowing higher, you have to be more technical. Your execution has to be higher. It looks here like Bryant has the power and has the strength. And the question is going to be, as Rollins starts to press, will they be able to hold them off? Will a slip or a bobble here cause a problem?
Yeah, and it looks like the Coxon and the Bryant boat is kind of all over the race course at the moment as well. They've just turned a few times, and it looks like they're still in good position, though. They have a fair amount of speed, but there's some things we're seeing here that, if you're the coach of that Bryant boat, they're going to finish 7th, if they can hold off Rollins here. You might look at your rowers and say, hey, with a little bit more practice, we're in that grand final.
100%. You just saw that little bobble there from the Bryant boat.
Yeah, more missed water.
And you think that, like, these are definitely, like, there's room for improvement. And, with these young women, there's only room for growth. And so this is no way, everything about this is a positive outcome. If you can, if you can just pull it through and hold on here. And it looks like, once again, there's that power from that Bryant boat is just, they're just muscling it through, despite every effort from Rollins to try to claw back into it.
Yeah, and you can see it. The Rollins boat is better set. They're more connected. The Bryant boat is just, they're hanging out on that port side. They're coming out of the water a little early. They're dipping, but they're just muscling their way through it right now, and they're going to be able to hold off Rollins here at the end.
Yeah, look at that, and they're even moving away a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, really nice race here from Bryant. Go back to the lab, maybe watch this over and say to themselves, okay, here's what we can work on. But the power is clearly there.
Yeah, and coming through in third is Stockton.
All right, so Stockton crosses in third. Again, that was the second final in the women's freshman novice 4, as we have Robert Morris crossing in 4th, 5th to Army. And then it'll mean that Carnegie Mellon will finish in 6th.
Yeah, and for those of you just joining us, my name is Akil Abdullah, and I am joined here by Joe Leonard.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. We're working through some lower level finals. Some events that the rowers finished. They didn't make it to the grand final later this afternoon, so some second and third finals coming your way. We're here for about another hour before we take a quick break, and then come back this afternoon with our slate of finals.
On the water is the men's collegiate double. Final number 2, so the petite final. In lane 1, Pittsburgh. B in lane 2, Dominican. In lane 3, Lafayette. In lane 4, St. Thomas. In lane 5, Merrimack. And in lane 6, Iona. There are the results from the women's freshman novice 4 with Coxon, Bryant, Rollins, Stockton. Take the top 3 spots. So here on the water, out in lane number 4, we have St. Thomas really moving, taking the lead there. It looks like Dominican is in second, and Pittsburgh in third right now. These crews are moving fast and really putting in some good efforts to establish themselves in the 7th through 12th positions in terms of the rankings for the regatta. Yeah, so
two semifinals yesterday. These boats finished 4th through 6th in their respective semifinals. In the first semifinal, so St. Thomas finished 4th in their semifinal, and that is St. Thomas out of lane 4 out in front at the moment. So St. Thomas finished in 4th, Dominican finished in 5th, Iona finished in 6th, and then in the other semifinal, it was Lafayette, Merrimack, and Pittsburgh in that order.
Yeah, so this St. Thomas crew really just swinging along. And, it looks like a nice relaxed pace for them. They really got out to a nice, healthy lead. Dominican rowing a bit higher and putting in a little bit more work. But we still looks like Pittsburgh and Merrimack may be battling hard for that third position in this second final.
So we talked a little bit earlier about what it's like to row in a single. Talk to me about the differences and the challenges specifically that a double presents.
Yeah, so the double, you really need to match up. There's so much going on in the double. You can have someone that's tall, someone that's short, so you really have to try to rig the boat so that the athletes can match up. You want to find the power curves. There are slight differences because we all have different bodies. And there's a beautiful drone shot, you know. What I would say is that you can see a slight difference at the catch and the finish for that St. Thomas crew in terms of the blades. And if you look down here, you'll see that Pittsburgh crew actually has some really nice, they're rowing really well and together, but they're just not able to generate the type of speed that St. Thomas crew is. You can see how their boat is it accelerates a little bit more, whereas that Pittsburgh boat isn't accelerating the same.
And you can kind of see it in the waves that they're creating with their blades, right?
Yeah.
Pittsburgh, you know, they've got some small white caps there. Up in St. Thomas, there's a real wave that's being created with their blades.
Yeah. And so once again, you know, those differences in terms of the oar positions entering could be to differences in the size of the athletes, just length of the arms and things like that. But the important thing is that the athletes feel like they're executing together, and if the boat is moving together, then you know those small differences aren't as important.
Yeah, but a really beautiful shot here. It gives you a really nice idea of just how nice our rowing surface is this morning. There's not too much wind out onto the course. Really pretty flat rowing surface here on this man-made cutout of the Cooper Creek, the Cooper River Park. You know, it was extended in the 80s specifically for the purpose of creating a world-class rowing course. So the first year that the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta is being competed on this race course.
Yeah, and it's interesting to look here to see what's going on out there with that Merrimack crew, whether or not they'll be able to push a little bit harder and make any moves on Pittsburgh. Right now, Dominican looks like it's in great shape, but I don't know. There could be a press from that Pittsburgh crew as well. There's still enough left in this race for them to press through.
Yeah, so we'll see. It looks like you see, and we're heading into the final 300 now. Our leaders from St. Thomas looking strong here. You know, yesterday in their semifinal, St. Thomas had a time of 7 minutes and 49 seconds. Lafayette, who is pretty far back at this point in lane 3 with 7:58, but so St. Thomas with, you know, the fastest time in the semis yesterday, likely a little bit disappointed to have missed out on the grand final. So, you know, making a statement here to finish in 7th place.
Yeah, and I think once again, St. Thomas will definitely be looking at the results of the grand final and looking at the times and seeing, you know, whether or not like, we could have done a little bit better, or, you know, or hey, we have some room for growth.
Yeah, and you see here just final few strokes for St. Thomas, putting the finishing touches on it. Definitely, you know, executed their sprint here as it's going to be their final race of the day. So emptying the tank, trying to put up the fastest time they can, and they'll cross. Yep. And
I like to see that they rode all the way through, you know, not stopping. Just sometimes you'll see crews, you'll see that bow, just see that, you know, bow rower, see that bow cross, and they'll be like, stop rowing. But I like to see athletes row all the way through, no gliding through the finish.
Yeah, so Dominican just finished in 2nd there. They looked pretty pleased about it. Whoa,
there you go.
Tight finish, and you were right. Merrimack was able to kind of push up there onto Pittsburgh. It looks like they might have just edged them out as well.
Yep.
We'll check the results there for you on that one as we wait now for our next race to get started. And there you see Merrimack coming in 7:48.13. We'll see what Pittsburgh ended up with, but 7:24 for St. Thomas. So we are starting to see, interestingly enough, some faster times today as the races go on. You know, there's really not much wind on the course, but St. Thomas yesterday in their semi rode 7:49, so 7:24, significantly faster time. So just something to keep an eye on. Some faster times being put up as the day goes on. And you see there the difference between Merrimack and Pittsburgh, 0.3 of a second. Merrimack just edging out Pittsburgh at the end there. And, we're going to have a little bit of a break here between the men's second final in the double and the women's second final in the double. So we're going to take a moment here to have a quick message from our sponsors.
Who are Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.
Oh, so here we are at the start of the women's double.
Yeah, and we'll get a lineup to you pretty quickly here as we get started.
It looks like Brandeis in lane 1, St. Thomas in lane 2, Pittsburgh in lane 3, Tampa in lane 4, Oklahoma City in lane 5, and Bryn in lane 6.
All right, so off the start here, clean start.
Yeah.
Looks like we've got that Tampa crew in lane 4 edging out in front, and Pittsburgh in lane 3 looking to go with them.
Yeah, and this is a great start here. You can see a little bit more. These drone shots are great to sort of just get a idea of what's going on. We spoke about early in the morning of what type of views you can get and what you can surmise from the technical acumen of the athletes from these different shots. And here you get a chance to see the oars going in together. The feathering, that's when the oars are parallel to the water before they go in perpendicularly. So a lot of great visuals here to start the race. And it looks like that Tampa crew is getting out, but we have that crew from Pittsburgh right there with them.
Yeah, so we've seen a lot of yellow boats from the Pittsburgh crew. A little bit different to see them in this red shell, but definitely the blue and yellow unis there of the Pitt Panthers in lane 3. So Pitt rowing that double, looking pretty good so far. Tampa, after their really fast start, has settled into second place, but they're still right there with Pitt.
And I think that this may be a similar race to we saw before. Like it looks like that Pitt boat just has some raw power there. And whether or not the technical proficiency of that Tampa boat, you can see them, they keep giving a look over. To me, that's not a good indication of being in the race. You should be focusing on what's ahead of you, like right in front of you, what's going on, staying in your boat, executing your plan. So right now we'll see the stroke from that Pitt boat gives a little look over. Looks like she whispered something over her shoulder there to her bow seat partner. And, once again, this looks like this is a race of power versus technique.
Yeah, so, sometimes you'll see in these doubles, the coach will give the role of kind of, running the race to either the stroke or the bow seat. Generally, it's a decision about who he thinks might have a better feel for the race. And in this Pitt crew, you see the stroke really pressing it. So as she sees that boat to her left, she's probably looking back at her bow and says, let's take a 10 right here. We've got them on the ropes, and let's end this race. But Tampa still hanging in there with them.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When you're rowing a little bit more efficiently, you can reserve your energy a little bit more. And so it becomes a question of, how strong are you? How fit are you? And if you can keep that, like you look a little look over over there from the bow seat. We're still in touch. We're still in contact. We still got a chance, you know.
Yeah, it's something you can kind of see on their leg drives here. The Pitt boat really pushing hard, but their legs are kind of slow getting down. Tampa, smooth leg drives, legs are getting down quick, so they might not have the amount of power, but they're rowing, like you said, at a pretty efficient clip.
Yeah.
And here's a nice view of the kind of differences we're seeing between Pitt and Tampa.
Yeah, yeah. And so right there in lane 2, we have that we have St. Thomas, it looks like.
Yeah, so St. Thomas there in third place out of lane 2, looking pretty good themselves. Really nice shot of these boats here. You get a nice look. And Tampa just kind of hanging on the end of that Pittsburgh boat at the moment.
Yeah, yeah. You know, this is the thing about the double. You asked me about it earlier. So much of it is moving that boat together. And what I really like about the way that the Tampa crew is rowing is that they're really in sync. And rowing well. This, you know, not, you know, to give credit to this Pittsburgh boat, they are rowing, you know, they're rowing hard. You know, all of those things, you know, who knows how long they've been together, right?
Yeah.
So there's always time for a boat to gel. And you see these little mistakes, but they're still able to move the boat, you know, like getting the oars out of the water together. This is a great way to see. Sometimes you'll see a little slip in that, getting the oars into the water together. Are they doing that? You see it a little bit more consistently with that Tampa boat, but yet that Pittsburgh boat is able to power through, you know, so this is about strength and fitness and training.
Yeah, so interesting thing here is that the Pitt crew doesn't look like there's, you know, the stroke seat might have a little bit more length on her stroke than the bow, but she's kind of finishing faster than the bow, and they're rushing just a tad up that slide, but you know, there's clearly some strength between those two rowers to keep the boat moving so quickly.
Yeah, and you know what I say, if you're in first place and you have these issues, you know, some technical problems, there's room for growth. So it's always a positive. And what we're seeing here is it looks like that Pittsburgh boat has managed to creep out a little bit more on that Tampa boat. So we'll see what happens as the race continues to evolve.
Yeah, it looked like they kind of raised the rate there for a couple strokes to kind of maybe increase the lead. We're successful in doing so. They're now maybe just, you know, a few feet of open water now between them and the Tampa boat as they approach the final 500 of this race. You know, nice drone shot here of our two leaders in this second final for the women's collegiate double.
Yeah, and you know, you can see now it looks like Tampa's really trying to hang in there. Looks like they brought the rating up a bit, but that Pitt boat is just they're finding a way to make the boat move despite those little differences in those stroke, in those small idiosyncrasies, you know, and that's actually a testament to their fitness and their strength.
Yeah, so tell me, you know, we're kind of seeing in this Pitt boat the stroke seats, you know, finishing a little bit before the bow seat. Is that something that can be addressed with the boat rigging, or is it kind of just they might need a little bit more time together on the water to work that out?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of both. You know, you try to set the boat up so that athletes can match up as well as possible, but also time together in the boat, trying to get, you know, athletes to match up. And, you know, and some of those things are really hard if you have height differences. So you do your best to try to get them to match up. But, you know, at the end of the day, if the boat goes fast, the boat goes fast.
Yeah, you can't argue with results.
You can't argue with speed.
Yeah.
So
as we finish up there in the second final for the women's collegiate double, out onto the race course is the second final for the men's collegiate JV4. So in this event, we have in lane 2 Penn State, in lane 3 is Vermont, Lane 4, LaSalle. Lane 5 is Washington College A, and in lane 6 is MSOE. And then you see there really kind of opening up their lead there in the final 500 was the Pittsburgh boat. Strong sprint there from them, and they're going to finish 7th in the women's collegiate double event.
That's right. And if you look down, you'll see is the men's 4. And it looks like, is that Vermont?
Yeah, the Catamounts from Vermont in lane 3 out in front at the moment.
It looks like LaSalle is hanging on in 2nd right now. And there's a great overhead view of that men's 4 developing. You really have already a nice sort of spread of the boats, and you can see that these athletes from Vermont are really pushing out and are going to try to close the door on this race early on.
Yeah, so Vermont and LaSalle were the 4th place finishers in the semifinals yesterday. It was 2 semifinals, so the boats finishing 4th through 6 in those semifinals are here. LaSalle finished 4th in the first semifinal with a time of 7 minutes and 19 seconds. Vermont finished 4th in the second semifinal with a time of 7 minutes and 6 seconds. So about a 13-second difference between those 2 semis, and you're starting to see that play out a little bit as we're 1,000 meters through in this second final for the men's JV4.
So yeah, you'll see this view here. This is one of our stationary cameras, really giving you a great view of the course here. And you can see sort of how the athletes are just sort of spread out in this race. Not a lot to say. We can take a look at how the athletes are rowing. Once again, you can see that Vermont boat. They're getting out there. Their oars are getting in pretty well together. You can see Stockton there, Penn State. They are rowing a little bit lower than the crews ahead of them. And now we're actually seeing, it looks like a nice push from LaSalle. They're sort of finding their swing, finding their rhythm.
Yeah, so something that we've seen in the 4s today, they have the coxswain, right? The coxswain sitting in that bow-loaded position, whereas you'll see in some of the 8s, the coxswain sit in the stern of the boat. So just kind of a different makeup of the boats. You know, they have these bow-loaded areas for the coxswains to kind of lie down. You'll see the coxswains just completely, in a supine position with like just their head peeking out on top, and they can get a really nice view down the bow of the boat to see exactly where their bow ball is pointed.
Yeah, and it's interesting that there's a difference. Normally in 8s you do see the coxswain in the stern, and in most of the 4 races you'll see the coxswain is in the bow.
Yeah. So into the final 500 here for the men's JV4. Again, we have Penn State, Vermont, LaSalle, Washington College, and MSOE. And Vermont looking really strong, start to finish here. Gonna have an opportunity to win this one from the start to the finish.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that it's really nice to do if you can get out there and sort of prevent other crews from feeling as though there's that psychological advantage that you gain when you can put yourself in a position where you're able to respond to moves, where people have to actually do something to change the way that the race is shaping up. So it's good. Vermont got out fast. They were able to put themselves in a position where LaSalle has to press them, and they have the chance to respond to those presses.
Yeah, so Vermont into the final 200 now of this race, looking good. They look like they're strong, and they're going to, sprint their way now to the 7th place. LaSalle looking comfortable to finish 2nd in this race for 8th overall, but Vermont with a really nice showing here in this JV4 second final. And we just have a few more second and third finals coming your way throughout the day before we get into our slate of grand finals, and then for some of the varsity races in the afternoon, the second finals as well for some of the more cup implication varsity races.
And now we have LaSalle coming through in second place, so they'll be 8th overall in the JV 4 with Coxon.
Yeah, so kind of something interesting here as we see third place going to Washington College. One of the differences as, again, Penn State crossing, and finally we'll get MSOE. One of the differences you see from the high school level into the college level, especially with these sculling events, is that you'll see a lot of the singles, a lot of the doubles, but you don't see a ton of quad events. Whereas in the high school racing, the quad is one of the premier events. It kind of, as you get into the college level, the quad kind of becomes less of a premier event.
Yeah, and so here we have the results of the race. We have Vermont finishing first, and with a healthy lead over LaSalle, Washington, Penn State, and MSOE. But back to your question of sort of, quads are an excellent teaching device in terms of teaching sculling. You would have to, I think that there's the issue of steering at the collegiate level as the boats start to get faster. And it's just a little bit easier to steer the doubles, so and the singles as well. You can make those corrections without having a tow.
All right, we'll be right back after a message from our sponsors with the Women's Collegiate JV4 Final number 2. Back right after this.
How does a veteran continue to serve? By becoming a nurse. Jefferson. Redefine possible.
And we are back at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. My name is Akil Abdullah, and I am here with my co-host, Joe Leonard.
Yeah, Akil, we're back here with the Women's Collegiate JV4. We've seen some pretty good racing today in these second and third finals so far, so hoping for some more. As we have in lane 1, Cabrini, lane 2, Pittsburgh A, lane 3 is Merrimack, 4 is Iona, in lane 5 is Manhattan, and in lane 6 is Pittsburgh B.
Yeah, it looks like Manhattan and Pittsburgh A are out to an early lead in this race. And it looks like they are both, Manhattan's a little bit higher. And we can look out and see, technically what's going on in these boats. And it's really great to see this level of racing here at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. And so still a tight race here. It looks like Pittsburgh may be trying to put a move on as we come through 500 here. It looks pretty close. And so we've got a lot of racing to go. Strokesy just taking a look over, checking in on that Manhattan boat. But here comes Cabrini out. Here comes...
yeah, so that's Pittsburgh. I believe the lane 3 crew is Merrimack.
Merrimack, oh, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. But Merrimack there in lane 3, they came in 4th in their semifinal yesterday. Iona came in 4th in their semifinal. They're a little bit further back at the moment as Manhattan, with a really strong showing. Manhattan finished 5th in the same semifinal as Merrimack. So maybe looking, they know what Merrimack's race plan is from yesterday. A little bit more experience racing against this Merrimack team.
Yeah. And so, once again, that Manhattan crew striking a little bit higher on the rating. They had a good race yesterday, but it looks like this Merrimack crew is holding right there, responding, and even maybe moving just a little bit.
Yeah, so there you see peeking into the screen there was lane 2, Pittsburgh. That Pittsburgh A boat with a solid 5th place finish in their heat yesterday. Iona beating both of the Pittsburgh A and B crews, but Iona off to a slower start here out of the gate than they were in their semifinal yesterday. Not in the picture at the moment out of lane 3, but you see Merrimack and Manhattan still your leaders, and Pittsburgh kind of starting to inch up on the race here a little bit.
Yeah, and that's one of the things. If you can maintain that boat contact, if you can stay right there, it gives you the ability as an athlete to feel like, okay, we're still in this. We still have a chance.
Yeah, they're in lane 1, Cabrini College. Cabrini, and then you see Iona there in 4th place out of lane 4 there. Again, the women's JV4 final number 2 out on to the race course now. Just a few more JV races here in this morning's slate. Some varsity second and third finals after that, and we're going to be taking a quick break in about 30 minutes for our referees to come in and refuel before we hit it, and we'll be pretty much straight for about 5.5 hours this afternoon with finals. So, stay with us here throughout the day, and it should be a really fun event at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. Meanwhile, peeking out of the trees here now are our leaders from Merrimack, who have really asserted themselves onto this race in the second half.
Yeah, and right now we can see they are rowing a little bit longer and a little bit higher than that Manhattan boat, really trying to move through. We'll see how this Pittsburgh boat starts to respond to that, if they can reel those boats in a little bit. And as I said, if they can keep contact or maintain contact, then it'll really be a boon for the athletes, I think, psychologically, and they may be able to find a little bit more in the well.
Yeah, so passing that canoe club there on the right, about 750 left to go as they exit it. About 650 to 600 left to go, and then close into the final 500. Again, these crews are fighting for 7th to 12th place, so still a fair amount on the line. And as it is the last race of the weekend for them, we'll likely see a full-on sprint for each of these crews here at the end, just to try and put up their fastest time.
Yeah, and as I said, going home, you want to feel as though you left it all out there on the water, and this is the opportunity for these crews to do that, to really say, okay, well, we finished in the top 12, but where did we finish, and how does that set us up for next year? Once again, this is a JV boat, so there's likely to be athletes who will be around for next year, and what does that mean for their opportunities to grow and get more speed and show up here at the 85th Dad Vail Regatta, Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
Yeah, so we're seeing some of these teams right in this event having some success in the other events throughout the days, like Iona, Merrimack, Pittsburgh, Manhattan, Cabrini. Even we've seen their varsity teams competing at this event. So these rowers, going to have to step into the shoes of the seniors who are departing. It's May 13th today, so a lot of them will be graduating within the next few days, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Potentially some of them missing their graduation today, as I know a fair amount of schools throughout the country, today is graduation day.
Well, I can tell you that we missed our graduation racing, and so it's nice to be able to have a medal if you're not getting your diploma.
Yeah, your family doesn't get to see you walk across the stage. You'd like some hardware.
Yeah. At least they'll get to see you stand on the podium.
Yeah.
So right here in this last 250 meters of the race, it looks like Manhattan has brought the rating up, and they are well into their sprint. The question is whether or not Merrimack will be there to sort of hold them off or respond.
Yeah, so we're trying to get an idea based on the buoys from this angle exactly where they are. It does look like Merrimack has an advantage still, but Manhattan definitely holding off the Pittsburgh crew as that shapes up to be our top 3 heading into the finish line here. It does look like Merrimack now, with just about 10 strokes left to go, will have a nice opportunity to put the finishing touches on this one.
Yeah, and you can see that Manhattan crew still fighting, still pushing, and the question is whether or not that Pittsburgh crew has been able to make any moves into these last final strokes.
Yeah, so as they come into the finish here, Manhattan putting up a really, really nice race here. At some points, the lead had grown as Merrimack crosses Manhattan, and then Pittsburgh in third. That race kind of tightened up there in that last 500.
Yeah. Manhattan did go out fast, and Merrimack clawed its way back, and then we have, and then Pitt State, Pitt pushed its way through.
Yeah, so it looked like Iona, Cabrini, and then the second Pittsburgh boat finished in that order.
Yep.
Meanwhile, out onto the race course now, and blistering down are the second final of the men's JV8. In this event, we have in lane 1, Army. In lane 2, Lehigh. In lane 3, Rutgers. 4, Marietta. 5, and out to a solid lead so far, is Jacksonville. And in lane 6 are the Villanova Wildcats off the pace at the moment. So Jacksonville out of lane 5 looking really good to start this one.
Yeah, this Jacksonville crew really asserted itself in the beginning of this race and is trying to lengthen its lead out, get a nice cushion on its competitors to really make this race a non-question.
So some times yesterday. Again, this was a top 3. There were 2 semifinals, top 3 moving on to the final, and then the next 3 moving on to the race. Out onto the race course now. Marietta out of lane 3 came in 4th in their heat with a time of 6:25, followed by Lehigh at 6:32. Villanova about a minute behind those 2 teams. And then in the second semifinal, we had Rutgers with a time of 6:16, Jacksonville 6:23, and Army at 6:41. So you're seeing that kind of play out a little bit here today. We have Jacksonville followed by Marietta, and then Lehigh in third. Rutgers still right there, though, within striking distance. Look for them to have a nice second half of the race here.
Yeah, I really like the way this Lehigh boat is looking. I think that they're executing quite well, getting their oars in, pushing and swinging together. We'll see. I wouldn't be surprised by a late push from that Rutgers boat as well. You can see they're rowing with that bucket in 7 and 6 seat. 2 athletes rowing on the same side, one behind the other.
Yeah, so Jacksonville's still out in front here in this second final for the men's JV8. Again, the JV8 event, always competitive. These are, for a lot of these crews, their second fastest boat. They'll for an event like the Dad Vails, some crews might row a 2V, some crews might row, just varsities, and then try and move some junior and sophomore rowers and potentially freshman rowers into this JV boat to create, a JV event. But for a lot of them, this is the second fastest boat on the team.
Yeah, and these crews all still striking ratings in the similar area, pushing hard, and we'll see sort of as they come down past the canoe docks whether or not anyone can force a change in the way that the race is shaping up.
Yeah, so just about 600 left to go now in this men's JV8 second final. Looked like Jacksonville was hanging on to that lead, potentially Marietta and Lehigh, having a nice race. And here we'll have a nice shot of the JV8 from Villanova as they're in 6th place at the moment.
Coming into this 500 left to go, this is the opportunity for the crews to sort of reset and sort of really make a push. It'll be interesting to see if either Lehigh or Marietta can push a little bit more on that Jacksonville crew. But it looks like that Jacksonville crew is not waiting for anyone to ask any questions. They said, "We're out of here.
Yeah, they're going.
Let's make this a non-race." So it looks like they've taken the rating up, and they are. So we're going to sprint through this last 500 meters.
Yeah, I don't hate the strategy from a boat out in front to start their sprint early and say, all right, we're going to increase the lead early. We know you're going to, start to come back on us because we're going to, run out of gas before you. But hopefully we've increased the lead to a point where it's insurmountable before you've even started your sprint.
Yeah. And here we go. It looks like Marietta is not going to be able to respond to that move. And so we have Lehigh here. And I don't know if they're going to be able to make any gains on Marietta.
Yeah, it's a tight race there, I think, for second and third, but Jacksonville now looks like potentially open water. And again, this angle will favor that outside crew a little bit here, but still a really impressive row from the JV8 out of Jacksonville. And they're going to finish 7th with a pretty high stroke rate through the final couple stretches here.
And here we go into the last couple of strokes. And they are through, followed by Marietta.
Yeah, fast finish there from Marietta, but just a little too late as you see.
Lehigh and Rutgers coming through the finish.
Yep, so Lehigh, then Rutgers. We'll eventually see Army here in lane 1, and there they are. And then a little bit further back, the Villanova Wildcats coming through. Oh, so another Thunderdome headed our way here.
I know. We've got Rollins versus Long Island in the men's lightweight 4 with coxswain. And for those of you who are new to the sport of rowing, we do have heavyweight or open weight rowers, and we have lightweight rowers. And the lightweights do have restrictions on how much they weigh. I think the boat maxes for men is 165.
Yes. Yeah.
And individual weights are capped at at 160. Sorry.
Yes, boat is 160.
160, individual weight 165.
Yeah. In the women, I believe the lightweight weight for reference is 135.
Right, yeah.
So 165 for men, 135 for women.
Yeah. I tried rowing lightweight once after being sick, and I decided that I never wanted to row lightweight again. These athletes are truly amazing in that they have to maintain that weight, and they also have to maintain their strength. So it's a fine balance for them a lot of times. So what I will say is don't mess with the lightweight that's near weigh-in.
Yeah. Yeah, so it looks like we're off and underway here in that lightweight 4 event. Looked like we could see Rollins out of lane 3 getting off their stake boat, and you see the referee there behind these results in that JV8, Jacksonville, Marietta, Lehigh, Rutgers, Army, Villanova, the referee launch, jetting out there to follow our crews. As we head into this lightweight event, I'll take a look here at the results from the time trial. Only 8 boats in the time trial, so Rollins and Long Island just missing out. Rollins did have a big advantage over Long Island in that time trial, so look for them to kind of continue to open up the lead throughout this race.
Yeah, and it looks like they're doing just that. They're getting their oars in the water together, rowing quite well, and just powering through.
Yeah, so these are the 2 crews who were unable to make it to the final. Rollins just 8 seconds off of making the final. Long Island, about a minute off of making the final yesterday. So this Rollins crew likely rowing with a little bit of anger, for not having made that time trial. So, a little bit of extra motivation to go out there and try and put down a good time.
Yeah, and once again, this is the last race of the regatta for them. And it's nice to go home feeling as though, hey, you know what, we've had the best races we could have had. We had a good race in the final. And so, let's row well. And it looks like they are. They're really doing a good job of swinging together, getting the oars out of the water together. It looks like maybe a little bit slow down there, but they're still pressing hard.
You know, Keel, I've always been a big fan of uniform coordination among boats, and these young men from Rollins all wearing these snazzy visors they got on. They look like a real team.
Well, that's a statement in itself. You know, some athletes are anti-visor. I had some guys on my team who were anti-visor, and so we could never quite come to consensus on what our uniforms should be. So, you know, we would not have been this snazzy.
Yeah, I just like it. Even the coxswain there with the visor on, you can tell that these guys probably enjoy rowing with each other.
Yeah, yeah. You know, and that's part of the story of our sport, is that you get out there. It's a shared pain. I like to call it the crucible, if you will. And you know, you're forged together, and you know, you're only as strong as your weakest link. And so everybody has everyone else's back.
Yeah, it's always been a sport, right, of, you know, despite its difficulties and despite the times that there can be some tension within a boat, if you're having difficulty, you know, staying connected with each other, there can be some finger pointing and some blame. But, you know, at the end of the day, getting out there and just kind of rowing together and deciding that, you know, you rise and fall together, you know, can be a really gratifying experience. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and you know, like, I think that part of it, you know, I often talk about the community of the sport and how we create that. And you know, when you're out there, one of the things about rowing is that it teaches trust, right? You have to trust that the guy behind you or the woman behind you has your back and is just as committed as you are to making the boat go fast.
Yeah, and that's a trust that's earned, you know, in practice, you know, in the weight room, you know, in winter training for a lot of these northern crews who have to get in and get on the ergs in the winter, and you know, really, you know, practices become, you know, mentally, you know, stressful as you're really pushing yourself to your limits. You bond with your teammates in those moments of, you know, shared pain, as you said.
Yeah.
So this lightweight 4, and again, I'm sure these guys have to, you know, struggle together to make weight and, you know, keep themselves accountable with their diets and things like that. And you can rely on your teammates to help you with that.
Exactly.
Yeah, so just about 7:50 left to go here for our Rollins crew as they continue to open up that lead over Long Island. And again, we'll have the final this afternoon in this men's lightweight 4 event.
Yeah, and once again, you know, I think that it's particularly hard, like in this lightweight event where you do have that restriction of weight, you know, to form those bonds, because you know, you've got guys and you have situations where one guy may be naturally lighter and another guy may be naturally a little bit right there on the edge, and so you have to work with each other as a team to say, all right, I'm going to try to lose an extra pound so that we can balance out the boat weight. So there's a lot that goes on in these in this lightweight category, and these are tremendous athletes that do balance that sort of the physiological challenges of it, as well as the mental challenges.
Yeah, so you know, we want to get you guys, all your viewers, you know, as many you know, great camera angles as we can. Our drones at the moment fighting a little bit of rain. There's some rain out on the course. We're going to have some scattered showers throughout the day today, pretty much the entire day. You know, the forecast right now says, you know, about a 50% chance until about 3 p.m. So we'll be fighting on and off with this rain. We're gonna, you know, get these drones up in the air as much as we can for you, but we have these cameras on the shoreline to at least get the, you know, most of the race coming your way, and we'll be sure to show you the finish line as well. But you see here Rollins entering into the final stretch of their race, and you see them raising that rate, trying to put up the best possible time.
Yeah, exactly. And as they come through, they've lifted the rate up a little bit. You saw a couple of bobbles there, but for the most part, they're executing really well. They're getting their oars in together. They're pushing those legs down together and really trying to maintain that swing, as we call it, as they come into this these last final strokes of this race.
Yeah, so you see that coxswain sitting up there. Sometimes you'll see them laying down. Sometimes you'll see them sitting up. He's sitting up, and you see the swing of the bow seat just barely missing him there. But they cross, and a strong race there from them. And we'll wait here with this camera for the Long Island crew to cross the line. 71 degrees outside with some showers. Akil, talk to me a little bit about what it's like to row in the rain, the challenges it presents, and if it's harder or if you kind of enjoyed it yourself, or just talk to me about it.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I think that once you're rowing in it and doing it, it is you're fine with it. I think some of the challenges are definitely around the grip of the oar handle, and sort of those types of difficulties. Obviously, if it's the heavier the rain, you can run into challenges with water getting in the boat, making the boat heavier, filling up, and so those are the type of things. So you may start to see slower times as the boats fill with water, depending on how much rain there is.
And there you see our 500-meter camera there in that scissor lift up there in that underneath that tent. That's the camera that's been bringing you all of our angles at the 500-meter. This camera that we're looking through right now is the one on the roof of the Camden County Boathouse. So just a little inside baseball there.
You guys are getting a little behind-the-scenes action there.
All right, so out onto the course now is the men's varsity 4 final number 3. So we'll have the second final and the grand final later this afternoon. But here in lane 1, we have Washington College, lane 2, Pittsburgh, 3, and your leaders through 500 meters are Rutgers. In lane 4 is MSOE, lane 5, Stockton, and in lane 6 is Vermont. And in fact, I think I spoke too soon. I believe that is MSOE in the red as well in lane 4 out in front.
Yeah, and this has got to be, a great position for them to be in right now. We've seen a lot of MSOE crews out here, and for them to finish high in this second final, I think would be pretty exciting for them. Right now, it looks like they're continuing to maintain that lead, but they are getting some pressure from Stockton. And we'll see if Stockton can continue to keep that pressure on. We also have here in lane 2, it looks like Pittsburgh pushing as well. So Pittsburgh and Washington College in lane 1, Pittsburgh in lane 2 are in this race as well. And so here we can see things are shaping up. Maybe Stockton trying to put a little bit more pressure on, but MSOE continuing to maintain that lead.
Yeah, so yesterday in these semifinals, we had 3 semifinals in this event. So these were the crews who finished 5th and 6th in their respective semifinals. Times there for them: MSOE 7:14, Washington College 7:26, Pittsburgh 7:14, Stockton 7:19. And Rutgers had a time of 7:21, Vermont 7:29. So you're seeing that kind of play out. There isn't too much of a separation between all 6 of these crews at the moment. Potentially lane 3 there, Rutgers falling back just a little bit, as is Vermont. But at the moment, Pittsburgh and MSOE looking really strong. And again, they had pretty much identical times yesterday in their respective semifinals. So
yeah, I think Pittsburgh is trying to move up a little bit and move through. We'll see, as we say with the camera angle, figuring out who's ahead here. But it looks like Pittsburgh is in the lead here, and you can see a little bit of the rain shooting through the view every now and then. So these athletes are dealing with the showers coming through and having to maintain that grip on the handle, and those are some of the challenges they face.
Yeah, but otherwise conditions pretty perfect. Not really much wind out there. The rain isn't, you don't see it really making too much of a ripple across the surface of the water, which tells me that it's really a pretty light rain out there. And it's humid today, but it's not too hot.
Yeah.
So there's likely some sweat out there on these rowers as well, but they don't have the sun beating down on them, adding to that exhaustion factor at the moment, as Pittsburgh really strong here in the second half of this race so far.
Yeah, they've really sort of moved through here, and they're inch by inch taking a lead over MSOE. It looks like MSOE may be slowing down just a little bit, and Pittsburgh's trying to capitalize on that. We'll see what happens with Washington College and whether or not they can continue to say, hey, we've got Pittsburgh on our like right in front of us. Let's try to go with them. You know, one strategy from the coxswain could be like, all right, we're trying to take MSOE, but we've got Pittsburgh right here, so let's try to go with them. And so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, and it looks like we back up here. We've, nice shot there with our drone, and hopefully we get to keep that shot as we move to our finish line camera here at the 500-meter mark left to go. We just saw there with the drone Pittsburgh looking in a comfortable first place position, and then Washington College drawing about even with MSOE. Again, these are crews competing for places 13 through 18 here in the men's varsity 4.
And there we have a nice drone shot, and that's giving us an idea of how this is. You can clearly see Pittsburgh has moved out in front, but MSOE is right there. And it looks like there is going to be, a bit of a challenge if they can hold on from Washington and possibly Stockton out there. Yeah,
so you see Washington College and MSOE pretty dead even at the moment. The finish line slightly favors lane 1 here. There's just a slight angle on it, so a slight advantage to Washington College at the moment, but pretty much not much between them, and definitely not enough that MSOE can't overcome it as they enter into the final 250. We'll start to see these boats really, empty the tank here in the third final.
Yeah, and it looks like these guys are starting to wind it up a little bit here and take it, and really try to finish up strong.
Yeah, MSOE, we saw them get out to a really hot start, and it looks like it might have just been too much there as Washington College is kind of moving through them at the end of this final number 3. Pittsburgh, though, with a really strong race and after going down at the start, has really, inserted their dominance onto this race. And they will cross the line without much resistance in first place here.
Yeah, a nice consistent race for these guys. They didn't come out as fast as MSOE, and ooh.
Yeah, it looked like Washington College might have snuck out in front there, followed by what looked to be, and then another close race for 5th and 6th there. So we'll bring you those results in just a moment. In the meantime, just one more race here in our morning slate. As you see there, Pittsburgh, followed by Washington College. We're going to have final number 3 in the men's varsity 8, and you see there just, 3/100ths of a second.
Yeah, that's a tough one. MSOE, they just couldn't hold on there.
Yeah.
But
and you see Stockton finishing in 4th, and then the race between Rutgers and Vermont was also a close one. But man, 3/100ths of a second between Washington College.
I've been there.
So oh man, that's a tough feeling. But finishing in 13th, or I'm sorry, in 14th and 15th.
Another really close one for 5th and 6th.
Yeah, Vermont edging it out over Rutgers there by 0.2 of a second.
I mean, we spoke about the depth in this event and the men's varsity 4 with coxswain here at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta, and it's just a testament to like decisions that have to be made about what boat are we going to field.
Yeah, so last race of our morning slate scheduled to get started here in just a moment. This is the 3rd final in the men's varsity 8. Of course, we'll have the petite and the grand final will be 2 of our final races in the afternoon in this event. But we're just waiting on these boats to get started here.
Yeah, and a lot of this has to do with getting the boats aligned, making sure that there's a fair start. Sometimes if there's equipment breakage or something like that, the judges and the referees will have to decide, and we're off. It looks like we are into this race. In lane 1, we have Villanova. In lane 2, we have Army. In lane 3, we have Delaware. In lane 4, we have Bowdoin. In lane 5, Georgia Georgia Tech, and in lane 6, Franklin and Marshall University. So it looks like we have Georgia Tech out to a quick start, and the race is shaping up here.
Yeah, so the Golden Knights of Army and the Blue Hens of Delaware also looking very strong here. Again, so there were 3 semifinals in the men's varsity 8 yesterday. So these are the crews who finished in 5th and 6th place. But you can still see here, despite being the 3rd final, there's a good amount of speed in these men's 8s. So some times from them: Delaware 6 minutes and 13 seconds, Franklin and Marshall 7:05. We had Bowdoin with 6:18, Villanova 6:54, and finally we had Army at 6:08 and Georgia Tech at 6:31. So, you know, it's definitely a comparison.
Yeah.
You don't want to, base your entire outlook on those semifinal times, but it gives you a good idea, and it is showing up here as Army, Delaware, and Bowdoin look strong.
Yeah, and so it looks like Delaware is making a bit of a move, and they're doing well. But Bowdoin's right in there with them, and so all of these boats still in it as we come through 750 meters. We'll see if any of these boats decide to make a move and try to shift the dynamics of the race.
Yeah, so Delaware here looking strong, as we have. Just about the 1,000-meter mark now. We see the boats coming by our vantage point here in the Camden County Boathouse. Delaware and Bowdoin looking like they're, headed for a really fun final half of the race here.
Yeah, and this is what we call the body of the race. This is they're making moves, trying to play that chess there. All right, you're going to make a move, I'm going to make a move, and the response that each team is going to make. They have their game plan, but inevitably in a race, things happen so that you have to respond to them. And right now we see both Delaware and Bowdoin really pushing hard to sort of stay in contact. Delaware's trying to push out. Bowdoin's trying to say, like, we're right here. Can we make a move? What can they do to press a little bit more?
Yeah, so Delaware still looking really good here as they head into the third 500 of this race. This is, likely where one of these two teams is going to have a chance to win this race before the sprint comes up, and it looks like Delaware is trying to take advantage of that now. Army still there, though, with both of these teams, as those three have separated themselves from the rest of the group.
Yeah, and this is the point where the lactic acid is starting to run high. You've been aerobic throughout the most of this race, but now the pain comes, and you have to be able to push through it. This is where your training and your fitness come into play. Is your body going to be able to respond when the coxswain calls for a move? Your race plan. Are you going to be able to execute it despite what you're feeling in your body?
Yeah, so final 500 meters here now for our leaders as they approach that final buoy marker. And, tough to tell from this angle. It still looks like Bowdoin and Delaware are neck and neck at the moment. Army also still hanging in there.
Yeah, and I think that, as we said, this is the culmination of their season. This is it for these guys, and so maybe this is their last race. Maybe there's seniors in the boat. Yeah. This is it for these guys. They have to say, put it all on the line. We want the best finish we can have, and so that's the most. This is the last race for some of these guys, and I really want to see if they can push themselves to a different level.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to deep dive into some pride, right, that they have for their school. If they're seniors, they've been rowing for a little while now, and as you said, it's their last race. Bit bittersweet, but they want to put on and finish with and be able to hold their heads high and say, I won the last race of my college career. And as you see here, it does look like Delaware has pulled away and Army has gone with them. Bowdoin may be retreating back into a third place at the moment, as Delaware, with about 200 meters left to go, looks to put the finishing touches on this one.
And this is where I'd love to be in the boat. This is where the coxswains are giving them the commands, like, come on, you've got this. of really giving them an opportunity to let it all out, telling them, like, I'm giving you permission to just lay it on the line. And so this is the exciting time in this last 250 meters.
Yeah, you see that Delaware coxswain really getting into it. He's slapping the side of the boat, asking for everything that they've got at the moment, and it is going to be Delaware. Delaware is going to cross first here in the third final of the men's varsity 8 event. The Blue Hens taking 13th place.
Oh, and here we go. Here's the race. Here's the race. Ooh, I think Army might have gotten them.
Yeah, it looked like Army by a couple tenths of a second over Bowdoin.
That is a tough one when you have been in that second spot all along, and then we have Georgia Tech crossing the line in fourth.
Yeah, so we're gonna wait real quick here for Franklin and Marshall and Villanova to cross over. You know, after that, we're gonna go to a quick commercial break here once Villanova and Franklin and Marshall finish up, and you see Nova there crossing. After the break, we're gonna come back, and Brad Nygaard will be interviewing Solidarity representative along with Dad Vail Organizing Committee President Jim Hanna. So stay tuned. Right after the break here, we'll have Brad Nygaard and Jim Hanna after a quick message from our sponsors. And then again, we'll be back around 12 p.m. For our slate of finals.
Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.
All right, this is Brad Nygaard, and I'm joined with Jim Hanna and J.R. Hanna. Jim, you are a major portion of this regatta. You've been organizing it, and you are the president of the Dad Vail Organizing Committee. And I'm so pleased to have you here today, and I wanted to go over a few items with you.
Well, thanks, Brad. It's my privilege and pleasure to serve as president of the Dad Vail Regatta Organizing Committee. And I first have to give a credit to so many people. Our referees, serve, and they're really the unsung heroes of the nerve center of every regatta. It's great to have a great course and to have the kids come out in boats and have a well-buoyed event, but without the referees, no one can go and race and say, hey, this was something exceptional. But I want to thank also, we could not stage a regatta of this size without help from a title sponsor. Jefferson is our title sponsor. What differentiates the Dad Vail from other regattas? We feed the kids twice. And, feeding is more than just nourishment. The kids love reuniting with somebody they met years ago, a few years ago, maybe from Canada, maybe from Oklahoma City, maybe from Tampa, Florida.
Yeah, and you have almost 2,000 athletes here this weekend.
Well, if we do head count, I'm sorry, I'm not very good at counting feet and multiplying by two.
Okay. Yeah.
But I should tell you, it's a thrill to see the crowds and see the energy of the youngsters. It's rejuvenating. Tricia Winton, who's our director of volunteers, says every year she gets so inspired by the fact that these youngsters have so much energy. Everyone has a smile on their face. They just love coming to the Jefferson Dad Vail National Championship Regatta.
That's right. Well, so you have more cross-section of universities and schools at this regatta than any other in the United States that I'm aware of. I mean, you have from all the way from Ontario and to California and then to the tip of Florida. So you're all over the country, and you have, I know at times, over 100 programs here.
Well, there's a number of ways to win a Dad Vail gold medal. And the kids treasure that. We welcome back our 25th anniversary championship cruise. at our recognition reception, customarily held Friday night, and we also recognized 50th anniversary championship
That's special.
cruise.
That is really special.
We did have one grandfather who had invited his entire family. People have heard this story before. He stood up there in front of everyone and said the most significant event in my entire life was winning a Dad Vail gold medal.
Wow, wow.
So
well, I will have to say that I concur.
Yeah, so we try to be far more than a regatta. We're all about giving back. Someone said just recently, and it really resonated, I think your rowing experience you appreciate, and it becomes ever more valuable the older you get.
Absolutely.
You begin
Absolutely.
to realize rowing's a metaphor for life. It teaches so many skills and values. The coaches inculcate in people, first of all, trust. You've got to trust your coach to make the right calls. You got to trust the other 7 rowers if you're in an 8-oared shell.
Yes.
To train, rest up, be properly hydrated, be ready on race day, and you're putting your faith in those kids. So when you are on the starting line and you place your blades and you're waiting for the announcer to say ready and then announce the start, you expect everybody to jump on that foot stretcher and lift your butt up on that seat. That usually we use tape to tape the seat to the, excuse the expression, to the butt of your pants to make sure you don't jump over that, but you want that boat to begin to jump out of the water, and you're depending on teamwork. So Dad Vail teaches, and I should say rowing as a sport, teaches so many values that are treasured traditional values: leadership, discipline, trust. And we know we all have to invent ourselves every day.
Right.
We have to be open to change. We need to be thinking about being confident we're doing the right thing. Just be open to change, be confident about it, and then look for ways to simplify things and help everybody get along.
Yes.
We all, as human beings, do better together. They say, when a chimpanzee gets a banana, he runs over in the corner and eats it all by himself. When we get a banana, we want to share it with someone else.
Sure.
So we've got to get back to traditions, but let's get back to rowing and say the big difference with Dad Vail is we try to be far more than a regatta. The Jefferson Dad Vail, we could not give out poster awards for art in our art contests.
Right.
We try to say how many different ways can kids be successful. For those that may not be gifted yet in athletics, we have art poster awards.
And their work was outstanding. I mean, I was here for the awarding, and you handed out checks to each of the participants, and their artwork was spectacular.
So we were the first regatta to offer competition in single sculls. So as far as sculling, Harry Barker, the coach at Undine, years ago said, would you please introduce sculling to the collegiate level? We're not doing well at the Olympics. We said to Harry, look, we're a 2-day regatta now. If we introduce sculling and we have to go to 3 days, will you supply the referees? He said, absolutely. So the way things progressed, we were able to continue to accommodate all racing. Now single scullers, they populate our regatta very, very well. And they, of course, the winners there take home gold medals.
That's true.
But it's going to give we're going to have a legacy of having helped the United States win some gold medals in the sculling events at the Olympics. So we're also giving back because with respect to being a first, collegiate para rowing
Really
is a
exciting.
first at the Dad Vail. What we do at the Jefferson Dad Vail, we say para rowing competition will count towards our overall point trophy. That's the largest silver bowl we give out, the O'Brien point trophy. And that's for the team that has the most gold medals and wins the most. Well, para rowing now counts towards that point trophy, which means if an able-bodied athlete looks around campus and they see someone who would be a candidate to be a para rower, adaptive rower, they can go approach that youngster and say to them, come and row. We'll teach you to row. And that youngster will have a life-altering experience. They'll be out on the water,
Correct.
out on the water in a physical activity. It'll change their life forever. So as far as different things we do, we've given back over $40,000 over the years for inner city rowing, just to help kids that maybe live within 4 blocks of the river but have never actually been there. So we say, you know, what can we do to give back?
Well, I had an interview yesterday with Don DeJulia about the solidarity, and it was a great conversation, and you can go on YouTube and look up that interview as well. But again, just trying to have inclusion and diversity and so forth, and I think we're really trying to. We aren't there yet, but we are certainly trying to get through this and do it correctly.
Well, it should say Don DeJulia and Bill Juergens, who has been at 51 Dad Vails and could not come this year, has been instrumental in working and leading our Solidarity Committee, which developed the acronym RESPECT, and each letter of the word RESPECT stands for a different value. And R's responsible, E is equity, S is selfless. And as we go through each letter, we should pause, because the first one, responsible, it means a rower is trustworthy. His word is or her bond. So each letter of that word was adopted by the Solidarity Committee. We adopted that as an acronym, took it to the full board. The board adopted it as the Dad Vail Regatta Organizing Committee board. So we should say that we get support, financial support, not only from Jefferson, who's a title sponsor, but also from PICO and also from Coke, and this year from AmeriHealth.
Right, that's new to us this year.
Yes, but that enables us to do these little extras and be able to have live streaming produced by 5 Tribes, which is the best you can see anywhere.
I'm very pleased with what, and I think that the audience that's watching, I mean, you can see from start to finish, we have, today we have 4 cameras up on scissor lifts, and we have 2 drones that are flying all the time. So we are producing something that we're trying to give back to the sponsors and getting them some airtime and some opportunities. Why do you serve on the Dad Vail? You've been here quite a while. Why do you do this? Well,
it's people like Brad Negard right here. I'm going to shake hands and say thank you for arranging all the live streaming. Brad is the one who makes sure we have the highest quality live streaming you could ever view anywhere. Please, if you haven't looked, you need to. This looks like a national television produced event. So please listen in. We've got terrific moderators. They are a great team also. But as far as why I serve, I'm inspired by people like Brad Negard, Bill Juergens, and all the other volunteers who spend 10 months of the year planning. So when they arrive on race day, there's not too much to do. But part of the fun of being here on race day is invariably something will spring up, and everybody is competitive, and everybody wants to be the first one to solve the problem that just arose.
That's right. Everybody wants to change the tire.
Yeah,
Nobody watches. Yeah. Nobody watches.
And that's a little bit different in a lot of organizations. My wife, Rosemary, who I should recognize immediately, because without her help, would not be possible. She says there are 2 fields in life, those that do the work and those that take the credit. She says, I'd rather be on the former because the field's far less crowded. But our field is crowded with workers, as you know, Brad, and that's the pleasure.
I haven't really put a head count down, but there's got to be at least 100 people.
Oh, we have over 300 volunteers.
300 volunteers.
Yeah. Now this year, we're fortunate to be at the Cooper River in beautiful Camden County, to be in Cooper River Park. We've received such wide support. They said, don't worry about bringing all your volunteers. We will bring in a local organizing committee. The local organizing committee is the Moorestown Rowing Club, and they have made sure the race course, the riverbank is immaculately clean. We have great support as far as anything we've asked for. They just say, how high when we say jump, and they keep asking, are you happy? So they have been very, very gracious hosts. And if you say, why do we...
Outstanding from my perspective.
Yeah. And so we say, why do you serve? Well, we like to reunite with people we've served with in the past. And this year, everybody has a big smile on their face because things are just going so well. And it's so comfortable being here on the beautiful...
everything's going really well. Don't talk about that right now. Let's knock on wood. What is the most meaningful element of service that you experience as the president of the Dad Vail Organizing Committee?
I would say it's dependability. We find with our volunteers, if they say they'll drive through a brick wall for you, they're going to drive through a brick wall.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
Sure.
You know, you just hand the task off, or they grab the task and they run with it, and they show up on race day ready to go. It's amazing, and same faces. I mean, I've been here since every year since 1973, so this is my 50th year of being on.
Thank you.
And so what I'm saying is, it's great always to reunite. You know, we live in all different parts of the country, and we reunite for one purpose: put this regatta on and make sure that the student athletes have an experience that is something that they'll always remember, or maybe their brightest moment in life.
It's a very edifying experience to serve without compensation, and that's the spirit we need to reignite, I think, throughout the United States, to let people know it's time to give back. You know, President Kennedy's famous speech at his inauguration: ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. My gosh, I'm lucky to have been brought up with that type of tradition. I think we need to remind people, time to give back in terms of service, and Dad Vail certainly does that. So it's, as far as how the regatta's changed, my gosh, you look how we've grown and how much things have changed. This is an NCAA sport for women, but not for men.
Right.
And it's very interesting. It's over 52% women rowers now.
Right.
So, but it's great that the sport has grown, and at such a really a geometric rate. You see what's new with regard to the equipment, with regard to coaching, with regard to competition.
Live streaming. I mean, you know, back 10 years ago, we were using walkie-talkies and trying to call the race from one end to the other, or using binoculars. And now here we are, being able to reach out to the world and bring these student athletes are on stage and are able to be seen by their parents, their friends, and so forth.
Well, the West Point graduates from last year, those who were commissioned second lieutenants and are now serving in, for example, Germany, they watched their West Point crew row and remembered the names of those underclassmen. And so in terms of continuity, we have live streaming, which is it's absolutely great. So I know we have to wind down soon.
We do. I know you have some appointments to go to. You know, again, this interview plus all the races will be archived in YouTube, and they will be separated. So if you want to watch the men's varsity 8, women's varsity 8, women's 4, you can go and look up those on there. And so I'm excited that you were able to join me today, and thank you for what you do, and let's go for another 50 years. You're going to be here?
Oh, Brad, I'll be here in spirit forever, God willing.
Absolutely. Jim, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Brad.
Have a great day.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye.
How does a veteran continue to serve? By becoming a nurse. Jefferson. Redefine possible. Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.
Hey, good afternoon and welcome in to the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. We're excited to bring you the slate of final action here today. My name is Joe Leonard. Joining me on the broadcast is four-time Team USA member and representative at the 2004 Summer Games in Athens, Akil Abdullah. Akil, how are you this afternoon?
I'm really excited to be here. We had a great set of races this morning in some of the lower finals, and I'm really excited to see what's going to happen in these Cup finals as teams battle to try to win points, trophies, and try to take away some hardware from this amazing regatta.
Yeah, so we're here in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, on the Cooper River, and you see there we have our first race getting set up on the starting line. Conditions are fair this afternoon. We're going to have a spot of rain showers throughout the day. We're going to try and keep the drone up in the air as much as possible as the rain comes down, and you see we are off and underway in our first race of the day.
Yeah, and this women's single is going to be, I think, a pretty much of a barn burner for one. It's going to be interesting to see what Oklahoma City does in lane 3. And she's had a amazing sort of setup so far, like a blazing fast time trial. I think it was 7:50, which was more than definitely like 30 seconds ahead of her competitors.
Yeah, just about 40 seconds. In fact, it was 38 in front of Gordon there, who's going to be in lane 4. So we'll bring you the lineups here. In lane 1, we have Dominican. Lane 2, Carnegie Mellon. 3 is Oklahoma City. In lane 4 is Gordon. In lane 5, LaSalle. And in lane 6 is Clarkson. So interesting start here. That Gordon athlete really trying to jump the start.
Yep.
They know they have a lot of ground to make up on the Oklahoma City rower. So the coach and the rower probably devised this race plan to get out to a quick start and hold on for dear life.
Yeah, and already it looks like the Oklahoma City athlete is starting to reel that Gordon rower back in. And so the question is whether or not that start was enough. I'm pretty sure the Oklahoma City rower is rowing a little bit into the buoys right here. So we'll see if that has any effect on. She's corrected her course right there a little bit, but she's starting to draw even, and you can tell some things by the first 500 meters of the race, but it's still a 2,000-meter race.
Yeah. So as you see there, as the Oklahoma City rower continues to walk through the rower from Gordon, a trend that will likely continue throughout this race. As we said, there was a time trial yesterday. There were 8 boats in this event. The top 6 moving on to the final. We saw the second final earlier this morning between American and Bryn Mawr, but they finished with Oklahoma City at 7:50, Gordon at 8:28, Carnegie Mellon 8:46, LaSalle 8:48. Dominican 8:50, and then Clarkson at 9:53. So expect that Clarkson crew to kind of bring up the rear here in this grand final for the Dave McCormick Trophy, the Women's Open Collegiate Single Grand Final, our first grand final of the afternoon.
Yeah, and this is it. This is for the hardware. This is for the podium. The athletes have raced hard over the past 2 days, and now this is the culmination of all of their hard work, not only for this regatta, but for some athletes for the year. This may be the last race for them.
So an interesting little thing going on here in this Oklahoma City boat. We have a reverse rigger in this single. It's something you don't often see. What's going on there?
In the bigger boat. So yeah, so right now you have, this is the wing, it's a wing rigger, actually formulated by, I think, Bob Nagard, but one of our regatta luminaries. Yeah. But right here you see that wing is in the back. That's so that they can, that's been something that's changed in the single. Over the past 20 years, you see more of those.
Yeah, so again, a really nice isolation shot of the Oklahoma City rower on the top left. In the bottom right-hand right-hand screen, we have a nice drone shot. Again, we're going to try and give you as much drone coverage as we can today. We have a camera up at around the 500 meters on a scissor lift. The camera you're seeing in the top left there is here at the Camden County Boathouse. We have another stationary camera at the finish line to make sure you can see all the action to the finish. And then we'll have drone coverage throughout each race to give you a full picture of what's going on.
Yeah, and you can see here, despite that blazing fast start by the rower from Gordon, a time trial with almost a 40-second difference is going to be hard to overcome. So I think it was a valiant effort, but that the athlete the rower from Oklahoma City is really sort of showing why there was a 40-second difference in that time trial.
And this is an impressive race from this rower. I wouldn't be shocked to see her continue her season and have success doing so. This is a really impressive race so far.
Yeah, I really like the confidence that she's displaying here. In that first 500, she wasn't rattled by the fact that there was someone out ahead of her. You can see here the rower from Gordon is actually striking a bit of a lower rating than the rower from Oklahoma City. She's confident in her stroke. She's really sending the boat. Her finishes look strong, really getting past those puddles. It's really a great display of oarsmanship.
Yeah, and we see here just a nice shot showing you the puddles and the line created by the Oklahoma City rower with a really straight line. Not always the easiest thing to do in a single. It means she's applying pressure really evenly with both her port and her starboard oar. An experienced sculler, to say the least.
Yeah, she was caught up in those buoys a little bit at the beginning, but that can sometimes happen. Like when you're out of the start, you may not have your point set up just how you want it coming out of those blocks. But now we can see sort of how those differences from the time trial are really showing us sort of how the race is going to unfold.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like she's letting up at all, maintaining that pretty high stroke rate here in the single. She's going to go just about 500 meters left to go now for her. She's approaching that 500-meter buoy, and she'll probably put on a sprint. This race is an important race here. This Dave McCormick Trophy. She's going to want to put up a really impressive time here for herself. Even though she doesn't have any competitors around her, she's competing against herself out there at the moment.
Yeah, rolling into that last 500 meters at 36 strokes per minute. It'll be interesting to see if she takes it up, sort of winds it up in that last 250 or even before. I really like the fact that she stayed with her race plan. She seems to be executing well and just rowing away from the rest of the crowd.
Yeah, so her time in the time trial yesterday was 7 minutes and 50 seconds, an impressive time in the single, to say the least. And we'll see if she can best that here in this grand final from a stop start from the stake boat.
Maintaining that 36. Looks like she might have brought it up just a tad here. It's kind of tough. Athletes have different strategies. They know themselves. Can I sprint for 300 meters? Can I sprint for 400 meters? So right here, I think it's her against the clock. As a single sculler, you know your times. You know what your best is. And so right now, the question is she going to try to hit a PR? Are these conditions for her to row a personal best?
Yeah, so as we said, the slight drizzle out there on the course, it's coming and going. It's slightly humid today, right around 73 to 75 degrees will probably be the warmest it gets. So not the worst conditions, potentially a little muggy out there and a little bit of rain, but definitely nice conditions temperature-wise to keep your body regulated.
Yeah, and you can see she's shortened up the slide just a little bit. She's taken the rate up to about a 40, and she is taking it home right here. You can see nice, strong finishes. With each stroke, she's pulling herself closer to that finish line, really saying to herself, like, I've got this race. And it's really impressive to see athletes that can compete alone by themselves and push themselves even when there's no competitors around.
So this is Ruthie Lacey here from Oklahoma City. Ruthie Lacey will win the Dave McCormick Trophy at the Dad Vail Regatta, coming in first in the Women's Open Collegiate Single. A really great race there from Ruthie.
Yeah, fine fashion. She won it, wasn't rattled off the start, stuck to her game plan, and knew that she was strong enough to put in a great race.
Yeah, and so we'll see here how it finishes in second and third. Looked like Carnegie Mellon had come back a little bit out of lane 2 on the Gordon rower as well. That's Estee Goel for Carnegie Mellon. Lucia Hopkins, though, from Gordon will cross in second place and take home the silver. And we'll wait here and see who will take home the bronze in this event. And it will be lane 1. Lane 1 there is Dominican, the rower from Dominican, Miss Long, crossing for the bronze in the Women's Open Collegiate Single Grand Final.
Yeah, and as you don't want to read too much into time trials, but that one surely sort of unraveled as we would have expected, given the large distance that that Oklahoma City was able to put on the rest of the field.
Yeah, and then it looked like LaSalle followed by Carnegie Mellon there. And likely we'll get the Clarkson rower coming in 6. Next up on the race course will be the Lou McCormick Trophy, the Men's Open Collegiate Single, coming up next here at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of difference there in sort of the conditions playing a role there. Laying down at 8:02 versus the 7:50 yesterday. So recognizing how the role conditions play, but still about that almost 40-second distance in terms of spacing from first to second place there.
And it looks as though we are underway here in the Men's Open Collegiate Single event. Again, the Lou McCormick Trophy. We have 10-minute centers today, so we're going off about every 10 minutes. It's 12:10.
Yep.
So our second race in the afternoon slate is on the course. In lane 1, we'll have Oklahoma City. In lane 2 is Temple. Lane 3, Brock. In lane 4, George Mason. Lane 5 is Colgate. And in lane 6 is High Point University.
Yeah, I'm looking to see how this race shapes up between the rower from Brock, GMU, and Temple. They had sort of the closest times yesterday. Looking in those semifinals, the GMU Temple semifinal was a little bit faster than the Brock semifinal, so maybe not pushed as much, but here we can see sort of the race unfolding, and it looks as though still there's a lot of athletes here that could still win this race.
Yeah, these were really competitive semifinals yesterday. If you look at some of the results, George Mason 7:33, Temple 7:36, and then High Point 7:38, all in the same race yesterday. And then in the other semifinal, we had Brock at 7:37 and Colgate 7:41. Oklahoma City slightly behind them, but at the moment looking like they're putting up a really nice fight out of lane 1.
Yeah, and here we go, sort of that roar from George Mason over in lane 4, holding off the rest of the crowd. But this is anyone's game still. I think we have out in lane 6, we have the roar from High Point that still can make a show here. But it may be possible for this rower from George Mason to put his stamp on this race and try to push out over the athletes.
Yeah, so George Mason looking confident here, about 600 meters down in this race, the second 500 underway. We saw this a little bit with the George Mason rower yesterday. He kind of got out to a pretty good lead over the Temple rower, who attempted to reel him back in, but in the end just didn't have quite enough to get there. So we'll see if the George Mason rower sticks to a similar game plan, once again leading from the front.
Yeah, and I think that this is an interesting, I'm interested in seeing what this athlete from High Point can do. Like, can he continue to just be close enough so that he can make a move, sort of try to find a crack in the rower from George Mason?
Yeah, so we have dual views here. We have our around 1,000 meter camera and our drone camera to give you a full shot. So you see there, George Mason looks like he's pretty much out in front, but the drone tells a different story, that these boats are still within striking distance at the moment. And there you see them begin to cross. And, if George Mason continues to run away with the gold, the fight for silver and bronze is still really tight in this Lou McCormick Trophy Men's Open Collegiate Single.
Yeah, and, this is one of the things about about the finals of the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta is that you have these athletes that have competed all year, and now for some this may be their last race. They are here in this final with an opportunity to walk away with hardware. And so you see, can this rower from George Mason hang on to this lead or extend it to an amount where there's just not enough course left to come back in this race?
Yeah, so at the moment it looks like Oklahoma City, Temple, and Brock, along with High Point there, out in lane 6, vying for a second place. And it does look as though the trailing group here has started to pull back on George Mason a little bit. He might be letting the race come to him in this third 500 now. As you see, there are some raindrops out there on the course. Nothing too bad, but you see there some drizzle coming down as we approach 750 meters left to go.
Yeah, and as a single sculler, this is an important part of the race, right? You're out, you have a lead, you know. Do you try to conserve just a little bit? Do you let, you know, the field come to you just a little bit, hold a little bit in the tank so that you can really just hammer it down in that last 500? Or do you just extend it, keep extending, and depend on your fitness and your training, knowing and being confident that you're going to win this race?
You have a really beautiful shot here of the Cooper River course. You see the Camden County Boathouse sitting pretty there, right around the 1,000 meter mark, and then off in the distance, the city of Philadelphia shining over our broadcast today here at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
Yeah, and I think the rower from Brock is trying to reel him in just a little bit, reel in the rower from George Mason, but it looks like the rower from George Mason is still holding on. But that second place position is starting to form up now, and it looks like the rower from Brock is saying, if I'm not going to get gold, then I'm going to get silver.
And you know what? I mean, George Mason has a really nice chance to be able to respond, but Brock is still making a move onto him. He is definitely separated from Temple and Oklahoma City. Really impressive race from Oklahoma City, who had a tough event yesterday in their semifinal, finishing third, a bit off the pace of some of the other boats in this event, but a really strong race so far, looking to get onto that podium here as Brock and George Mason begin to pull away from Temple and Oklahoma City.
Yeah, and it looks like that Oklahoma City rower is like, I'm not going to wait. I'm not going to take a chance that, you know, I'm not going to be on the podium. And the question is, can the rower from Temple respond? Rowing a little bit over closer to the buoys than I would like to be. You know, there's a chance that you can smack a buoy when you're rowing that close. And so he's got to adjust his point in a way that's going to allow him to stay straight.
Yeah, and there goes the rower from Brock, really raising the rate there. He's going to give it everything he can here in the final 300 meters. We're going to get a change of our shot here to our finish line camera in just a moment, and it will show us exactly how this breaks down. George Mason with that lead still, the Brock rower going to do everything he can to take that gold. A really tight race here in the Lou McCormick Trophy.
And yeah, and the question is, has he left it for too late? You know, has that rower from Brock let that rower from George Mason get out too far? It looks like the rower from George Mason is responding, but the rower from Brock is still moving, still applying that pressure.
Yeah, he looks really, really strong at the moment. Does he have anything left in the tank? And did the rower from George Mason wait long enough to let him empty it before he himself decided to take his move? It's a close race. It does look like George Mason is still out in front here and will have enough left to hold off this surge from Brock.
But that surge is still coming. He's still moving. He's not giving up. This is it, those final strokes. Can he do it? He's moving up. With each stroke, he's taking a little bit more. And and there you hate to see it. Just ran out of course there. But that was an amazing finish there. And it looks like out in lane 1 will take the third, Oklahoma City. You can see the rower from Temple leaning back. What a race. And then in lane 6 and lane 5, we have High Point and Colgate wrapping up that event.
All right, next up on the race course will be the women's pair without Cox, the Morrow Bowl. We're going to take a quick message from our sponsors, and we'll be right back after this.
How does a veteran continue to serve? By becoming a nurse. Jefferson, redefine possible.
And we are back at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. There you go. You see the results from the men's Open Collegiate 1X final. George Mason, Brock, Oklahoma City, Temple, High Point, and Colgate. My name is Akil Abdullah, and I am here with Joe Leonard.
Yeah, thanks, Akil. And talk to me a little bit about that finish there between Brock and George Mason. It looked like George Mason had about a 3 to 4, sometimes 5-second lead throughout that race, and then Brock kind of closed there at the end to make it under a 1-second victory.
I mean, that was an amazing race. I think that what we saw there was the athlete from George Mason got out, and he held that lead for as long as possible. And the rower from Brock had something in the tank, but he left it maybe a little bit too late because he was continuing to surge every stroke, and there was nothing that the rower from George Mason could do about it.
Yeah, so already today through two races, we've seen some really incredible racing here at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. And again, next up on the race course will be the Morrow Bowl, the women's pair without Cox. So we'll be looking forward to that. Tell me a little bit about what we might expect from this women's pair event.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see Georgetown do some great things in this race. But you know what? This is the final. I like to say that, like, when you're on the starting line of the final racing for a medal, everything's game. And so it'll be interesting to see if any of the other teams can come up with a strategy to help them to sort of overcome the time differences from some of the performances we saw in the semifinals.
Yeah, so this event here, this women's pair, this was only 6 boats, so it's straight to a final from the time trial yesterday. Georgetown did have the fastest time in the time trial, but about 11 seconds between them and Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech finishing at 8:01, Georgetown 7:50. And then behind them, William and Mary 8:07, Gordon 8:22. Expect those 4 boats to really be competitive in this one. And then a couple minutes after them was Tampa, and then a minute after them, Pittsburgh. So those are the 6 crews in this race. We'll get you the lineups once we have a camera on the starting line. It is 12:20, and it looks like we are underway here in that Morrow Bowl event.
Now, are you saying marble or Morrow Bowl?
Morrow Bowl, marble.
I try to get my Mid-Atlantic accent back. I've been living up in New England for a while, so.
Yeah, I've been in Philadelphia a little bit too long, I guess. The Morrow Bowl coming down the race course now. And in lane 1, we'll have Tampa. Lane 2, William and Mary. Lane 3 is Georgetown. In lane 4, Georgia Tech. 5 is Gordon. And in lane 6 is Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and so out here from this shot, it's a question of looking like Gordon, and maybe we'll see what happens. A peek behind this tree. Georgetown seems to be ahead, sort of what we expect. You can't make a direct correlation from the time trials, but once you start to get to the 10, 20 seconds, it's pretty good chance that the crew that's out that far may dominate the race.
Yeah, so only about 500 meters into this race, and already Georgetown with an open water lead over Georgia Tech there in lane 4. Georgia Tech, of course, the second fastest time in qualifying yesterday. So 500 meters down in this pair event. Akil, talk to me a little bit about what it's like to row in a pair and the challenges that you face.
Yeah, I think the pair is one of the most one of the boats that requires the most technical acumen, if you will, because you have 1 oar per athlete. As you noted yesterday, if you're in the bow seat, you have a little bit more leverage in terms of directing the boat. So how do you apply your power so that the boat can go straight? You have the stroke seat normally has a toe to make some adjustments, but you really want to be able to have each athlete applying pressure the same. And so what do you do when your 2 best athletes may have a different height, a different length, mobility, and those are all things that you try to adjust with the rigging, but you can't overcome all of that. So you have to really row together.
What are you seeing out of these 2 Georgetown rowers that's making them so successful at the moment?
Right now, they're getting long. They're out. They're like, you can see when they're compressed, like shins are just a little bit beyond 90 degrees. Right now, they're getting their oars in together, that timing. And once they're there, you can see that connection. In that bow seat, you really see that backslash, that that backsplash is that oar goes into the water, that means there's no slippage, right? That's the time between when your oar is in that water and then you have a connection and you can really force that boat and pry it forward.
Yeah, both of these rowers have really clean catches. It's the sign of a really experienced crew here. They've probably logged a good amount of miles together in this shell, and it's showing here for the Morrow Bowl Trophy in the women's pair without cocks. As we reach just about 750 in, we're approaching the 1,000 meter mark, as you see there on the southern shore, the 1,000 meter. As we have some kids hanging out, swinging from a tree there. What a beautiful sight.
And here you see, like, this Georgetown boat is keeping it, you know, this is a relaxed race for them. They're down at between like a 33, 34, and just really just prying the boat along. There's really, not much that the Georgia Tech boat can do at this point unless they just have a Herculean effort. And so, once again, not a direct correlation from time trials to race, but in this case, it looks like it bears out that Georgetown was 10 to 11 seconds ahead of the field in the time trial, and now they seem to be putting a good margin on all of their competitors.
Yeah, so rowing really close to the buoy line now, though, so they got to get back over into the middle of that lane. It could affect, whether or not they row their best time. At the moment, looks like Silver, the Ramblin' Wreck from Georgia Tech in lane 4 there, looking pretty good for that Silver. Meanwhile, William and Mary in lane 2, currently in position to take home the bronze.
Yeah, and William and Mary, they're rowing a little bit higher and a little bit shorter, and the thing about it is rowing, there's all different types of body. People have all different types of mobility, but you know what? They're doing it together, and it looks like their race plan is sort of bearing out as well.
Yeah, so just as they pass those canoe docks there, right around 750, 600 left to go for these rowers, and you see off in the distance that 500-meter sign on the southern shore there. As we finish up here in our women's pair without cocks final, our third final of the afternoon. Currently, we're on event number 80. Today, we're going to event 108. So we got about 28 more races for you today, about 10-minute centers throughout the day. So looking forward to bringing you all that action.
Yeah, so sit back, relax, get some popcorn if you want to, a nice beverage of your choice, make it refreshing, and we're going to be here to bring you some exciting commentary around the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
Yeah, and we want to thank our title sponsor. That's Thomas Jefferson University, located in the greater Philadelphia region and southern New Jersey. Thomas Jefferson University is reimagining healthcare and education to create unparalleled value.
Yeah, and here we have a look from that finish line cam as the boats come into that final 500 meters of the race. We can see not much has changed. Georgetown continues to lead, so yeah, this is the race. It started out with Georgetown in the lead, and it looks like it's going to end with Georgetown in the lead.
Yeah, not too much drama in this one. It's going to go about the way we expected, but it still doesn't take really anything away from the achievements of these crews. They rode in a time trial yesterday. They're back out here for their second race of the weekend. And you see Georgetown, despite their speed, continuing to struggle to stay in their lane, and has now even drifted over into lane 2 here. So we'll see if they can't get back over into lane 3. But, at the moment, they're just trying to finish, I think.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we talked about, the technical difficulties of rowing the pair. It looks like they're bringing the rating up here. They were rowing at about a 33 throughout the body of the race, and now they're bringing that rating up, trying to finish strong here, but they're still having a trouble getting out of that buoy line. They were clear, and now it seems like they're going back into that lane, and this is going to be interesting. It's possible maybe they've lost the skeg, maybe they've lost their steering, but this is where you talk about who's stronger. What's happening over there? Are they going to they, what's going on?
Yeah, Georgia Tech, it looks like they've definitely made some inroads here. I don't know if it's going to be enough to overtake this Georgetown crew, as the angle here will favor that Georgia Tech boat. But still, what a comeback there by Georgia Tech to make this a really interesting race after being down so much of that race.
Yeah, and here's the interesting part. What they continue to move over into yet another lane, and the question is, what happened to their steering during that race?
Oh, and it looks like maybe Georgia Tech crabbed there at the end and just slowed up. And disappointed probably that they just couldn't get it done there, and some mistakes showing at the end. But they'll settle for the silver, and they'll probably be happy with that because it was a fantastic race as William and Mary takes the bronze.
Yeah, strong race for William and Mary there. They were consistent all the way through. I thought they might have been able to put some pressure on Georgia Tech, but Georgia Tech did a great job of pushing out. Yeah,
and we'll hang out at the finish line here as we wait for the rest of the crews to finish up. Looks like we had Gordon there finishing in 4th. Next up will be Tampa and Pittsburgh, most likely. Again, they were a little bit off the pace in the time trial, so a little bit longer for them to finish up. Meanwhile, it looks like we're sitting ready to go in our next event of the day, the Women's Freshman Novice 4 with Cox Grand Final.
Yeah, and hopefully the weather will continue to hold up for us, and we'll be able to get some of those awesome drone shots.
Yeah, so we had the third final earlier, the second final rather, earlier this morning in this event, the Women's Freshman Novice 4. So here's the grand final, and they'll be competing based on their semifinal results.
Yeah, and so we have the men's pair. It looks like setting up for this race, and this is the Bob Nygaard Cup. Interesting enough, I think one of our Dad Vail officials, his son, Brad, won this race as well. I won't give away the date because I don't want to give away his age.
Yeah, my apologies. This is, in fact, the men's pair without Cox, the Bob Nygaard Trophy. In lane 1, Fairfield. Lane 2, Rollins. Lane 3, Iona. In lane 4, Fordham. Lane 5, Jacksonville. And in lane 6, Lafayette. So a little bit of steering issues there off the start. We'll see if these guys can correct that as the race goes on.
Well, a little bit of NASCAR action there. If you ain't rubbing, you ain't racing. So, let's see if these guys can figure this out. We don't want anybody to flip, but, it does make for a little bit of excitement.
So in lane 3 there is Iona. They won their heat with a time of 7:33, their semifinal, over Jacksonville in lane 5 there by a good margin, about 32 seconds there. The second semifinal was slightly more competitive with Fordham, who's in lane 4 finishing at 7:47. Rollins in lane 2, 7:56. And then Lafayette 7:58 behind them. So Lafayette out there in lane 6. Look for them to be competitive for a medal. Meanwhile, we look for whether or not we can't see Iona start to move away from Fordham and Rollins here.
Yeah, and in these small boats, the race is long, right? So you're not going as fast, and you have to you have more time to recover from a mistake. One thing that's really tough in the pair is this steering, and we can see that Fordham is having a bit of an issue bouncing from one side of the lane to the other side of the lane. And in these small boats, you want to minimize that.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because Fordham does look like a pretty fast crew out here. They're still maintaining contact with our leaders despite those steering issues being pretty prevalent for them throughout that first 500.
Yeah, it looks like Iona and Rollins are really sort of, the question is, can they take advantage of that? Can they put a little bit of distance, between them and Fordham? It looks like Fordham is still staying strong, as you said, still making headway, still making progress. But the question, once again, is will those steering issues impact the outcome?
Yeah, so as they approach 750 meters into the race, we're going to go Iona followed by Rollins. Fordham is in 3rd, Lafayette in 4th, Fairfield in 5th, and Jacksonville in 6th at the moment, approaching the halfway point here in the Bob Nygaard Cup, the men's pair without Cox.
Yeah, and like one of the issues I'm seeing here in that Fordham boat is if you look at the bow, he's skying just a little bit, not able to get sort of the, okay, now he's back in it. He was get a little bit of skying, that oar's coming up instead of going directly in. If you look at the stroke seat of this Iona boat, that oar just goes right in. There's a little bit of a tulip on each side. The splash comes up, and that's, you know, the sign that they're getting on the oar and applying pressure.
Yeah, so Fordham looking, you saw the bow seat kind of looking over there at the Rollins crew. They raced yesterday in their semifinal, and Fordham beat them by a pretty good margin, so they have to be asking themselves a few questions right now about whether or not they think they have it in them to go back and overtake Rollins. There's still a lot of time left in this race as they approach 1,000 meters down.
Yeah, Iona is looking good. They're rowing a little bit higher than everyone else in this race. It looks like Rollins is doing a great job of just maintaining their rhythm, maintaining their pace, trying not to let Iona slip away. And then out in lane 1, Fairfield, you can see here in this shot, you know, not out of it, but they're going to have to make a move soon if they want to sort of get into the challenge.
Yeah, so Iona looking really strong here, moving into their third 500, and here we have a nice shot to see how it's breaking down. And Fordham looks like they've fallen back now into potentially even 5th place. They're definitely behind Lafayette in lane 6, and check out Fairfield in lane 1 looking strong right now.
Yeah, I got to imagine that they're having some type of steering issues because they've been going back and forth, and when we saw them race yesterday, they definitely didn't seem to have as many problems with the steering. And this goes to show there's so many things that can happen within the race. All you can control is how you stay in the boat and how you execute your race plan. But inevitably, you may have outside factors affect your race.
Yeah, meanwhile, look at the course that Iona's cutting down the race course right now. They did just slightly adjust there, but for the most part, it's very minor adjustments they're making,
right.
And you can see it in the wake that they're leaving behind, a really straight course. When you look at some of the other boats, there's a little bit more of a sinuous nature to their wakes. Iona looking really strong.
Yeah, one of the tricks I used to use when I was training in the pair was to row without a tow when we weren't racing, and we could row down straight courses, and that really gives you, that means that everyone in the boat is focused on making sure that boat is going straight, and those are some of the the tricks that you use to try to get yourself going straight. And in a race you want that tow because you might have to make quick decisions, but you don't want to have to depend on it.
Yeah, especially because the tow and coxswains as well have to be careful in boats when they make adjustments. It can adjust the affect the set of the boat, maybe make you miss some water if they do it a little bit too haphazardly.
And what's going on out there in lane 6?
Yeah, Lafayette looking really good here, trying to lead the charge here to overtake Rollins in lane 2.
Yeah, and so this is it, coming up into the final meters of this race. The question is, Iona has really dominated this race, but can any of the crews put themselves in a place where they can take the silver medal?
Yeah, Iona looking to go unchallenged here in the final 500. They don't look too worried. They're rowing at a really nice swing, as we've talked about, and not too much worry for them. They can row a mistake-free race and cruise into the gold.
Yeah, and here we are in that last 250 for Iona. We have Lafayette out rowing up high. They brought that rating up here, and they're really trying to apply some pressure. It looks like Fordham may have gotten their swing back and are trying to really, insert themselves into that question of who's going to be on the podium.
Yeah, so Rollins was in second for most of this race, something that we had seen. It looks like Fordham has gotten their act together a little bit here and might be able to make a late push, but Lafayette looking strong out of lane 6.
Yeah, they're really moving together. They really have that boat moving. You can see there's a little bit of check, a little splash on that one. Maybe they hit a buoy. This is the time when that rating is high that you have to be really technically, you have to execute very well.
Yeah, so as we come here in the Bob, Nygaard Cup to the end. Iona takes gold in the men's pair event. And we'll stay on this camera right here. We shouldn't have to wait too long to see how it plays out.
Oh, Fordham.
Man, Fordham crabs at the end, but crosses for the silver. Lafayette the bronze, and a disappointing fourth there.
You could see that. You could see that man, oh man, as he slaps the boat there from Rollins.
Yeah, Rollins finishes in fourth, and they were a bit upset about missing the podium. Fairfield fifth, and then Jacksonville with a strong finish in sixth.
Man, I gotta imagine that the Fordham boat is pretty upset about that race. I mean, granted, maybe not. They got the silver, but they were looking so good, and it seems like they were having steering problems. But I was really impressed how they got it back together there.
Yeah, it takes a lot of composure, right, to be able to know that. In that first 500, you set yourself at an early disadvantage, but you were able to dig deep and get back in front of Lafayette and Rollins there.
Man, exciting times at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
Yeah, and we'll be right back after this quick message from our sponsors to bring you the next.
How does a veteran continue to serve? By becoming a nurse. Jefferson. Redefine possible.
And we are back at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. My name is Akil Abdullah, and I am here with Joe Leonard. Joe, how are you feeling about that last race?
Man, that was fun. Obviously, Iona with a really great, finish there, and throughout the whole race, Iona looked great. But some exciting stuff as Fordham came back from what looked to be the fourth, potentially fifth position there at one point to take the silver. The Fordham Rams with a really nice race in the men's pair to take silver, and of course the bronze going to what was that, Lafayette there in lane 6.
And we are off in the grand final for the women's freshman novice with Coxon. In lane 1, we have Lafayette. In lane 2, Long Island. In lane 3, Rhode Island. In lane 4, Catholic. In lane 5, MIT. And in lane 6, Tampa University. It looks like the ladies from Long Island it looks like the ladies from Rhode Island have got my islands mixed up, have gotten out to an early start and are pressing hard to establish themselves in this first 500 meters of the race.
Yeah, so yesterday we talked a lot about this Rhode Island crew in their semifinal and their time trial. They were really impressive in both of those events.
Yeah, they were rowing really well as a team. We had some excellent shots of them really syncing up, from the drone footage, and they just moved the boat really well together. It'll be interesting to see now that they're in the final, now that the pressure is on, they've got some competitors. Can they continue to have the composure to race as well as they have so far?
Yeah, so we had some fun semifinals in this event. Yesterday, Rhode Island obviously winning their semifinal by a good margin, but the second semifinal was really tight between Catholic and Long Island, only 3 seconds between them, and you see at the moment it's breaking out. Rhode Island out in front in lane 3, Long Island in second at the moment, and then about a length back of them is Catholic.
Yeah. And I'll tell you something I'm saying we'll see. We spoke in some of our earlier races today about strength versus technique. Sometimes you just have the raw strength to overcome the deficiencies in your technique. One of the things I'm seeing in this Rhode Island boat is we're taking the stroke with our backs instead of really taking it with those legs and pushing. You can see the ladies from Rhode Island really getting up to that catch and pushing with their legs. legs, and that's the strongest, the strongest muscle group, and that's where you want to take that catch.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that the two island teams here have very similar colors. One slightly lighter shade of baby blue in the Long Island crew.
Yeah. Well, I just have to use Long Island instead of Rhode Island, and I can get my roads and my longs. Or we can go right, left, R and L. So
there you
I don't
go.
know. Maybe that'll work. But right now, back from my dad jokes, and coming back from my dad jokes, we've got this Rhode Island crew really looking good on the course here as we get this awesome drone shot.
Yeah, but how about this Long Island boat really keeping it close here, not letting Rhode Island get out to too much of a lead. Again, Long Island finished second in their semifinal to Catholic yesterday, so off to a really good start at about 750 meters. You see it there on the southern shore.
Yeah, despite the fact that, visually I see a little bit of taking the catch with their backs, this Long Island crew looks really strong in the 3 and the 4 seed. So it'll be interesting to see once again if the power that they can generate, can really help them stay in this race.
Yeah, so as they approach 1,000 meters to go, it is Rhode Island, followed by Long Island, and then Catholic University in lane 4 in third. And they're trying to keep pace at the moment. They're not out of it just yet, but they need to get to work if they want to get back up into the leaders area.
Yeah, so Catholic in that third spot right now, and the question is going to be right now, Long Island and Rhode Island are going pretty much stroke for stroke. What's going to happen a little bit later down the course when they get into that last 500?
Yeah, so halfway through the race here, Rhode Island maintaining that slim margin lead over Long Island. Catholic now a bit of a distant third. And again, also on your screen there is Lafayette out of lane 1.
Yeah, for me, this is the time to make a move if you're Long Island. This is the time to really try to turn the heat up a little bit and see if you can have Rhode Island have some doubt about what they're doing. And so, we'll see if they decide to make that move, if they decide to put that pressure on to really see if Rhode Island has any doubts.
Yeah, and it looked like potentially there on one of those strokes, Rhode Island just getting a little caught up on the port side at their finish. So we'll see if Long Island can't take advantage of that. It does look like it's tightened up just a little bit there.
Yeah, and you can see back here, nothing has changed in that back group. Catholic still looking to be solidly in that bronze medal position right now. And it's, to me, at this point in the race, the other crews, if there's any opportunity for them to make it to that podium, this is the time they have to do it.
Yeah, so you see here as they make their way towards the final 500 again here, the women's freshman novice for the final at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
So yeah, we're coming into that last 500 meters. This is it right here. This is where your fitness and your training are called into question. And it'll be interesting to see. They've been battling it out the whole time. These two islands, Long Island, Rhode Island, they've been battling it out. The question is, can Long Island push through?
Yeah, not much to separate them, but the Long Island Sound. In truth, a little geography lesson for you folks out there.
Well played, sir.
Yeah.
Well played.
500 meters left to go here, and again, it's difficult to tell. Looks like Rhode Island could potentially still be having a slight advantage here. We're looking at the same screen as you are, so we're basing our opinions off of that. So if you're a Long Island fan and you think they're in front, more power to you.
Yeah. Catholic still seems to be in third, and then the rest of the field well behind. But this is it. If Long Island's going to make a move, this is the time. It looks like Rhode Island might have slipped out a little bit more, applying some pressure. As I said, in that third 500, sort of where you have to keep them close, because once you come into this sprint, both of these crews have trained hard all year. Both of their coaches have said to them and put them in a position position so that they can be physically ready right now. So right now it comes down to the mental aspects. Can they stay within their body? Can they keep the composure? And right now it looks like Rhode Island is keeping their composure and really hanging on to that lead.
Yeah, so 250 meters now left in the race for our leaders. It does look like Rhode Island has maintained a lead. Long Island not going away yet, though. They're still right there. And do they have enough? We talked earlier about how they looked like they had some speed as a crew, and you can see it now. They do look pretty fast as they come into the final 150.
Yeah, it looks like they're moving just a little bit, but once again, you have to ask these questions earlier. Sometimes you have to be in a place where you know that there's enough in the tank to attack in that last 250 meters if you're going to race from behind.
Yeah, and you see here it is going to be Rhode Island in the final stretches of this race. Rhode Island with a really nice chance here to finish with the gold, and it does look like Rhode Island will go on to win the women's freshman novice 4 here at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. The gold to Rhode Island, silver to Long Island.
Long Island continuing to press all the way through that race.
Yeah, and we'll see here Catholic with about 10 to 15 seconds with a bit of a disappointing row for them, I'm sure. As they finish with the bronze, they'll still end up on that podium. I'm sure they would have liked to have remained right there with Long Island and Rhode Island, but an impressive bronze nonetheless.
Yeah, you always like to be in the race for the gold, but the bottom line is that we have now crossing Lafayette and Tampa out in lane 6. The bottom line is that, you know, we had some really good racing. All of those crews should be proud of the, was that MIT, and now Tampa crosses the line. All of the crews put in great work, great effort to be here in this final.
Alrighty then, and you see there the results on your screen as we move forward to the men's freshman novice 4 event. And yeah, we just wanted to give a quick message. Please see our poster lady just outside the Dad Vail VIP tent near the finish line grandstands. Posters and programs for sale. See our poster lady.
The poster lady. I want to get a poster from this regatta. I love it. My kids love the posters from the regatta.
Yeah, there's nothing quite like a little bit of memorabilia, especially for some of you seniors out there who might be finishing your college rowing career. You know, first ever Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta on the Cooper River. You know, a nice moment to remember for yourself.
Yeah. So coming up, and off to the start, rather, we have the men's freshman novice 4 with Coxon, the Lindy Cup. In lane 1, we have Bowden. In lane 2, Marietta. In lane 3, Western Ontario. In lane 4, Colgate. Lane 5, Lafayette, and in lane 6, Rollins. So we're off. It looks like we're off to a blazing start. It looks like lane 3, Western Ontario, is maybe starting to slide out a little bit, but these are early stages of the race. You know, they're still within, it looks like, that breakage zone. You can see that referee boat that's right there, sort of waiting to see what goes on. And so now, as these crews start to solidify into what I would call a formation for the race, let's see how things start to shake out.
Yeah, so one of the deeper races here at the Dad Vail Regatta is this men's freshman 4 event. We had 3 semifinals yesterday evening, and then some finals this morning in this event as well. Going back and looking at some of the times, you see that Western Ontario crew out to a really nice start. They finished 6:55. They won their semi. Rollins was at 7, 5 seconds behind them. In the second semifinal, you had Colgate right around the same time as Rollins put up, and Bowden really close to them. And then in the third semifinal, you had Marietta at 7:01 and Lafayette at 7:06. So Western Ontario with a clear best time in the time trials, and then again in the semis. But all the other crews really, really close close together.
Yeah, and it's showing here Western Ontario sort of separating themselves, and I really like the job that the Rawlins crew did to get out. When you're out there in lane 6, sometimes it's kind of hard to feel like you're part of the race, but they're definitely doing the work to stay in. You can see the stroke seat just took a peek over to his right there to see what was going on, and they're right there in it with this Western Ontario crew.
Yeah, and it looks like definitely Rollins with a nice start. We'll see what's going on in lanes 1 and 2 when we can get a view of them. But at the moment, certainly appears like Rollins out of lane 6 is in second place and kind of hanging tough at the moment with Western Ontario. Again, they faced each other yesterday, and Rollins only finished 4.5 seconds behind Western Ontario in their semifinal. So another thing that we're seeing today is that some of these crews who may have finished second in their semi kind of know the race plan of the fastest boat and have been able to respond to that a little bit better.
Yeah, and there Western Ontario really showing its mettle, saying, okay, guys, nice job, but now it's time for us to make a statement and really establish how this race is going to look.
Yeah, this is really impressive right now. You see open water for this Western Ontario crew. Rollins was the closest we saw. Now you see Bowden in lane 1, probably up there pretty close to where Rollins is at, but Western Ontario with just a really impressive row at the halfway point, 1,000 meters left to go for them. Again, we've seen a few finals so far today, and they've all been we've had a couple people run away with it, but based on the semifinals, you would not have expected Western Ontario to dominate just so much in this event.
Yeah, what I really like about what the Western Ontario crew is doing is they had a nice solid start. Rollins tried to get out fast and set the pace, but they stuck with their plan and they sort of just reeled them back in, and now they're just extending that lead, staying within themselves, rowing their race, and really showing that 5-second difference that they put up in their semifinal yesterday, that maybe they can do even a little bit more.
Yeah, so you see a starboard stroked 4 there for the Western Ontario crew, as does the Rollins crew. The rest of the boats in this event with a port stroked 4. It looks like the race for second is a tight one between pretty much all of the other boats in this event. Meanwhile, Western Ontario continues to walk away with this.
Yeah, and I think that this is going to be tough because Rollins, went out pretty fast, and so did they go out a little bit too fast? And will these other crews be able to reel them back in as they come in on those final strokes of the race? Now they're setting themselves up right now, going through the 500, and so this is going to be, I think, where that race for second place really starts to shape up.
Yeah, so Rollins and that's Bowden in lane 1 are still really, really tight together at the moment. We spotted that at about the 1,000 meter mark that they were close, and it's remained that way here in this third 500. Looks like we've got Fordham. I'm sorry, no. So that's Colgate and Lafayette there, making a really strong push to try and make a play for the podium here. Looks like Bowden maybe just inching out further into second as Rollins went out really hot on that start, potentially slowing down as they reached this final 500. Did they use too much off that start to remain in podium position? Look at Colgate there.
Yeah. And now here's where the press starts. We're coming up on that last 250 meters. We have Western Ontario just looking out at the race, but then we have the rest of the crews really battling to see who's going to be on that podium. Can Bowden out in lane 1 get themselves there? Will Colgate's press be enough to put them on the podium? Can Rollins stay in it? Having had that quick start, maybe having emptied the tank a little bit too soon.
Yeah, so Western Ontario now entering into the final stretch of the race. They're going to win this one going away. A really impressive race in the men's freshman novice for the Lindy Cup. Western Ontario, a program who, let's keep our eye on them in this Cup standings throughout the day. We've seen a lot of Western Ontario crews make it to grand finals, so a team to keep your eye on as the day goes on for these Cup events.
And yet, no question about who is going to win this race right now. The question is who will be second and who will be third.
Yeah, so here comes Western Ontario. Western Ontario wins the Lindy Cup at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. They'll take the gold, and the race for second is going to be a tight one. We'll stay right here, and it will be Rollins. Rollins pulled away, and third to Bowden.
And
Colgate
fourth to Colgate.
just finishes. Oh, man, disappointing and really tight there for 5th and 6th.
Yeah, Marietta finishing up along with Lafayette. You could see the rower from Colgate just sort of collapsed there, and Lafayette.
No medal for them. It's got to be difficult as they finished, probably about 2 seconds behind that Bowden crew.
Yeah.
Western Ontario, though, with a really impressive time of 6 minutes and 50 seconds. We're going to take a quick break here before bringing to you the women's freshman novice 8.
How does a veteran continue to serve? By becoming a nurse. Jefferson. Redefine possible.
And we are back at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta as we await the start of the women's freshman novice 8. The Sarah Vaughn Trophy.
Yeah, so this was another time trial that went straight to a final from yesterday. Only 4 boats in this event for the women. We'll have in lane 2 Georgia Tech, in lane 3 Bowden, 4 Army, and in lane 5 Pittsburgh. Expect Bowden to look really strong in this race. They had about a 20-second win in the time trials yesterday. They'll be in lane 3 there.
Yeah, and if you're wondering who we are, because I forgot to mention it, my name is Akil Abdullah, and I am here with Joe Littert.
Yeah, it's been a great day so far here on the Cooper River in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Conditions are pretty good for a day of rowing. Not too hot out there. It's a little humid, which isn't the worst thing in the world when it's only 75 degrees. The rowers will probably have a pretty easy time of staying warm and loose as they're making their way up the race course. And then once the race starts, it's a little bit rainy out there. It's overcast. The sun's not beating down on them, so it's warm out there to be sure. There'll be some sweat on these rowers, but for the most part, conditions are pretty fair.
Yeah, and to be clear, I'd rather be out on the race course than in that traffic that I saw.
Yeah, Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Everyone's heading to the mall on this fine Saturday.
There you go. Something to do. We can see the stake boat crews sort of moving across there. I'm not sure if there's you can see this is how they push boats out to get them aligned. You have these volunteers who working on their leg muscles push those floating docks out by pushing against them. So right now they're trying to get the crews aligned when the stake boat holders can't get enough alignment, and we're off.
Yeah, so that's one of the things you'll see here is that it's 1 p.m. That's the scheduled time for the race. The referee said, good enough.
Yeah.
Time for you guys to go.
Yeah.
And we are off here again. We have Georgia Tech, Bowden, Army, and Pittsburgh. Look for Bowden to put their mark on this race after winning the time trial yesterday.
Yeah, Army off to a good start here, hanging right in there, and we have some geese making their way through the course.
It's kind of nice to see, the wildlife here. Just not too worried about the rowing that's going on.
The Jefferson Dad Vail Wildlife Regatta.
Yeah, just Canadian geese and I've seen some hawks out there this morning. So, keep an eye out for that. I don't think they like to get too involved, though.
Yeah. So here we go. We're into the race now. We'll see if this crews start to settle in this women's freshman novice 8 for the Sarah Vaughn Trophy. So we have the crews sort of settling into their base rhythms, and we'll see what happens now. That Army crew is hanging in there. We'll see if they are basically trying to set a rhythm where they get enough ahead of Bowden that they can hang on, or if they are in fact back showing some speed that they just didn't show yesterday.
Yeah, and I would not be one to test the resolve of the cadets from West Point here. They go through training and practice for rowing, so you have to imagine they're pretty steeled in their mental strength here to try and go out and put up a race to challenge Bowden at the moment.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty good race. It looks like Army so far is holding in there, and as you say, not only they're training as cadets, but they're training on the water. We'll see if that comes into play here as their fitness is tested by this Bowden crew.
Yeah, so again, just past the 500-meter mark, you see there here in this beautiful Cooper River Park. We'll see some spectators there on the south side. On the north side of the regatta, we have the team setting up their tents where their parents and family members can come and watch them. Army really good. You're seeing a little bit of a sky there out of that bow seat, but not. They're staying connected for the most part. It's not costing them too much. And in fact, at the moment, could potentially have Army out in front, if not dead even, with Bowden at this point.
And so here, it'll be interesting to see if any of the plans of the crews out there, whether or not they're going to make a move. You can see two-seat in the Bowden boat just dipping over a little bit. Her head was down for a minute. I don't know if there's any cause for concern there, but we do have now this great drone shot, and we can see the crews are rowing, steadily. It looks like Bowden is pressing back a little bit more. We'll see if they can continue that press.
Yeah, this is a really nice race going on here. Look at the bow. The bow seat of Bowden is about even with the 3-seat of Army, so it's about a 2-seat lead at the moment for Army. It's a really tenuous position, and it does look like Bowden, you keep your eye on that bow seat. Now she's even with the 2-seat, trying to take over and get back even with the bow seat of Army at the 1,000-meter mark. Halfway to go here again for the Sarah Vaughn Trophy.
Yeah, and this is, this is the middle of the race here. It's an opportunity to reset for Bowden if they feel as though they didn't get a great start. They know that they're fast. They know that their times should put them out in the lead.
And Bowden is walking through Army at the moment. Look at that bow seat now. She's even with the bow ball of the Army boat. Really impressive move there from Bowden as they continue to push through the Army crew.
And this is where the coxswain has a really important role to play. This is where the coxswain of that Bowden boat can say, all right, put your head down, ladies. This is it. This is the time. We focus. Let's focus in. Let's take a move. Let's keep on pushing out. And we'll see if Army can respond.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. Let's see if Army, they've been leading pretty much the entire way. As their coxswain, you have to say, all right, let's calm down. We all just saw them pass us, but now it's our time to respond. Let them take their wind in a little bit after that move, and we'll respond in kind with our own. It's not out of reach yet. It's only about a 5-seat lead at the moment for Bowden, completely still within reach for Army. They got to stay connected, though. The Bowden boat is rowing really well at the moment. Army just missing a little bit of water.
Yeah.
And you need to stay connected as Bowden continues to push through Army. A really impressive third 500 out of these ladies in the Bowden boat.
And this is where you ask, what difference does maybe a half a foot of water mean? Like not having that connection. If we look over at that Army boat, what would happen if that bow seat were able to get that oar in a little bit quicker? Oh my goodness! See a little bit of tilt over to the side there. If those type of things, those are the small things that happen, and you have to be on top of your game when you have a boat that's shown that they can be maybe 10 seconds quicker, 5 seconds quicker in a time trial.
Yeah, so Army's putting up a really valiant effort. They definitely, their coach is going to have to be proud of the plan that they executed.
100%.
Because I'm sure, or he or she told them to go out there and try and win the race in the first 1,000 meters. They did that.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, this Bowden boat is just a really strong technical crew, and it's showing. For freshman rowers, they look really, really solid.
Yeah, they're definitely putting in a solid race. They have to be happy. You know, they were put under pressure by that Army boat. They were put in a tough position, one where they could have chosen to doubt themselves, but it seems like they didn't. And as they come into this last 250 meters, they're picking it up just a little bit, just putting a little bit more on it, stretching out that lead, maybe a couple more seats.
Yeah, Bowden is going to win the Sarah Vaughn Trophy going away, which is just a really impressive feat. What a second 1,000 that we've seen from these ladies. They stayed right there with Army in that first 1,000. They didn't get out of themselves. They didn't get egged into expending too much energy early in the race, and it's paying off as they will cross and take the gold in the Sarah Vaughn Trophy at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
Nice work there, ladies. Well done.
Yeah.
I know you can't hear me, but I'm saying it anyway.
And Army will take the silver.
And that was a very impressive race from Army as well. I was really surprised to see them get out the way they did, but they did a great job of taking that moonshot there.
Yeah, and I expect to see Georgia Tech be the next boat to cross, and I'm wrong, as Pittsburgh crosses in third there. And we'll see Georgia Tech, a disappointing fourth for Georgia Tech. I wonder if they had any difficulties out there on the race course.
Now, if anyone is wondering where the poster lady might be to get one of those posters, I've got intel that she might be down by the Dad Vail VIP tent. So if you're looking to get one of those sweet 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta posters, hop on down to the Dad Vail VIP tent and find the poster lady. It's like a Where's Waldo,
Yeah. I do enjoy that we're just calling her the poster lady.
She's not the poster lady. Sorry, she's our poster lady.
Yes. All right, and we're sitting just waiting now for the men's freshman novice 8 event. So we just saw a really exciting race in the women's freshman 8 event. We'll expect something similar here from the men.
Yeah, I'm excited about this. We've got some really strong freshman crews here. Drexel, Temple, Army. I'm really excited to see what they do, and I'm not counting out Delaware or Stockton either, because they're. Like I said, they're in the final.
Yeah, so this was a straight to a final from the time trial yesterday, as well as our drone makes its way up the race course to meet the start line. The beautiful city skyline of Philadelphia off in the distance. This is a good idea of exactly what our conditions here are looking like today. Completely overcast, no sun shining through. You see there underneath the full overcast, we do have some rain clouds scattered across the sky coming in. Nothing too heavy, but here and there we'll see some showers throughout the day. Yesterday in the time trial, Drexel, your lane 3 boat there, finished with the fastest time of 5:51. Temple, 2 seconds behind them at 5:53, and then a bit of a drop off to Army, Delaware, and Stockton after that. But so look for these Philadelphia rivals, the Drexel Dragons and the Temple Owls, to get off to a pretty quick start here.
And special intel just in, if you're wondering the name of our poster lady, it's Karen.
Oh, thank you, Karen.
Okay, back to the racing. We are off, and it looks like it's going to be a hot one here. Off to the start, we have, it looks like those Owls are getting out a little bit fast, and we'll see Drexel had them by about 2 seconds in that time trial. So we'll see if I don't expect them to give up too much more.
Man, look at the power out of the Drexel and the Temple boats here. Really quick on the stroke rate. And again, from right to left on your screen, Stockton, Army, Drexel, Temple, Delaware in the boys or the men's freshman novice 8 final here, and you see Temple with just about a bow deck lead at the moment over Drexel. Again, Temple and Drexel, not the first time these two crews are likely to see each other this year, and potentially not even the last if they could both continue their season further.
Yeah, here we're battling for the Toby Wallace Trophy, and so we'll see if these crews can get, who's going to get another notch towards that points trophy as well, the ultimate trophy of winning the most points here here at the regatta.
Yeah, so Drexel, Temple, Army all in contention at the moment. Army really kind of hanging in there with our leaders. Army with the third fastest time in the time trial. We just saw their women's freshman novice 8 put up a really good time in their event. Can the men prove the women right and continue this success of this Army program? Meanwhile, Temple and Drexel just continue to slug it out.
Yeah, I really like what I'm seeing in both boats. Here we have an awesome overhead shot that it looks like Drexel is starting to creep up a little bit on that Temple boat. And that Drexel boat's getting long, nice and long out there. But Temple is holding on here. They're looking really good, really strong, powerful finishes. We can see who's clearing their puddles here. It looks like Drexel's getting a little bit more run on that boat, but Temple is just keeping that power through the stroke. They're getting their oars in really nicely at those catches are looking. You can see that backsplash coming out all along that port side.
Yeah, you're going to see here Temple's going to catch up to Drexel on the stroke. So Temple's significantly at a higher rate at the moment, as they just you saw there, they were even at a point, and then Temple went in front and then eventually caught back up to Drexel on the catch. So Temple's rowing at a significantly higher rate than Drexel. Drexel's staying right there, so we'll see if that plays a factor as Drexel begins to raise their rate as well. Army just trying to hang on here in third place, looking good for a medal, but we'll see if they can't try and force their way back into the contention for the gold.
Yeah, and here's where, each team seems to be sticking with their game plan, Drexel rowing a little bit lower. Do they have more if they bring it up? What's going to happen? Will that change the dynamics of the race? Is Temple running hot right now? Can they continue this pace? It looks like Drexel may be squeezing up a little bit inch by inch, and if they're doing that at a lower rating, then, that may be a sign that they've got a little bit more in the tank.
Yeah, really nice race here. Not much has changed in the lead. These two boats are pretty much neck and have been for the majority of this race as we approach the 500-meter mark in the men's freshman novice 8 for the Toby Wallace Trophy. And it does look like now Drexel has just pushed in front. Drexel taking a slight move before the final 500. Temple trying to respond, does in kind.
Yeah, and that's what I like to see. I love to see, you're going to try to move on me. No, you're not going to take this. And so once again, Temple responding to that move from Drexel, really pushing, saying, the coxswain's asking a lot from his athletes right now. Dig deep, guys. You've got this. We've been in the lead. Let's hold on to the lead.
Yeah, and again, this is the freshman novice 8 between two Philadelphia crews. These guys will likely be racing against each other for the next 4 years of their career. So there's some bragging rights on the line as they will continue to see each other every day on the Schuylkill River. And man, oh man, neither of these crews is given an inch at the moment. Check out this shot. The boys in the Temple boat looking over, the boys in the Drexel boat staying in their boat.
Yeah, and you have it right here. It looks like this is the question here. Temple's really been able to respond to all of the moves from Drexel, and now let's see if Drexel's going to put on a move. Drexel coxswain's asking for a little bit more. She's saying, come on, boys, give it to me. And as you said, for the next 4 years, these guys may be racing each other. And right here, if this is how it starts, I can't imagine how it's going to end.
Yeah, some fantastic stuff going on right now. As Drexel did, we kind of mentioned it earlier, they were rowing at a lower rate in these final stretches of the race, final 500, they raised it a couple of ticks, and it's showing now. They have a few seats on Temple. Can they raise the rate back up again and overtake it? But it looks like Drexel is going to continue to move into the final 250. It's all Drexel at the moment.
It looks like Drexel is able to stay just a little bit longer, meaning that they're going to get just a little bit more water. Yes, Temple has raised the rate in response, but they've shortened up a little bit. They haven't been able to maintain that length, and that's so important as you are at these high rates, as you're coming through the finish line. Is there anything left? Can Temple do anything to overcome that margin that Drexel has put out there?
Yeah, and it looks like Drexel, just after dominating the final 500, it was all even for 1,500 meters in this race, and Drexel just relied on their training to dominate the final 500, and Drexel will take the Toby Wallace Trophy and the gold, followed by Temple for the silver, and a celebration there for the boys from Drexel.
Yeah, I mean, those young men from Temple should be proud of themselves. That was an amazing race by both of those crews. They put in some serious effort, and then coming in third is the Army, and they got to be pretty proud of that result as well.
Yeah, so next up to finish will be the crews from Stockton and Delaware. We'll see how they end up finishing up. Shouldn't be too long of a wait here. Again, programs are available outside the Dad Vail VIP tent for our poster lady, Karen. See Karen for programs. Is
Karen doing, and here comes Stockton. Is Karen doing both posters and programs?
It certainly seems that way.
Man.
As Delaware finishes up, and we'll wait here to see Stockton. Next up on the race course will be the women's varsity double grand final after these words from our sponsors.
Who are Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.
All right, and welcome back to the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. My name is Joe Leonard. Sitting beside me is Akil Abdullah. Akil, we've seen some pretty great races so far today as we move on to our varsity slate.
Yeah, we're about to head up to the women's collegiate grand final for the double. Here you'll see the results of the men's freshman novice 8 grand final. Drexel with a time of 6:01.24, followed by Temple 6:05.41, followed by Army with a time of 6:19.38, and Delaware and Stockton rounding up that race.
Yeah, so a really impressive final 500 for Drexel to beat. Again, we watched them go into that final 500 pretty even. So in the final 500 split there, Drexel beat Temple by about 3 seconds. So really impressive finish for them. Up next onto the race course is going to be these doubles for the women. The favorite in this race, of course, is going to be the Boston University boat. They won the time trial and then won their semifinal. They finished in their semifinal at 7:58. Behind them, Gordon at 8:02, and then Long Island at 8:20. In the second semifinal, we had MIT at 7:57, so right there at the same time as Boston, and then Georgetown and Georgia Tech were a bit off the pace. So look for Gordon, MIT, and Boston to be your top 3 competitors for this one.
Yeah, and I wonder with crews sort of knowing that Boston is the favorite, if we're going to see something where crews try to get out and try to cause them to have to press through again.
Yeah, so again, MIT finished with a pretty similar time. You know, Boston, I do remember kind of shut it down in that final 500 yesterday of their semifinal. So they might have had a little bit more in the tank, but MIT and Boston to Charles Rivers crews facing off here in lanes 3 and 4.
Yeah, and I see these crews as they roll by me, and their coach Malcolm Doldrin wakes me down. But
Isn't that the bad? We've all experienced the coaches that just wake us out.
All right, and we are off, and it looks like that Boston crew is getting out there. They're not going to wait for anyone to try to get ahead of them. So yeah, looking good. We've got Georgetown and MIT right beside them, and so far, this is looks like all crews are still in this race.
Yeah. So for lane assignments here on the right in the baby blue, in lane 1 is Long Island, then Georgetown, Boston University, MIT with the really good start there in lane 4. They're out in front. Gordon kind of trying to go with them, and then Georgia Tech in lane 6 are your 6 here in the women's collegiate double grand final.
Yeah, and MIT is actually getting out, pressing a little bit there. Gordon is right there with them, as well as Boston. this starting sequence is important, but you know what? There's 2,000 meters, so let's see what happens and see how the rest of the race shapes up.
Yeah, so the Terriers of Boston University clearly in third at the moment, but they look really calm. They don't look like they're too worried at the moment just yet about what MIT is doing. I assume that will start to change as the race gets in, but you see already they're starting to move through Georgetown there, and we'll see how this race plays out as we have about 1,500 meters left to go now.
Yeah, and that's the question, as you sort of stated, is how far do they let MIT get ahead, and then what happens as they look around, and they may not be in a position that they have been in all regatta, right?
Yeah.
So they've been the ones that have gotten out to the lead. They've been the ones that sort of dominated the races. So, but now it looks like they've sort of found their swing, and it looks like they're moving again here. You can see them sort of put a little bit more pressure in, and this may be the time. They just may have had a slow start.
Yeah, just a half tick higher on the rate than MIT at the moment. You see their blades just going in slightly faster, and now MIT responds a little bit as they probably feel Boston coming up, because it does look now as though Boston has really fully entered back into this race.
Yeah. And now they continue to press, rowing a little bit higher than that MIT boat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe MIT took a quick 5 there to try and stave off this run, but it doesn't look like it's going to be successful, as Boston University has walked through them and is now looks to be out in front at the very least. In fact, as I look at them coming down the race course here, it does look like Boston has a pretty sizable lead over MIT, and essentially reversed the results of that first 500 here in the second 500. And
they're continuing to extend it. They're not slowing down. So maybe shame on me for thinking that they were sleeping a little bit off that start.
Man, they look really good.
They look really good right now. You can see them rowing really well together, getting their oars in, pressing those legs down together, getting those arms out from that finish, and really just pressing and sending that boat along.
Yeah, so again, this is the women's collegiate double grand final. We're just bringing to you grand finals for pretty much the rest of the afternoon. Should be a fun event as we keep moving through the day.
Yeah, and you can see that Georgetown boat rowing a little bit lower than both the Boston and the MIT boats. Those crews strike a higher rating, and so it's not all about the rating, but you can see definitely that might be some of the reason why those two Boston crews are ahead.
Yeah, so Boston University looking really strong. Again, they were down at the 500-meter mark, and as they approach just about 750 left to go here, they have opened water on MIT, and now MIT is going to have to see if they can hold off a surge from third place Georgetown.
Yeah, and this is where their mettle will be tested. It looks like Long Island has also sort of stepped up the pace. I don't know if they'll be able to reel back in any of those top 3 boats, but it is nice to see them put that extra pressure on that leading pack.
Yeah, a little bit surprising to see Gordon in that position all the way back there. They finished at 8:02 yesterday in their semifinal, and it looks like they're going to finish 20 seconds off our leaders at this point. So a little bit of a confusing race for them, but there's still some time to try and get back in to a top finish for them.
Yeah, they were close, in the time trial with Georgetown. So, they did get off to a good start. Not sure what happened during the body of the race. Hopefully they were able to execute their plan. And, as with all racing, you can only control what you do. So, not much has changed here since Boston has really taken that lead. I think the question for me is what's happening with Georgetown and MIT.
Yeah, and we'll try and see if that Gordon boat out in lane 5 has anything to say to Georgetown as they get closer. It doesn't look like they're in right up against Georgetown. Georgetown still seems to be in third place. 500 meters left to go now in the women's collegiate double final.
Yeah, and this is the time right here, coming through this 500-meter mark in the race. There's not much, space. There's not much course left to make any huge changes. So we're going to have to either have a big sprint, and you never want to count on sort of that miracle sprint. You never want to be in that position because you just never know if it's going to work out or if you have it in the tank. So right here, these athletes have been racing all year. They know themselves, and so we'll see if there's anything that can be done by any of these crews to change sort of the complexion of this race.
Yeah, it's always fun. I've been a part of both types of crews, right? The crews that have those flying finishes for some reason, just can dig that extra deeper, and crews that, were much better at rowing that middle part of the race and letting the chips fall where they may. They're kind of fun. I definitely prefer the latter. It's just a more powerful feeling to know that you can dominate the body of a race.
Yeah. I mean, when you get to sort of a certain fitness level, when you get to a certain level of competition, sort of there is a more even landscape of fitness across the athletes. So, right now we're seeing some excellent skill and technique. And I'm sure that's combined with some amazing fitness and training from this Boston University crew. And they've looked good. They've looked great all weekend, so not, unexpected.
No, that was a great race by them, especially after going down and being in a position they might not have been super comfortable with in that first 500 to respond as MIT takes the silver, to respond in a really positive way. And set themselves up and their team up to continue to compete for this points trophy.
And here we go. It looks like the ladies from Georgetown were able to hold off or move through Gordon.
Yeah. Gordon there with
third.
Mad dash. That we were wondering where Gordon was in that event. They came back, and you see there now Long Island finishing, and finally Georgia Tech will be the next to cross.
And if you have not got your poster, please mosey on down to the Dad Vail VIP tent and buy either a poster or a program from Karen. Programs and posters are outside of the Dad Vail VIP tent.
All right. Meanwhile, next up onto the race course and sitting ready are the men's collegiate JV4. I'm sorry, the women's collegiate. No, it should be the men's double, right? But it does look like fours.
Yeah, I think that
we'll have to see exactly. It might be doubles.
It's the double.
It's the doubles.
Yeah.
This is the men's collegiate double grand final. In lane 1, we'll have Oklahoma City. Lane 2, William and Mary. Lane 3, Gordon. Lane 4 is Alabama Huntsville. Lane 5, Brock. And in lane 6 is Iona.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting one. We've had some pretty close racing. Gordon and Alabama have definitely did well in the time trials. So we'll see how this all sorts out.
Yeah, so yesterday in the semis, we had Gordon finishing at a time of 7 minutes and 14 seconds. No one really close to them in their heat. Brock was the next closest, Oklahoma City after them. The time for Alabama Huntsville, 7:21. So only 5 to 6 seconds between them in their respective semifinals. So those are the two favorites. Don't count out William and Mary, who had a really nice push at the end of that race as well. And they are off here in the men's collegiate double grand final. Again, from right to left, Oklahoma City, William and Mary, Gordon, Alabama Huntsville, Brock, and Iona.
Yeah, and once again we saw the women's double. The question here is going to be, can these boats row well together? Can the bow match with the stroke? Can they execute all of the strokes together? Get those blades in? Are they missing water? All of these are the small details that will help determine in this tight field who's going to win this race. Right now you can see Alabama Huntsville looking nice and relaxed, really moving the boat well, but the power from that Gordon boat just has them inching out just a little bit.
Yeah, check out William and Mary there in lane 2, trying to follow our leaders as they try and break away from the pack here after the first 500.
Yeah, William and Mary doing a great job to stay right in there. They're looking, I really like the way that they are keeping that rate up and really pushing through.
Yeah, so approaching 500 meters down in the race, it is Gordon, Alabama Huntsville, and William and Mary in the podium positions. Not too much separation, though, from 1 to 6 at the moment. So we'll see as this race goes on if Gordon can't kind of stretch this field out and continue to kind of try and push the lead pace and see if Cruz can keep up.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see a move from that Alabama Huntsville crew, though. I don't think they're going to take too lightly to Gordon trying to extend the lead too much.
Yeah, so a nice shot here from our boathouse camera. You see Gordon maintaining their lead. Looks like William and Mary and Alabama Huntsville still pretty close together for that second place right now. But Gordon rowing at a really nice clip here, attempting to continue to push open this lead. William and Mary not really letting them get too far away, though.
Yeah, they're staying in it. And it's really, I think, interesting to see what's going to happen with that Brock crew as well. They're not out of it.
Yeah, Brock with a nice push there in the middle of the second 500 to kind of insert themselves back into this medal conversation that we've been having. And look at William and Mary, man. Really, they're not letting the Gordon crew get away with anything right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're in freight train mode. It looks like Alabama Huntsville has dropped off of the pace a little bit. You saw that little look over from Gordon. You know, all weekend they've been racing from ahead. How will they respond to the pressure of, maybe we're behind. Now we've got to play a little bit more. You can see that little look over from the bow seat of the Gordon boat to try to assess the situation.
Yeah, potentially unexpected to see that William and Mary crew out of lane 2 pushing forward and potentially moving out in front of them. Gordon did look like they raised the rate there as they approached the 1,000 meter mark. They got to settle down, though, and allow themselves to continue to row their race. William and Mary's going to make their push. Gordon is still right there with them, so settle down and then dominate this second 1,000 like they believe that they can. Don't allow this push from William and Mary to get you too excited and take you out of your race.
Yeah, and that's the key, right? You got to stay in your race plan. You do have to respond, but in effect, we've seen Gordon race well throughout the whole regatta. Can they continue to do that as they are under pressure right now?
Yeah, William and Mary really strong. They came in second in their semifinal to Alabama Huntsville yesterday. They weren't too far behind, so maybe they were saving it up to gear up and maybe take these boats by surprise here in this final. They knew in the time trial and the semifinal they had what it took to get there, and then maybe saved the moves that they have had in their back pocket for the final.
What I really like about that William Mary boat is they're tapping it along. You can really see it's just the boat looks light, whereas with that Gordon boat it looks a little bit heavier. They're putting the oars in. They're strong. They're big, strong guys, so they're pushing it along. They can keep it moving. But that William and Mary boat looked light. They were getting the oars in and then just prying the boat along, just tapping it across the water. And if they can continue that, I think that type of momentum, and staying efficient, if they have the fitness, that they may be able to pull this out.
Yeah, so setting us up for a really exciting finish here in the men's collegiate double final. William and Mary in lane 2, Gordon in lane 3, your leaders, and then that race for bronze between Alabama Huntsville and Brock looks lively as well. So 4 boats right now, and then see Oklahoma City in lane 1, not too far out of it, a little bit further back there in lane 6 is Iona. 500 meters now left to go for our leaders. It does look as though potentially Gordon pushed back in front there.
Yeah.
Tough to say exactly what's going on, but William and Mary going to try and make a final push here.
I don't. This is the question there. That the Gordon boat looked like it looked a little heavier. Now the boat is looking a little bit lighter. It looks like they're now tapping it along. They're pushing those legs down, getting it through. Can William and Mary stay with the race they've been having so far, where they've been constantly inching little by little and sort of creep up?
Yeah, it looked like William and Mary might have taken a bit of a move there prior to their sprint, and it does look like both of these boats are going to get up on their horse now, and as they hit that 250, it looks like they both hit it at the same time.
Yeah.
So it looks really, really close. Check out Brock.
Wow.
Check out Brock in lane 5.
Totally missed that. Brock is making a move. They are saying, no way, Jose.
Wow.
Check out kids
Brock.
are being in that right now, but like they are moving.
Again, this camera angle favors the outside lane, so it's going to be tough to tell, but Brock has 100% reinserted themselves into this race and may have, in fact, taken over the lead. Gordon's so preoccupied with William and Mary to their right, they might not have noticed that Brock came out of nowhere.
That Brock crew is moving right now. They just said, all right, we're done sleeping. Here you go.
Wow.
And this move right here, look at how that boat is so light right now, how they're pushing their legs down together. They're rowing so well, getting that backsplash in. This is going to, oh my gosh, here we come with George.
Wow. Wow.
What a race.
Wow. Brock comes from out of nowhere to win the men's double.
Oh my goodness. And did you see that final surge by William and Mary?
Yeah, William and Mary for the silver.
Wow.
And Gordon has to be hanging their heads thinking, man, we should have had that gold as they settle for the bronze.
Man, what a race. You know, at the end of the day, that was some very great racing from all competitors in that final.
Man, with that Brock boat just coming out of nowhere, we didn't even notice them until it came into our view and we got a good idea of how they were stacking up. They bided their time in that first 1500 and dominated that final 5. Coming up next, we're going to have our JV4s in both the women's and men's event. But real quick, we're going to have a quick word from our sponsor as Iona finishes up.
How does a veteran continue to serve? By becoming a nurse. Jefferson. Redefine possible.
And hello, everyone. My name is Akil Abdullah, and I am here with Joe Leonard. Welcome back to the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. We are here on the Cooper River in Camden County, Cherry Hill Township, I guess, awaiting the start of the Women's Collegiate JV4 Grand Final.
Yeah, so coming up in this women's JV4 event in lane 1, Vermont, lane 2, Lafayette, in lane 3 is DUville, lane 4, MIT, lane 5 is Bowdoin, and in lane 6 is Lafayette in this, again, the women's JV4.
Yeah, so this is going to be interesting to see. We've had a mix of events from the time trials through the semis. You know, out in the time trials, we had Bowdoin, MIT with the fastest times. But in the semis, we've had DeUville and Lafayette and, you know, MIT all, you know, laying down some good times. So this could be another exciting one.
Yeah, so in that first semifinal yesterday, it was the top 3 crews moving on. It was DeUville with a time of 8 minutes and 23 seconds, and just 1 second behind them was Bowdoin with 8:24. In the second semifinal, we had MIT coming in at 8:02 and Lafayette at 8:08. So some similar times from those 4. Expect you know, the 3 medals to come from that group.
And as we await the start, we've started.
We don't have to wait.
We don't have to wait anymore.
And you see here, clean start from all 6 crews. Looks like a nice push there out of lane 4 from MIT. MIT going to make it difficult as DeUville looks to continue, you know, having a nice run. They won their semifinal yesterday, as did MIT.
Yeah, and here is a race that has a lot of depth in it. You can see representation from, across the rowing world. We've got Vermont way up north. We've got Lafayette and Deauville.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Where is Deauville?
I believe they're in New York somewhere.
Okay. All right.
But I'm not sure.
So maybe I'll adjust that to the greater northeast.
Yeah, so Deauville is in Buffalo.
Okay. All right. So here we go. Right now we have MIT out in front, but not by very much. We have the crews beside them. Lafayette, as well as what's that? Oh, sorry,
Bowdoin.
Bowdoin, really putting some pressure on them as well. And then in lane 2, Lafayette continues to put on a nice press there.
Yeah, so we'll see if Deauville can respond. They're down early here in this race. They had the fastest time in the semifinals yesterday, but Lafayette and MIT looking to make it difficult for them early on here in 500 meters. Lafayette looking really strong.
Yeah, and the question is, and sometimes in those semifinals, that they actually have to go out too hard to get that top spot. These are some of the things that can come into play. Yes, these athletes train all year, and their fitness levels are top notch by this point in the year. But sometimes just to make it into this final, you really have to exert yourself.
Yeah, and it does look like Lafayette and MIT continue to push out in front. Deauville is going with them, as is Bowdoin. And again, those were the 4 schools I mentioned to keep an eye on. An interesting wrinkle in this race is that Lafayette in lane 2 is joined by their teammates. In lane 6 is another Lafayette boat, so kind of shows you the strength of the Lafayette program. So it shouldn't necessarily be surprising that as we come past our camera here, it does look like Lafayette are our leaders at the moment.
Yeah, MIT is really walking, moving just a little bit, but, actually, here we go. Lafayette in lane 2 is responding.
Yeah, so let's call it Lafayette, MIT, Bowdoin, and then Deauville. Deauville is in 4th place at the moment, but still a really close race. And look at Lafayette; they're trying to take this thing away.
Yeah. Often crews. We've talked about strategy before. Often crews will make moves at the 500, the 1,000, and the 500, and then the sprint somewhere between 300 and 250. It looks like Lafayette has decided to make a move and see who's going to come with them.
Yeah, Lafayette with a really impressive second 500 here. I really enjoy that strategy, saying, you know what, we're going to dominate the second 500. They got out to a really fast start too, so it's helpful now. It's like, okay, their coxswain says, we're out in front. Why don't we continue to press our luck here and try and make this lead really difficult. I know these ladies have what it takes to finish strong, so I'll push them here, and we'll try and hang on to any pushes from MIT, Deauville, and Bowdoin in the future.
Yeah, right now they're looking really good. Staying nice and long, getting good compression, getting those oars in the water, not missing a lot. So they're doing the type of rowing that's going to set them up to really just rely on their fitness. Their technique is looking pretty good.
Yeah, so they continue to press their lead. It looks like now they have open water on the rest of the crews as they enter into that third 500. A really, really decisive move from Lafayette, who is just way out in front now. Really nice stuff from them.
Yeah, they just really put down the hammer at that second 500 and said, okay, it's go time.
So this is another thing that we've been talking about. Again, this Lafayette crew, their coach may have been playing a little bit of some gamesmanship there, knowing that they didn't necessarily have to row their fastest race in the time trial or in the in the semifinal in order to get in. So he said, hey, take it, at your speed, so that tomorrow we're really fresh and we know the race plans of the other crews. And wow, Lafayette with a really dominating race after some really competitive semifinals yesterday.
Yeah, and a tough road for Deauville there. They, I think they came in maybe expecting a little bit more, but so far, I think that they, maybe they're executing their race plan, but these other crews have just shown a little bit more than they've been showing for the previous day.
Yeah, so as we come in now to the final 500 meters in the women's JV4 event here, it is going to be Lafayette taking us through the 500-meter mark first. Do any of these other teams have what it takes to reel them back in, or has Lafayette done enough to cement themselves as the gold medal winner here in this JV4 event?
Yeah, I think Lafayette has shown, the way they were rowing, I think they have enough in the tank to sort of just hold on and win this race. All of these ladies are giving their best effort, and it's amazing to see the level of competition here at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. But it just happens, Some races you have a good race, and some races you don't. You just try to minimize those number of races that aren't to the level that you'd like.
Yeah, so Lafayette's still looking like they're out in front here after that big lead they took. It looks like MIT and Bowdoin have started to attempt to reel them in.
Yeah.
So can Lafayette hang on in this final 250 meters? And there goes Lafayette. They probably took it down a little bit there in that, the 500 between the docks and here, and now they're going to try and press their luck once again as they keep pushing. Here comes MIT in second place, Bowdoin in third. Can either of them make a final push here in the final 150? It's all Lafayette at the moment.
Yeah, Lafayette's looking really nice. They've taken the rhythm up. MIT is trying to press, and Bowdoin is trying to see if they can inch their way up on that podium. And so, all of these crews right now laying it on the line.
Yeah, and here comes the final 10 strokes now for the crew from Lafayette. I'm excited to see how these ladies react when they cross the finish line, because it does look as though they have the gold in their hands, and it will be in the JV4 as MIT makes a final push. It's not going to be enough here at the end. Lafayette did enough in that middle 1,000 to take this event, and they will win. And it is Lafayette for the gold in the women's collegiate JV4.
You can see the coxswain just look over her head a little bit to see where those other crews were. And there you go. I love that Bowdoin rode all the way through there, finishing up to the last stroke.
Yeah, so Lafayette takes the gold, MIT the silver, and Bowdoin takes the bronze. And there you see Deauville finishes in fourth.
Yeah, and great, making it to the final in a race with this type of depth, kudos to all of these athletes.
Yeah, so Lafayette finishing with that 7:59. They had an 8:08 in their semifinal yesterday, so they definitely, MIT finishes right around the same time they put up yesterday. So Lafayette, hiding a little bit of speed there in the middle of that race, definitely added some moves to their race plan today in the final. You'll have to see that. You'll have to see a coach, maybe hiding something in the semifinal, and then telling, his or her team to go out there and execute some things that they have, potentially added in practice over the last few weeks for this Cup season.
Yeah, and that was really amazing to see Lafayette really push out in that middle 500. So coming up, we have the men's collegiate JV4 racing for the Ken Shaw Trophy. In lane 1, we have Fordham. In lane 2, we have Fairfield. In lane 3, we have Temple. In lane 4, Loyola, Maryland. In lane 5, Drexel. And in lane 6, Jacksonville.
Yeah, so yesterday in the semifinals in this men's collegiate JV4 event, Loyola, Maryland and Temple won their respective finals. And both had some pretty respectable times. Temple at 6:49, Loyola Maryland 6:59, and then Fairfield and Drexel not too far off them. But Temple faced Drexel yesterday in this event, and if I recall correctly, it looked like Drexel kind of settled into that second place once it was clear Temple was going to run away with it. So potentially Drexel with a little bit more than we saw yesterday. But again, Temple the favorite heading into this men's collegiate JV4 for the Ken Shaw Trophy.
Yeah, and it'll see how this race sort of compares in terms of the freshman race, where we saw Drexel and Temple basically duking it out the whole way down the course.
Yeah, a few other challengers here with Loyola Maryland, looking to play spoiler on the Philly affair along with Fairfield.
Yes, spoiler indeed. Little nugget of history. The trophy is named after Ken Shaw, who was actually a LaSalle coach, and he coached one of my best friends in college.
Oh, wow.
So a guy, Tim Downs, who actually pushed me to become a better rower.
Wow. Great stuff.
Yeah.
I had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Shaw here the other night. Fantastic guy.
Yeah.
And you see there, this is a really exciting race so far. So Fairfield is there in fourth place, have fallen off, or fifth place rather, fallen off the leaders, as has Fordham there in lane 1. But when it goes Temple, Loyola, Drexel, Jacksonville, those 4 crews across at the moment, not really much between them. Maybe give the edge to Temple right now.
That is what I would agree with that.
All right, first 500 down. It does look like Temple is starting to push it open just a little bit here. We'll see if these Loyola, Drexel, and Jacksonville can keep them within contact and try and make a strike at the end here. But a really nice start in this Temple JV4.
Yeah, I'd like to see if those Drexel Dragons can really stay in there and push. It looks like Loyola Maryland is having a good race as well. And, this is pretty tight so far. None of these crews really yielding all that much.
Yeah, so a really nice race so far. Temple, they went out with these other crews and matched them in that first 5, and then now getting into their base rate, it looks like Temple is just a little bit faster than them. But check this out: Temple with a length on Loyola Maryland, and then Loyola, Drexel, and Jacksonville just really close together there.
Yeah, these are the type of tight races that we love to see, and you can, I wonder if people can imagine the sort of psychological burden of racing all the way down 2,000 meters and having a boat right beside you. So this is sort of, it's pretty grueling. You're doing all you can to say, get back there, come on, let's take some space, and yet this other crew won't budge. And so, but that's the type of stuff that they say builds character.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot about the sport of rowing, that it builds character. I tend to think that it builds calluses more so, but who am I? Yeah. 1,000 meters left to go now for our leaders from Temple. Looks like Drexel has taken over second place on their own, and Loyola Maryland and Jacksonville and now Fairfield also moving back up into that podium contention after having fallen back in the first 500.
Yeah, great work being done by that Jacksonville crew. We just caught a quick glimpse of them sort of coming through here. And so I think that we can't count them out, man. I'd like to see if they can maybe apply a little bit more pressure, maybe stretch out a little bit more, and maybe turn the screws a little bit.
Yeah, so Temple's starting to really push their advantage at the moment. So the race for second is on. Fairfield really definitely clawed their way back into it. Loyola staying steady, trying to fight some missed water at some times, and then Drexel right there next to them. Looks like those two crews are just about even. Fairfield also right there. You see Stroke Seat in that Loyola boat pretty much just head directly on the Fairfield boat, so they've got his attention for sure.
Yeah, and one of the challenges is that both the Fairfield and the Loyola Maryland boat face is that they're rowing in the wake of that Temple boat, right? That Temple boat is out far enough so that the wake from their boat is going to affect the set of their boat. And, this is where all of their practice comes into play. Can they use their technique to keep the boat even, to keep pressing, to despite the fact of those small disturbances.
So an interesting thing here as they come to the end, Drexel, it looks like their 3V or their JV8 is headed up the race course in this final 500, so they're going to be able to just root on this JV4, which, you know, it's not a small thing to hear fans, you know, rooting for you. It does fill you with pride, and it does give you a little bit more adrenaline when you hear people like rooting for your team. So you can see there the boys JV8 from Drexel stopped to yell across at their teammates.
And that's an important thing. You know, I'm still interested to see what's going on out there in lane 6. Can that Jacksonville
they're right
crew,
there still
continue to hold on and to move and put themselves on the podium?
Meanwhile, Temple just trying to hang on here after pressing their lead earlier in the race. They're going to hit the 250 mark first as these other 4 crews continue to fight for second and third, and there's really not much between them.
Yeah, it looks like Drexel may have the slight advantage, but Jacksonville's really turning the screws, and Loyola Maryland is still right there. If they can mount, you know, that sprint, bring that rating up, they're still in this hunt.
Yeah, and it looks like Temple is going to have a really nice finish to this race. Again, those outside lane, you see Jacksonville there. They look like they're ahead. That outside lane is favored by this camera angle. So we're going to see Loyola and Drexel kind of start to pull up as this camera becomes a little bit more perpendicular with the finish line. It's going to be a really close finish between these 3.
Yeah, and so here we have that battle for second place. It looks like it's kind of tough to tell. I think Jacksonville may have a slight advantage, but that Drexel boat is right there.
And Temple wins the Ken Shaw Trophy at the Dad Vail Regatta.
And here it comes. Surge. It's on a surge.
Oh man,
wow.
You saw it go there, staggered. Jacksonville, Drexel, Loyola, and finally Fairfield in 5th. Meanwhile, we wait now for the boat from Fordham to finish up here in 6th, and right after this boat from Fordham finishes, we are going to go right into a commercial break before we head to some 8 racing up ahead.
How does a veteran continue to serve? By becoming a nurse. Jefferson. Redefine possible.
Welcome back here to the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. My name is Joe Leonard. Joining me is Akil Abdullah on the call. Akil, how are you doing this fine afternoon?
I am doing well. I'm enjoying these great races. I had the chance to enjoy a tomato pie.
Ooh.
It was brought to me by my favorite Dad Vail person, Kirsten. Sorry.
So some tomato pie, a delicacy here in Philadelphia, in the Philadelphia area. Yours was from Corpolese, which just so happens to be the bakery that my family went to every Sunday.
Oh, there you go. There you go. So it's great to be back here at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. We are having a good time bringing you commentary on what some pretty cool racing.
Yeah, it's been an exciting day so far, and it's not close to being over just yet. It's we're looking to get started up again here soon with the women's 3v8 grand final. So we'll have 3 boats in that race, and then of course the men's 3v, and then after that the men's JV8. And you know, those JV8s, generally speaking, will be the second 8s for these programs. So you know, soon we'll have the women's 3V out onto the race course and moving into some pretty quick 8 races. That men's JV8 race should be a really fun one.
Yeah. So this 3V race will only have 3 boats in it: Stockton, Temple, and our title sponsor, Jefferson, in the race. So this should be interesting to see how this race sort of pans out.
Yeah, so we'll get you some timing. Yesterday, I'm sure these 3 had a time trial straight to the final, as we'll bring it the full race to you as we have our starting line camera up here at the moment.
Yeah, and we talked about the depth. So what is a 3V if you are new to rowing? Well, there is the varsity boat, then there is the JV boat, and then there is the 3V. And so you're talking about, at this point, you're at your athletes that are 16, 17 through 24 in terms of your depth chart. So you think 24 athletes, 25, 26 athletes, and these are these women are making up that, rounding out that sort of 17 plus in terms of your athletes.
Yeah, so you see here a clean start from all three of these crews. We have, again, Stockton, Temple, and Jefferson out there on the race course now in the women's 3v8 grand final.
Yeah, I mean, and one of the great things is that there is actually the amount of depth to have a 3V. So it's really nice that these programs have that, and I think that these are some of the crews that we'll expect to see as well. And the 2V and the varsity events.
Yeah, so you see Temple out to a pretty good start here. They've gotten up onto these other crews now, as Stockton and Jefferson look like they're pretty much locked onto each other.
Yeah, and this is really nice to see here. You have all of these boats rowing well. This Temple boat just really getting out of the gates and continuing to press. We'll see if they continue to just open up as the race unfolds.
Yeah, so you see there Temple off to a pretty good start. Coming into the first 500 here, it is Temple opening up open water now on Stockton. Stockton with a slight lead on Thomas Jefferson University. And once again, we wanted to give a nice shout out to Thomas Jefferson University, the presenting sponsor of the 84th Dad Vail Regatta here on the Cooper River. Thomas Jefferson University is located in the greater Philadelphia region and southern New Jersey. Thomas Jefferson University is reimagining healthcare and education to create unparalleled value.
Yeah, and it's kind of wild to think 84 years of the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta, and here we are on the beautiful banks of the Cooper River here in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. It's been a pleasure to be here. We're so happy that Camden County, having us here, and I, for one, am happy to be a part of this, man.
Yeah, first time the Schuylkill River, of course, is going through a dredging project, and the Dad Vail Committee wasn't sure whether or not it would be ready to host this large collegiate event. It's one of the largest collegiate sporting events in the country every year, the Dad Vail Regatta, of course, giving opportunities to teams who may not have the most storied of rowing programs, rowing alongside some teams who have been rowing for over 100 years. So a really great event to kind of include all corners of the country and the continent into the sport.
Yeah, I mean, you look at a school like Temple that has a storied rowing tradition, and alongside of Jefferson and Stockton here, to have that depth of 3V, and it's pretty cool that the sport and that the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta gives those opportunities to showcase, for these crews to showcase their ability.
Yeah, so just about 1,000 meters down here in our women's 3v8 final, the girls from Temple striking a pretty good line here, and they're going to go ahead and take this one, barring any major collapse from them, but they're looking really strong, as you see Stockton there in lane 2 in second place at the moment.
Yeah, and here's a great shot over the trees.
Yeah, we'll see our leaders emerge in just a moment.
But yeah, I was going to say, but what it really does is show you, how much vitality there is. You spoke about this the other day of like people running alongside and biking along the banks here. There's a track that's right down the way. So it's really nice to see open spaces like this here in Camden County and how people are utilizing it.
Oh, look at that, a hawk just crossing over the race course there. That's pretty impressive. cool stuff. Like we said, this park is alive with wildlife.
And look, down in the corner, there's a crocodile. No, that's probably a piece of wood.
I appreciate the cameraman for zooming in
on the crocodile there.
He's having fun.
Yeah. So yeah, this race, and is really made possible by the efforts of the volunteers. There's so many people that work hard to make this regatta go off, and it wouldn't work without them.
Yeah, so the volunteers are great. We saw the folks on the stake boats, but it's not just them. It's the people who let the teams know and the team's parents know, where their tents are going to be stationed. People who set up the buoys for us in the lines. Of course, all the officials on the launches, and then of course our camera crew here helping us bring this to you. It's really a group effort to make an event like this happen.
Yeah, and don't forget the geese. The geese are vital here. You can see them floating in the water right now as they make their way onto the course.
Yeah, they're ready to get in someone's way here and make it interesting. I will say despite the rowers I'm sure finding it a hindrance, it is kind of a really beautiful shot when we get those drone shots and we see the geese take flight out of the way. It kind of adds something to the race here.
Yeah. Well, it just shows how exciting the sport can be. Right now we see this gaggle of geese saying, "Hey kids, let's go take a look at the races." But talking about the race, it looks like Temple is coming into the last 250 meters of this race. Not a lot has changed since the beginning of the race. Once Temple got out, it looks like now Stockton is continues to be in second, and Jefferson over in lane 4 in third.
Yeah, so we should see some the women's 3V event, only 3 boats in this race. The men's 3V event also only 4 boats after this. I expect it to be a little bit more competitive with some deeper programs in St. Joe's, Drexel, Temple, and MIT, but the ladies from Temple looking pretty good here, and yep. Oh,
yeah, they got a little too close there.
So Temple's going to go ahead and win the women's 3V event here.
And coming through, they're probably in the last 10 strokes here. This Temple crew has led start to finish, and there they go. We'll see how it's always nice when you have the varsity, the JV, and the 3V rowing well and finishing high at a regatta.
Yeah, so Temple with a chance to win both 3V events here, the men's and the women's coming up. As you see, Stockton crossing second here in the women's 3V. And just to bring you some times from the time trial. So the men's 3V did have a time trial, in fact, and so it went Drexel, who will be in lane 4, I believe. No, lane 3 will be Drexel. They finished with a time of 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Temple, 5 minutes and 42 seconds. St. Joe's 5:50 and MIT 5:59. So those 4 teams made up the men's 3V event time trial yesterday. So again, Drexel and Temple finishing within 2.5 seconds of each other in the time trial. So expect them to have a nice tight race here, something we've seen becoming a bit of a theme, Temple and Drexel facing off against each other.
Yeah, and we're getting ready for the start in the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. Here we go. This is going to be the men's 3V grand final. Or is it a grand final if it's a 3V? I guess it is the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it says.
Grand. It does say grand. The grand isn't just reserved for the varsity boats.
There's no name associated with it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's a grand final.
It's a grand final.
And there's no cup.
Oh, okay.
no trophy here as the boats sit ready at the starting line. Again, from right to left here, we have St. Joe's in lane 2, Drexel in lane 3, Temple in lane 4, and MIT in lane 5. And we're going to sit ready. And they are off in the men's 3v8 final. Clean start from all 4 crews. Not much between them here at the start. Drexel at a really high rate.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, these are all crews that have pretty good depth in terms of athletes. So, this will be a good test to see. I think that we'll see some tight racing here.
Yeah, so Drexel out to a pretty good start at the moment. Looks like Temple's going with them as those 2 crews look to leave St. Joe's and MIT behind here in the first 500. Temple at a pretty high stroke rate still. Drexel starting to settle down into that base rate just now. And again, something we've seen throughout the day, Drexel and Temple, 2 crews who are intimately, knowledgeable about each other, having raced on the Schuylkill and practiced on the Schuylkill throughout their careers together. So they know each other. They've raced against each other. They likely see each other, while they're practicing. So, 2 boats that know each other. Again, these Temple and Drexel crews, a bit of a rivalry there as well.
Yeah, I mean, we have, with the exception of MIT, we have sort of a Philly final here.
Yeah, most certainly. Drexel looking really strong right now. They've definitely settled down to a lower rate than the Temple crew, as Temple has also now started to settle into their base rate.
Yeah, and this is where the races start to get interesting. I really like, I'm looking around and I'm seeing all of the crews really striking nicely, really getting their oars in the water, not a lot of missing the stroke. That means when you're getting that oar, it's coming down as you are reaching full compression instead of getting into the water as you start to push towards the bow.
And you can see it now on this camera. The rain's coming down a pretty good bit at the moment, so some heavier rain. I imagine it's not too heavy out there as you see them coming past this vantage point. Really not much between these 2 boats.
Yeah, and as we spoke about earlier, when it wasn't raining as much, what do the rainy conditions do? How does that impact the athletes? What does it do to either them mentally or physically? In conditions like these where it's a little bit warm, it's actually kind of nice to be out, have a little bit of rain coming down. But it can affect your grip on the handle. It can have some technical impact if the rain is heavy and it starts to collect in your boat.
1,000 meters left to go now for our leaders from Drexel, who look like they might have just a slight advantage over the Temple Owls right next to them, both in matching Empacher shells coming down the race course. And we're going to get blocked by this tree really quickly. Again, the rain, likely the culprit here for us not being able to have any drone coverage of these races. We're going to see some showers throughout the day. Hopefully they break soon and we can get the drone back up into the air.
And there we have a goose moving out of the way for Drexel.
And it looks like Drexel has continued to press open this lead a little bit. It's, difficult again to tell from this angle, but you can tell a little bit by the buoys. Drexel clearing the buoys before Temple gets to them, so it looks like Drexel now up about a length on Temple. Still some time for Temple to respond as St. Joe's sits in a distant third.
Yeah, and right now, it'll be if Temple decides to make a move, how will it impact Drexel? Can they pull through, or can they halt that move that Drexel is making? I really like the way that both crews are rowing. They're doing a great job of getting their oars in the water. They're doing a great job of staying long. It just looks like Drexel's able to get a little bit more out of each stroke.
Yeah, so as they come into the final 500 here, a preview of what's to come in this 3V event later in the day. We will see more 8s from St. Joe's, Drexel, MIT, and Temple in some of the larger grand finals, men's and women's events. And we come in here to the final stretch now. Temple trying to do everything they can. St. Joe's also looks like they might have pushed back up just a little bit into it, but they're still off in a distant third. Temple making a push here. You see there the rate goes up for Temple. Drexel also going up as well to start their sprint, and Drexel reaches the red buoys first to hit the final 250 meters. Can Temple do anything to reel them back in?
Temple looks like they're making a bold move here. They look like they're a little bit higher than Drexel, but once again, this vantage point from the camera may not tell the whole story. So as we come through, it looks like if I'm looking at the boats, it looks like Temple is actually starting to inch up just a little bit.
Yeah, Temple's starting to make a nice move here. Drexel, do they have anything left to make this final push? It looks like Temple's overtaken them.
Yep.
Yeah, Temple with a really strong final 500. Here it comes to the end, and it's Temple. You see that 6 seed. He's looking over. He knows he's at their bow ball.
There goes the stroke. He takes a look over. The coxswain's up already. Oh my
man,
goodness.
The
there
3V
you go.
from Temple. And Drexel hangs their heads in defeat.
Oh man, what a great race.
St. Joe's crosses in third. That Temple coxswain has me cracking up.
That was a bold move. He was up before they were across the line.
Little showboating going on there.
Yeah.
As we finish up there in the men's 3V with MIT.
Well, some great racing, and if you want to remember this race, then you should stop by the Dad Vail VIP tent and see Karen, our poster and program lady. She will have some posters and programs for sale.
All right, and next up on the course will be the men's JV8. Competing for the Ernie Bayer Trophy. So this men's JV8 event should be a really competitive race. We had 2 semifinals yesterday in this event. Temple won the first one. Drexel won the second one. We just saw the men's 3Vs from Temple and Drexel go at it. So these will be the JV8s for both of these crews. It'll likely be their second 8s. So we're going to see some really fun racing. Yesterday, Drexel had a time of 5:56. St. Joe's, who had the third fastest time in this event, had a 6:06. So only 10 seconds between the fastest time and the slowest time in this semifinals into this final. So.
Yeah, I think that's going to make for some exciting racing. We've already seen some. Once again, we have we have MIT, we have Temple, we have Drexel, we have LaSalle, we have St. Joe's. We have Colgate. These crews have shown that they, that they can go fast. And so we'll see if there's any surprises today. If any of these crews find a little something that's different and able to dig deep.
Yeah. So here at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta, we want to thank once again our title sponsor, Thomas Jefferson University, located in the greater Philadelphia region in southern New Jersey. Thomas Jefferson University is reimagining healthcare to create unparalleled value. All right, and we are sitting just about ready here in this men's JV8 event.
All right, you can see that the crews are getting themselves set up there. They're getting aligned. From this angle, you should be able to see the flag go up when all crews are aligned and the official is ready to start the race. Maybe a little bit longer time is needed due to the rain, but the crews look as though they're pretty much aligned.
Yeah, so as we get ready for this men's JV8 event here, we have about some showers coming down. It's 72 degrees outside. That's probably going to be about the high today. Humidity sits at 61%, so that's come down since the morning, so it's a little bit less muggy out there as the rain begins to fall. However, it's definitely going to be a pretty wet race out there for these fellas.
Yeah, and it's crazy. I think that 67 schools signed up for this race. It's a lot of athletes.
The Dad Vails is almost always one of the largest of athletic events in college sports across the country every year. So it is really a fantastic event that gets a ton of athletes out here to compete.
All right, we're still waiting for the official to raise the flag and signal that they are all clear to start this race. And that flag is up. And the crews are off. It looked, it's wild. You never know if there's what the false start situation is, but it looks as though definitely that that Drexel was out there a little bit faster, out of those blocks.
Yeah, we haven't seen any races called back so far today. Mm-hmm. It's a little bit uncommon. You feel like, when you watch these stake boat races, you almost always feel like one of the crews is a little jumpy and tries to get out. But here in this JV8 race, a clean start from all 6 crews. And again, we said in the semifinals that there was not much of a distance between the first place and the 6th place finisher. So look for this to be a tight race, as it is at the moment.
Yeah, and I really love it when you see those starts where all of the crews come through, the 250-meter mark, and there's, not much daylight between them. It signifies that at least they have that high gear where they can get out there and start the boats going fast.
Yeah, so a bit of a lane assignment here for you. In lane 1, and you see them at the bottom of the screen, just passing through there in 6th place at the moment is St. Joe's. Next to them is MIT. In lane 3 is Temple. Lane 4, Drexel. Lane 5 is Colgate, and in lane 6 is LaSalle. And early on in this race, it is the Temple Owls and the MIT Minutemen out in front. Drexel hanging in there in 3rd at the moment. Colgate and LaSalle just slightly off now as we move through the first 500 meters.
Yeah, and as these crews race for the Ernie Bear Trophy, there is a lot on the line for, a lot of these crews. You think for MIT and Colgate, they're going to take it away from the Philly crews. For the Philly crews, who's got, bragging rights right there along Kelly Drive. So there's a lot of intricacy in here. But it looks like right now that Temple has maybe a slight lead.
Yeah, and as we come by our vantage point here at the Camden County Boathouse, we get to see the real life speed of these boats. They're moving really quickly. Again, these are some of the fastest boats we're going to see on the Cooper River today, as Temple has about 4 seats or so on the Drexel boat. Drexel 4 seats on MIT. That's your 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Again, in the men's JV8 final for the Ernie Bayer Trophy, approaching 1,000 meters left to go.
Yeah, and you mentioned your comment about the fashion sense. None of these crews seem to have all the same headwear.
No, it's tough to see, but as we get to the final 1,000 meters, looks like Drexel has started to make some inroads here onto the Temple crew. MIT just falling back just a bit. I'd be interested to see exactly where Colgate and LaSalle stand as well. St. Joe's has kind of hung on to that position. They started down about a length at the first 500. Through the second 500, they've essentially stayed in that same position. So St. Joe's not quite out of it just yet.
Yeah, and as those crews came by, we could really see how well that Temple crew was executing. They're getting their oars in the water together. They're pushing. That you can see sort of the backsplash there. They're not missing much water at all. And those are the type of things when you're in these tight races that make a difference. Great compression, staying long, really attacking that catch.
Yeah, so again, a difficult angle to see exactly what's going on here. It does look like Drexel and Temple continue to lead this race. MIT remains in 3rd. St. Joe's potentially alone in 4th place. We have to see. And we see from that angle, it does look as though Colgate and LaSalle have fallen back into 5th and 6th. So St. Joe's, after starting down in 6th place off the start, has moved up into 4th place by kind of just hanging on to the end of MIT there.
Yeah, and that's the great thing. Like a lot of times you can look over, you can use a boat as a foil to just keep you in it long enough, and hopefully sometimes that pays off. off and you're able to make a move and get yourself up even one position higher.
All right, 500 meters left to go now for our leaders, and it does look like Drexel has made a nice move here to at the very least pull even with Temple once again, if not overtake them. Again, under 500, you see those orange buoys on the side there. That's the notice for the coxswains, for the rowers. They're coming into the final stretches here. You'll see these yellow buoys here turn from yellow to red to signify the final 250 meters. That's going to let these rowers know that they can empty the tank and leave it all out there. This is a big race here. Temple, Drexel fighting for bragging rights here in the men's JV8. Not just bragging rights, it's the Ernie Bayer Trophy here at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. Who's going to take it?
Yeah, and this is where they're going to test their mettle. This is where the coxswains are saying, guys, I need a little bit more from you. This is where they're asking their athletes to give them more. Right here, these two crews have been battling down the river the whole way. It looks like Drexel is scooching out a little bit. It's tough to know from this angle, but it looks like Temple is responding. They've just taken it up again, and they're pushing hard. They're getting those legs in the water. They're firing them down like pistons, but it looks like Drexel is just going to have a little bit more. They're pushing right through that finish.
And as they come to the line here, it is Drexel taking the men's JV8, the Ernie Bayer Trophy to Drexel, silver to Temple. And we'll wait for bronze, and we'll see, and it will be lane 2. MIT takes the bronze. LaSalle with a final push. Almost took it. They'll take 4th. 5th goes to St. Joe's, and then finally in 6th will be Colgate. So a fantastic race there in the men's JV8. Drexel takes the Ernie Bayer Trophy.
Yeah, and you can see the excitement from the coxswain as they finished and crossed the road. That's one of the celebrations you'll likely see, splashing the stroke with water, splashing water up and down. There's not a lot you can do. The athletes are totally gassed at that point. So if they have it within them, they may be leaning over.
Yeah, so a fantastic race there in the men's JV8. We're going to take a quick break here before returning with the women's collegiate quad after the men's JV8. There's some fantastic racing ahead.
How does a veteran continue to serve? By becoming a nurse. Jefferson. Redefine possible.
Hello and welcome back to the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta here on the Cooper River. We are here, myself, Akil Abdullah, along with my co-host Joe Leonard, as we await the start of the Women's Collegiate Quad Grand Final.
Yeah, we had talked a little bit earlier today about how the quad was, a little bit missing from the events. We've seen a lot of doubles, seen a lot of singles in the sculling events, and it's nice to see some quads out here in the women's grand final.
Yeah, and I'm really excited. I love the quad. It's just so fast.
It is fast.
It's just like one of those boats that's so fast. And so, we have 2 entries here. I'm wondering, we spoke about a doubling up. I'm wondering if, with the lack of entries in this race, if there are Gordon rowers from their doubles or from their single that have been able to get together and row this quad.
Yeah, well, Gordon had some really nice showings earlier in the day in some of the double and single events. One of the more prolific sculling schools here at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. And as we wait the start of this event, we just wanted to thank our title sponsor, Thomas Jefferson University, once again, along with our presenting sponsors, AmeriHealth, Liberty Coca-Cola, and Pico Gas.
Yes, I'm glad you said Pico. Yesterday I thought it was Pecco. So Pico. I'm not from around here.
Yeah, no worries. I also just would like to say, Leonard Insurance Group is one of our sponsors. No relation.
That's right. As well as Space Coast.
Yeah.
And Vespoli rowing.
Yeah, so I rode in a lot of Vespolis throughout my high school career. At St. Joe's Prep, we had a ton of Vespolis and just great boats, really prolific and prevalent across the college and high school rowing scene here in the United States.
All right, we're waiting for that flag to go up. If you look there, you'll see that bright yellow jacket standing in that tower. Once that flag is raised, that will indicate that all boats are aligned, and that flag will drop shortly afterwards to indicate to the athletes that the race has started.
Yeah, so final adjustments, and again, 10-minute center. So this race is scheduled for 2:30. So once the clock strikes 2:30, the referee will likely send them no matter what their point is. Not too much wind here, so if they're sitting still, and they are off here in the women's quad. Again, it is in lane 3, Gordon, and in lane 4, Dominican. So just 2 boats in this race going head-to-head.
Yeah, and it looks like the Gordon boat might have got out of there a little bit quicker than the Dominican boat, but there's plenty of time. We've seen a lot of great sculling from Gordon, so I'm expecting to see a great push from Gordon. I haven't seen much of the Dominican scullers, so let's see if they can find a little bit more speed.
Yeah, so Gordon here off to a really nice start. Again, the quads are, generally speaking, the second fastest competitive boat class outside of the 8. 4 rowers, 2 oars each. These quads move pretty quickly, so we'll get to see some fast racing from these crews down the course.
Yeah, and right now the Gordon crew is definitely rowing higher than the Dominican crew, and they're also just getting more speed out of the boat with each stroke, rowing a little bit more, technically together, missing a bit of water in 2-seat, but it doesn't seem to be affecting the boat's speed all that much.
Yeah, so the quads are also one of the more aesthetically pleasing boats to watch, as you just see 4 sets of oars entering at the same time. The quad's pretty fun boat to race, as well as you can get a lot of speed, as I mentioned, but when you're in that boat, it can be pretty exhilarating.
Yeah, and just a couple of things to note here. We can look and see, what are some of the differences in what you're looking at. You can definitely see that Gordon is rowing higher. You can definitely see that they're at the catch. They're just sort of getting on it a little bit quicker, finding that suspension, pushing those legs down, firing them just a little bit faster. And those are the type of things that are making a difference here. Here we can take a look at the Dominican boat. Together, their bodies are moving together pretty well, but just not the same type of power being displayed.
Yeah, so a nice race here from Gordon. We've seen a lot of these unis throughout the day today in these sculling events. Just a really, really solid performance all around from the Gordon team. Coming down here to compete at the Dad Vail Regatta on the Cooper River, thanks to our title sponsor, Thomas Jefferson University.
Yeah, and once again, back to the rowing, you can see it looks like these ladies may have rowed together for a while. They're doing a great job of just rowing together, keeping the spacing, getting out at the catch, dropping those oars into the water, all of the things that need to be done to make a quad go fast. Yeah,
so the rowers in this Gordon, Jacobson, Cook, Dost, and Pierce, and in the Dominican boat we have Long, Salmon, O'Brien, and Perez. So just wanted to give a quick shout out to those rowers in these quads as they make their way down the race course.
Yeah, I mean, and we've spoken about some of the technical differences between rowing in a quad and rowing in a sweep boat, and one of them is the feather, and that's how the athletes take the oars and get them parallel to the water and then get them perpendicular again. In a sculling boat, you tend to use your thumbs and your fingers. So you'll see the callus along the thumbs and the finger. With a sweep boat, you have one oar that's basically doing the feathering, and that outside hand is just sort of in there as a hook almost for that oar to feather. So those are some of the differences in terms of the feathering skills required.
Yeah, another thing that you'll see when you're sculling as compared to sweeping, the sweep rowers, they row the one side, and they try and reach out almost as far as they can to that side. So there's a little bit of torque that they put on their back, to get out over that, and then they kind of come back center. The sculling stroke is a pretty straight up and down. You want to get your chest pretty straight up and out, and then as you roll into the catch, you want to make sure your hands rise up into that catch equally, which will help keep that boat set in those sculling boats.
Yeah, one thing that I've seen sometimes, I've seen really good athletes, sweep athletes, who will lean over a little bit more to get that extra compression outside the boat to really create that lever. But when you're in a sculling boat, you're right. You want to have that chest up, and you want to try to get that reach, but you can't sacrifice it too much because that'll put you in a weaker position at the catch.
Yeah, so again, back to this Gordon crew as they approach 750 left to go, looking really, really strong here. They're just going to go out there and row their own race and hopefully, beat their best time here at the Dad Vail Finals and, take home a gold medal in this women's collegiate quad event.
Yeah, we've seen so many great races at this Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta, and this is just one of the cases where it's really nice to see that there is a quad race. Hopefully, we can get some more subscription to it.
Yeah.
I'd love to see more quads racing here in the future.
Yeah, it's a great event, and it's a really fun boat class to row. You see maybe some more focus on the doubles and the singles as it allows you to get your best rowers in potentially the best situations to succeed. But, I wouldn't have hated to see maybe one of those crews with two doubles out there combining and entering into this race and trying to test this Gordon crew.
Yeah. But once again, we'll have to get ourselves up to speed on the rules so that we know if doubling up is allowed. So
yeah, exactly.
It looks like they've removed the crocodile from the water.
Oh, it's unfortunate.
It's off to better places. But as the rain comes down gently, we can see this Gordon crew continue to press towards the finish line, looking good, just nice and relaxed. And they've actually just brought the rate up here. We'll see they're going into their sprint. So despite the fact that there are no competitors around them, they are continuing to execute their race plan, and as Joe mentioned, in hopes of maybe getting the best time that they've had this year.
Yeah, it's an important race, right? No matter what, if there's no competition around you, you still have to race against yourselves. And, you want to put up the best time, towards the end of the season. You want to get better each week. So every time you race, you want to put up the best time you possibly can. Obviously, conditions will change that for you, but with conditions such as they are today, you can put up a pretty fast time, I'm sure.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit of an adjustment there to get out of the buoys and back into the center of the lane. We'll see if there might have been a bit of an over adjustment. But, at the end of the day, they've rode a great race, and I think that right now they're just pressing hard. You saw a quick glance over there from the bow seat to see how many more strokes left. Maybe tell the crew, all right, here we go, less than 10 strokes, to just really fire them up and get the best, as you said, the best time possible.
And there you go. Gordon's going to finish up here with some short strokes at the end. Just going to make sure, and they are, rowing all the way through the finish line there. Nice race from them. Dominican not too far behind here, so we'll see them shortly. They were only about 150 meters behind the Gordon crew, so they'll cross here shortly before we move on to the women's lightweight 4 event.
Yeah, and as I said, great effort put in by this Dominican crew. I love to see, as I said, this quad event. It's a tough class to row in. You got to put in the miles, and you really have to gel as a team. And it was just great to see that Dominican crew put in the effort.
Yeah, so next up on the race course will be the women's lightweight 4 with Cox, the Robert Aspesis Trophy. And this will include, we'll have another one-on-one, mano-a-mano race here in this women's lightweight 4 event.
Time for a little bit more Thunderdome action.
Yeah, the one-on-one racing obviously made famous in England by the boat race, and of course Henley Royal Regatta doing the one-on-one races. It's nice to see it here at the Dad Vails, some one-on-one racing. Hopefully we can get a nice close race here between MIT and Georgetown. Yeah,
when it's really sort of when there's that tight race, as I said before, you have athletes going down 2,000 meters side by side, and it really is a test, a battle of wills. And so it'll be interesting to see these two crews, one in Boston, one in Washington, D.C. Have they met before this year? Is this race going to come out any different, So we'll see how that goes.
All right, and they are off here in the women's lightweight 4 for the Robert Aspesis Trophy, MIT and Georgetown.
MIT in lane 3, Georgetown in lane 4. They are off to the start of the race, and so far looks like a pretty even start, maybe an advantage to Georgetown, but we'll see. The start sequence, athletes normally tend to row higher ratings before settling down into their base rate. Right now, these athletes still look to be a little high, coming down usually within 250 to 300 meters to that base rhythm.
Yeah, so off the start, a pretty close race. Not much else we could ask for here off the start. Does look like MIT with the slight advantage, but Georgetown, as they settle in as well, MIT beating them to the base rate, but Georgetown goes there as well. And now we have two boats pretty much even right now as they make their way through the first 500.
Yeah, and lightweights we've spoken about before. What did we say for women? The boat average is 135. Mm-hmm. The boat average is 130. Individual weights 135. They usually tend to be a lot more technical than the heavyweight boats, really taking advantage of having to be really efficient with their strokes.
Yeah, so again, really some fun racing here. Both of these boats have coxswains. I'm sure they're going to be taking looks over at each other throughout the race because really not much between them through 500. What are you seeing out of these two crews right now, Akil?
So right now I'm seeing both crews executing well. I'd like to see a little bit more of the oars getting to the water before the catch in the Georgetown boat. The MIT boat doing well, getting that backsplash, really engaging, getting out nice and long. The Georgetown boats looks like they could be a little bit longer as well. But overall, both crews are doing a great job of staying in their boats and executing their plans.
And you see that Georgetown coxswain just stealing a look, trying to figure out exactly where she is in relation to the MIT coxswain. She might be looking across and seeing the bow ball of that MIT boat, as it looks like Georgetown may have just gained a slight advantage here. But again, they've been going back and forth. It's been tough to tell. It looked like MIT took it over there at the 750, but now Georgetown, now we're at the 750, and Georgetown looks like they're up. But again, this angle isn't 100% straight on, so it's a very close race between these two.
Yeah, and even from this angle, it looks like MIT just made another move to halt Georgetown's move.
Yeah, so and there goes MIT as well. Looks like they're making a push right here.
Right, and then this is the question: can Georgetown respond? Can they hold together with their technique? Looking like there's a little bit of difference between that 3-seat and bow in terms of getting their oar in the water. They're back now. They're back into it, looking a little bit more in sync. But this MIT boat here is continuing to row really well now, getting long, pushing each stroke. You know, not a lot. We've spoken about the sort of extra motions. You know, you don't want your head swinging around. You want to stay efficient and conserve your energy. And I think that both of these boats are doing a good job of it.
Yeah, so, you know, this is what we've been asking for, right? We have two boats here. We haven't seen them in a time trial yet. We didn't really know what to expect. We were really just hoping that this would be a close race, and this is exactly what we're going to get here. MIT and Georgetown locked in a pretty good battle. Looks like MIT made a nice move there to maybe open up a bit of a lead. Georgetown, we'll see if they can't respond now as we head past that marina there on the southern shore. We're going to be closing in on the final 500 meters. MIT looking really good right now in this third 500.
Yeah, and just before, you know, there's the alligator.
Yeah.
We saw MIT bring up the rating there, and it looks like Georgetown has decided to respond by bringing up their rating as well.
Yeah, so 750 meters left to go now. You see that orange buoy in the distance. That's the 500-meter mark. That's when the crews will start to think about a sprint. Georgetown may want to start thinking about it just a little bit earlier to see if they can't claw themselves right back up into this race. Meanwhile, you see some of these fours headed up there on their way to their own grand or petite final themselves as we wait for our crews in this women's lightweight 4 race to reach the final 500 meters.
Yeah, and so as they come into the final 500 meters, they've been side by side pretty much the entire race, and this is the time to see if there's any crack, you know, in your competitor. Can you make a move to sort of change the way that this race, change the outcome of this race? What I really like, as I said, is both crews are doing a great job of rowing well, rowing together, really pushing their boats. There's been some small areas where, you know, they've been off at 1 stroke or 2 strokes, but that's to be expected. Not every stroke is executed perfectly in a race. It looks like MIT is bringing up the rating right here and starting to make their move. But Georgetown has started to get that boat to really move well now, and can they respond?
Yeah, there goes Georgetown. You just saw it there, a couple strokes to raise the rate. And, you know, we'll get a nice little view here. It does look like MIT's beaten them to the buoys. But, you know, Georgetown's still not out of it. We've seen some really great mad dash sprints already in this regatta. We'll see if this lightweight 4 from Georgetown has anything left. But MIT looking really good themselves as they come into the final 250 meters here.
So in this last 250 meters, it does look like MIT has been able to press out a little bit, to squeeze out a little bit more, press away from this Georgetown boat. And this is where you have to bring that technique. You have to be strong. You have to stay together and stay long. It looks like that MIT boat is just staying a little bit longer, reaching out a little bit more, squeezing out a little bit more from each stroke. And so here you see Georgetown trying their best to see if they can respond. Can they do anything to change the complexion of this race? Can they do anything to really push back? But it looks as though that will not be possible on this day as MIT moves toward that finish line, opening up just a tad bit more, crossing the finish line first in the women's lightweight for with coxswain, the Robert Espeseth Trophy.
Yeah, great race there from both MIT and Georgetown. It's always tough when it's just a one-on-one race, and both of them performed admirably there in the women's lightweight 4 event. Meanwhile, next up on the race course, we're going to have the men's lightweight 4. This will be the James J. Lynch Trophy. We had a time trial yesterday, 8 entries in this race. Delaware, the Blue Hens out of Delaware, had the fastest time of 6:17. Fordham Fairfield, Mercyhurst, Gordon, and Iona followed in suit in that order. Meanwhile, the lane assignments in this race as they get started here were just, 248 scheduled for 250. In lane 1, we have Gordon. Lane 2, Fairfield. Lane 3, Delaware. Lane 4, Fordham. Lane 5, Mercyhurst, and in lane 6, Iona. This is event number 95. We're taking you all the way to event number 108 today. So only 14 more events left here in the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. We've been delighted to bring you the coverage over the past 2 days here on the Cooper River. Meanwhile, getting started now in the men's lightweight four for the James J. Lynch Trophy.
Yeah, and once again, we are back to a lightweight event, and what that means for the men in this category is that they can weigh individually a maximum of 165, but the boat average has to be 160. So these athletes will go in, prepare themselves, and get ready for weigh-ins in the morning, at which point they will either receive a marker or a wristband saying that they have met the weight qualifications, and at that point they're able to power up a little bit.
Yeah, get yourselves, rehydrated if you were worried about making weight and you hadn't consumed some things in a little while. Hopefully, the hope with these lightweight guys is that they've been doing this all season and their bodies are prepared by the end of the season to be healthy at that 165 weight for some of the larger guys on the boat. A couple of the guys, I'm sure, will naturally just kind of float under that 160 with all the rowing that they do. For some other guys, it can be a bit more of a challenge. But we have all boats looking to sit ready here. Again, the coxswains have, you'll see some gamesmanship going on here at the starting line sometimes when you have these coxswains who know what time it is. They know they can't start it until 2:50, right? So they'll take all the time they can. And you see the flag went up, and now it is down, and they are off in the men's lightweight four.
Yeah, and so right now we'll see how Delaware gets off on the start. We've seen a lot of different techniques. I've loved that we've seen fast starts out of lane 6. We'll see if Iona can get a fast start. But as this race shapes up out of the start right now, it looks it's a little tough to see, but I think we're starting to see a little push from Fordham here.
Yeah, so Fordham and Delaware looking really good off the start here, not to mention Fairfield in lane 2 with a solid start. So, despite the disparity of times in the time trial, Delaware with a 7.5 second win in that time trial. Off the start here, it looks like Fordham is going right there with them.
Yeah, and it's interesting, Fordham rowing with that bucket rig there. We've seen a couple of those here in the final. That's 2 rowers rowing on the same side, done for various reasons by coaches. But right here, they seem to be getting the result, I think, that they want so far. Off the start, rowing really nicely, really doing a great job, staying long, getting that oar in the water at the catch. Maybe they could be a little bit longer, get a little bit quicker to the water. But what they're doing right now seems to be working.
Yeah, it's nice to see the Delaware lightweights out here today at the Dad Vails. The lightweight program at Delaware, a little bit smaller than it's been in recent years, but always a really competitive lightweight program there from the Blue Hens. As is Fordham. Fordham always with some competitive lightweights, and you see that bearing out here as it looks like Fordham and Delaware are your leaders at the moment here in this men's lightweight four with Cox event.
Yeah, it's nice to see, it's always tough with the angle, but it's nice to see Iona out there from lane 6, really working hard to stay in this race.
Yeah, Iona looking pretty solid so far, just about even there with Mercyhurst in lane 5 and then Fairfield in lane 2, also there competing for the bronze at the moment.
Yeah, and if this continues, Fordham and Delaware will continue to push away from the rest of the group, leaving the race for bronze between the rest of the field. And but maybe I spoke too soon.
Yeah, Fordham might have gone out a little bit too fast there, as you see Delaware start to make some distance between them, and it looks like Fairfield's making a nice run here out of lane 2.
Exactly. Fairfield putting the move on here, doing a great job of rowing, staying long, getting that oar in the water. And if they can stay consistent, like you said, maybe Fairfield did go out a little bit too fast. Hard to tell at this point. Lots of water left in this race.
Yeah, and 1,000 meters left to go now for our leaders, and let's call it Delaware now out in front. Fordham still maintaining that second. Looks like Fairfield from this angle in third. We don't know exactly what's going on out in lanes 5 and 6 with Mercyhurst and Iona. They had looked strong to start the race, so I imagine they're still right there with the Fairfield crew, but you see the Blue Hens from Delaware striking out into the lead at the moment.
Yeah, really doing a great job of holding on to their lead there, keeping their pace. I really like what Fairfield is doing as well, just staying consistent and staying cool and level-headed as they power through the middle part of this race. A lot of times you'll see crews, if they're out of it, not able to really regroup, and it's a real testament to both your training and your sort of mental conditioning when you can say, all right, we're not where we want to be. Let's do something and see the outcome be a positive change.
Yeah, so Delaware coming into the final stretches here of this race. Delaware looking really strong. Meanwhile, Fordham, hanging in there with them. And, if my eyes don't deceive me, I wonder if we haven't moved a camera to this angle here to get us a better view of the boats as they come through this third 500. This is a bit of a new angle for us.
Well, have your eyes deceived you before?
Often.
Well, here we go. It does look like Delaware is continuing to hold on to that lead, while we have Fairfield staying in it. Fordham is really at this point looks like they're hanging in there, but not applying too much pressure. Delaware doesn't look too concerned right now.
Yeah, and Delaware looking really good here. And you see there, that was the 500-meter mark. So this is the same camera. I wonder if they just, changed something up on me, because we're getting a little bit more of a zoomed-in look of these crews as they hit the 250-meter mark.
Well, kudos to the camera crew, either way.
Yeah, definitely. Delaware there is going to hit the 250-meter mark just a little bit faster at the moment. Fordham hanging in there. We thought maybe they would have fallen off after Delaware kind of moved through them, but they're still hanging on. It's tough to say exactly what's going on outside of these two, but it should be a close race for second.
They've taken it seems like Fordham has definitely taken the rate up. You can see the coxswain right there. It's a great, he turns his head, he's yelling, saying, hey, lads, I need a little bit more from you. And, it's really looks like there's a race on for that silver and bronze. Delaware here is sort of wrapping things up. They've brought the rhythm up. They've brought the rating up. Their coxswain is there yelling, saying, only a few more strokes, guys, only a few more strokes. The quick little peek out of the boat there from bow seat, but you can see the power. It's so strong.
Yeah, and Delaware here is going to approach the line, and they're going to cross the line first. And there you see Delaware crossing the line, and Fordham crossing, I believe, in second. Did Fairfield cross yet? Unclear. Looks like we've got 5 there is Mercyhurst, lane 1, Gordon, and then Iona also just crossed. So I believe Fairfield may have crossed in front of Fordham. We'll wait to see exactly what those results were, but we saw that Fordham coxswain looking out, checking on where Fairfield was at. So
Fordham.
It was Fordham over Fairfield. So 1, 2, 3 in that event was Delaware, Fordham.
Oh, sorry. Delaware, Fairfield.
Oh, so Fairfield did cross.
It was 643.006. Here we go.
Yeah, here's the difference. 0.3 of a second between them.
Yeah.
So tight finished there.
Fairfield just edging out Fordham there at the end.
Yeah, so after that event, we're going to take a quick break from our sponsors. We'll be back with the women's varsity 4 with Cox Petite Final.
How does a veteran continue to serve? By becoming a nurse. Jefferson. Redefine possible.
All right, and we are sitting ready here just about in the women's varsity 4 petite final. In lane 2 there is Nazareth, lane 3 Franklin and Marshall, lane 4 is Massachusetts Maritime, and in lane 5 is Cabrini. So these are the Division 2 and Division 3's women's varsity 4 petite final. And there you see again the final results, or the unofficial results from the men's lightweight 4 with Cox event.
Yeah, and a really tight finish for second place there. Fairfield and Fordham really pushing hard through that finish.
Yeah, so we had a couple semifinals in this event yesterday. These are the crews that did not. Actually, I believe it might have been this morning that these crews raced.
Yeah.
These are the crews that did not make it into the grand final, which will race directly after this. But this is the petite final for the women's Division 2, Division 3. So in the semifinals, the fastest finisher in the first one was Massachusetts Maritime at 8:41, Nazareth behind them at 8:47. In the second semifinal, we had Franklin and Marshall at 8:44, and then Cabrini at 9:01. So should be a pretty competitive race here between these 4 schools. It's nice to see, so many Division 2 and Division 3 schools out here for the women's events. Again, Title IX has allowed for a lot more colleges to have women's rowing teams, as they can match them up with different men's teams that are only available for men. They can use the women's rowing team to have a lot of assets available for the women, as we are off here in this petite final for the women's varsity 4.
Yeah, and as we've spoken about earlier, the Dad Vail Regatta is here to give those opportunities to those smaller crews to really race at a premier regatta. And so it's really nice to see, Nazareth, Franklin and Marshall, Mass Maritime, and Cabrini out here racing on the Cooper River.
Yeah, so again, Franklin and Marshall there in lane 3, and Massachusetts Maritime in lane 4 with the faster times in their respective semis. So you see Massachusetts Maritime right now in lane 4 with the lead.
Yeah, and we've seen lots of different starts throughout the regatta. We've seen crews that have been able to move back after being down in 3rd or 4th place through the 500. So we'll see here, how that sort of pans out in this petite final here. I think that it looks like Mass Maritime is, rowing really strong, taking a lead, and they continue to sort of just move out with each stroke. But in second place, it's a nice little race. We see Cabrini and Franklin and Marshall really battling to try to stay close to Mass Maritime, and in doing so, really setting up a nice race between them.
Yeah, so 500 meters down now in this Division 2, Division 3 women's varsity 4. Again, Nazareth, Franklin and Marshall, Mass Maritime, and Cabrini out there. Shout out to Cabrini College. My aunt actually was a basketball player at Cabrini College, and they retired her number.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah. So
now, where is Cabrini? Cabrini is that
it's in Delaware County.
Delaware County. Okay. Nice.
Yeah. So it's in the Pennsylvania Delaware Valley. Right outside of Philadelphia.
Well, at this point, it looks like Franklin and Marshall has started to move out a little bit and establish a lead in that second place position. Mass Maritime continuing to hold on to that lead while Cabrini and Nazareth have sort of dropped back a bit.
Yeah, and you see there a really nice race going on here between Franklin and Marshall and Mass Maritime. Mass Maritime had the lead in that first 500, and now Franklin and Marshall has really settled into their race, and they look like they're comfortable where they're at. You see their coxswain looking out. They might be taking a couple seats at the moment, and their coxswain's just letting them know, hey, we're right there. We still have a chance in this thing.
Yeah, and it looks like they have sort of eaten back into that lead as they come through the 750. Mass Maritime is being asked a question. Those ladies from Franklin and Marshall are really staying within their race, and pushing hard. And they've managed to take back some of that early lead that Mass Maritime was able to establish. There you can see the stroke seat of Mass Maritime missing a bit of water. As you get more tired, your technique can start to fall apart, and as you get that pressure from another boat beside you, you've got to stay calm, and you've got to stay within yourself.
Yeah, so again, as we have these camera angles that aren't 100% centered on the boats, keep an eye out at the bows and how they start hitting the buoys, and use that maybe as your marker to see who's up. And as we do that, it looks like Franklin and Marshall has pulled pretty close to this Mass Maritime team. And they're just Mass Maritime may be hitting the buoys just a slight second in front of Franklin and Marshall at the moment. But a really good race. And then check out there lane 2, that's Nazareth. Nazareth looking pretty strong. Again, these boats are fighting for 7th through 10th at the moment.
Yeah, and as we said, it all goes through the points trophy, and sometimes these crews are really battling hard to make sure that their ranking or their standard for other regattas, maybe to get a look from national, the NCAA's for the women, and so these races, the finishes are very important.
Yeah, and you see here Franklin and Marshall, Mass Maritime having a really, really strong race, and Nazareth has really started to come back on this race. They're 100% not out of this just yet.
Yep.
So a really fun race going on right now in this petite final for the women's 4, Division 2 and Division 3.
Yeah, Cabrini has sort of dropped out a little bit in terms of staying with that lead crew. You've got a lot of variability throughout each of these 500 meters. We've seen, I think, sort of different crews dominate each part, and it's nice to see Nazareth actually apply a little bit of pressure to those lead boats to try to maybe reel them back in and let them know that this race is not over yet.
All right, and really, really nice racing here so far. Final 500 meters here in this petite final for Division 2 and Division 3, which of course will be followed directly by the grand final in this event.
Yeah, and something to look for here is as the athletes get tired, how are their bodies moving together? What's going on with their blade work? Are they getting them in together? Are they starting to miss water? By that I mean, are they getting their oars in the water after they've started to push their legs down? Are they starting to sky, which means their oar blade goes up in the air and they're crashing down at the catch? All of these are indications of fatigue that these athletes train hard against.
Yeah, you work many hours trying to perfect your blade work, and you train hard over the winter, on the rowing machine to give yourself the endurance to not falter. So you work on your technique, you drill your technique, and then you work on your fitness to allow yourself to have the technique when you're fighting on reserves at the end. And we come to the finish line here, 250 or about 300 meters left to go now for our leaders, and it looks like Franklin and Marshall has struck out ahead of Mass Maritime with a really strong body of the race. Looks like they're in good position to win this petite final.
Yeah, and you know they stayed calm, they stayed consistent. They really didn't get rattled by the fact that Mass Maritime got out. They were able to just row their race and reel them back in. And here in the last 250 meters, the question is, can they get out a little bit more? Does Mass Maritime have anything else left in the tank? It looks like they may be starting to bring it up, but we've seen a couple of bobbles there, and I think that may affect their sprint.
Yeah, just a little bit of a discombobulation there in that Mass Maritime boat as Franklin and Marshall takes advantage, and they're going to smoothly cruise here to this finish line, and they're going to finish 7th overall in this Division II, Division III Women's 4 event.
Yeah, and you could really see the coxswain take a quick look over, see how much was left, and now these athletes are from Franklin and Marshall are really laying it down. They're really saying, let's extend this a little bit more.
And we're going to approach the finish line here, and Franklin and Marshall will be crossing first. And yeah, nice. We're going to get a nice zoom out here as they cross the finish line and stay right here as we see Mass Maritime finish in 2nd, 8th overall. 9th goes to Nazareth, and Cabrini will finish in 10th. All right, and that will bring us to the grand final in this women's Division II, Division III, and you see we have our boats sitting ready. The rain has subsided enough for us to get our drone shot back up into the air.
This is what I'm talking about right here. I love this view at the starting line. It just lets you know, it gives you so much insight into what's going on. If we take a look at the lane assignment, we have Rollins in lane 1, Tampa in lane 2, Mercyhurst in lane 3, Embry-Riddle in lane 4, Uville in lane 5, and Jefferson in lane 6. Jefferson, our title sponsor here at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
Yeah, so earlier this morning we saw these semifinals, as we mentioned, during that petite, and Mercyhurst, who's the lane 3 crew, the third from the right, really dominated their heat. In fact, they came in with a time of 7:52. In the second semifinal, the lane 4 boat, Embry-Riddle, finished at 8:16, pretty much only beating Tampa by a split second, really. Yeah. So look for Mercyhurst to really strike out here, and then for a second race to potentially
unfold.
Yeah, unfold as we get Mercyhurst might. Yeah, and here we are off now. Mercyhurst with a really nice start, and they are your leader off the starting line. And again, Tampa, Embry-Riddle, and Uville and Jefferson all finishing with similar times in the semifinals. So looks like a nice start there for Tampa as they go with Mercyhurst off the start.
Yeah, I mean, something interesting we've seen is in some of the races with really fast crews, other crews have really tried to get out fast and see if they could hold on. And in a lot of cases, those crews that we know were maybe 10 seconds, 15 seconds faster, just through the body of the race, continue to walk away. So right now, I think the hope from Tampa is to see if they can stay in this while Mercyhurst is going to say, all right, we've been showing some great speed throughout the regatta. Let's just stick with our plan.
Yeah, and you see these young ladies from Mercyhurst are looking really strong, and they look comfortable. Not too much movement among their, in their stroke there, and they are now pretty much well out in front. And before we've even reached the 500-meter mark, they're going to look to open up some water on the rest of the crews. Yeah,
looking really good, swinging together, pushing those puddles away, and just some really nice rowing. And this is a great view here. Out in lane 6, we still have Tampa. It looks like they're, that this is sort of top end for them, that they are really pushing hard to get out and stay out. And we'll see if they can maintain that speed throughout the body of the race. But definitely Mercyhurst looking good here, just tapping the boat along.
Meanwhile, the race for second currently looks like we've got Tampa and Jefferson out leading that, but really anyone's race. Like all 5 of those crews still in contention for the podium at the moment. Tampa and Jefferson looking the best of the bunch at the moment, but still a lot of race left.
Yeah, out there, and it can be a lonely place out there in lane 6, but it's nice when you see crews like Jefferson, take advantage and say, you know what, I'm going to go fast. Not worry about the lane, and just try to take full advantage of the speed that they have.
Yeah. So earlier this morning in the semifinal, Embry-Riddle won the semifinal. Tampa really close to them, but Jefferson wasn't that far off that pace either. Only about 3 seconds behind the leaders in their semifinal. So there's definitely some speed there for the Jefferson boat, who may have eased up at the end because they knew that they were in position.
I mean, look at this right here. Look at that connection in the 2 seat. You can see that lat. You can see those muscles as she just got connected and pushed down and really accelerated that boat. And that's an indication that that athlete's legs are loaded up and they're ready to just push through.
Yeah, she's letting her arms and her back act as a lever for the stroke, using her legs to really move through the water. And you see there Mercyhurst, just a really confident, high stroke rate, but moving the boat really easily. It's a really nice sight there from that Mercyhurst crew.
Yeah, and out there in lane 6, Jefferson's saying okay, then no one's gonna move. Here we go, and no one's really responding to them, sort of inching away in that silver medal spot right now.
Yeah, so then another shot there as our leaders, Mercyhurst, cross the 1,000 meter mark. And just a really nice shot of a boat that is rowing together and rowing fast. Again, we predicted that they would look strong after the time trial, and then in the semifinal, they looked really strong as well. So this should come as no shock that they are just continuing to dominate this event here, the Women's Varsity Forward Division II, Division III final.
Yeah, and here we have that beautiful drone shot. You can see those oars entering the water together. You can see those legs going down, that full extension, reaching out to that gunnel with that outside arm. These ladies are putting on a great show of what rowing should look like.
Yeah, beautiful shot here as the boat makes its way through the third 500. Mercyhurst not too worried about anybody coming up on them at this point. Probably more worried about just putting up the best time that they possibly can, trying to get a little bit of notice and continue their season past the Dad Vail Regatta. But right now they're looking for gold in this Women's Varsity 4 Division II, Division III event.
Yeah, look at that length on the stroke seat, getting that outside hand just right out there, right to the gunnel. Nice compression, and then driving those legs down, engaging that body, and then swinging through with those arms.
And it looks like Jefferson's still going strong out there in lane 6. Again, we're just trying to gauge some things here based on some depth perception, and it does look like Jefferson out in lane 6 has a bit of an advantage. Meanwhile, the rest of the team's really close together for that bronze position. Still really anyone's game for silver.
Yeah, and we'll see if any pressure can be put on Jefferson. They look like they're rowing a little bit higher than some of the other crews, but there's Deauville has a chance, but I don't think they're going to catch Jefferson. So that battle for third place, it looks like Deauville and Embry-Riddle really working hard, but not far off is Tampa, and and they can still they still have a chance if they can start their sprint now.
Yeah, so going into the final 500, you see those crews back there pretty stacked up. Jefferson really starting to push away there. They were in contact with those other crews for a while, and now they're trying to, push away, start their sprint a little early, make sure that they can grab hold of that silver medal. Meanwhile, Mercyhurst just looking really strong throughout the 2,000 meters. No one's going to even come close to them here in this event.
Yeah, and what a great thing to be able to, make the podium at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta when you are Jefferson University women's crew.
Yeah, it's got to be fun getting some hardware in a race that bears your team's name. Meanwhile, final stretch here for the Mercyhurst crew as they come into the final stretch.
Yeah, and these women continue to show, sort of that technical ability that really allowed them to open it up on all of the other crews. It's continuing to fire those legs down, continuing to get a really good connection, getting those oars in the water. Well done all around by this Mercyhurst crew.
Yep, and they will go ahead and cross the finish line for the gold medal here at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. And great race, rowing all the way through for Mercyhurst there. And the race for second, we saw Jefferson out there looking really strong. We'll see if that continues to hold up as they come to the finish line. And what a win by Mercyhurst as they just wait here.
Yeah. I mean, obviously we can't see them now, but they're probably passed out. And there we go. We see Jefferson going through, and here we go. Oh, that was a tight one, huh? With Tampa and it looks like Embry-Riddle.
Yeah, it looked like Embry-Riddle snuck in there for that bronze. Tampa just coming up a bit short. And then Iona not too far off them. I'm sorry, not Iona, but Deauville not too far off them. And then finally Rollins. But that'll do it for the Women's Varsity 4 Division II event. And there you see the results. It was Embry-Riddle, Tampa, Deauville in that order. Meanwhile, next up onto the race course, we're going to continue with our Women's Varsity 4 events. We have the Open Division now, so these could be Division 1, mostly Division 1. But we'll be bringing that to you right after this quick commercial break.
How does a veteran continue to serve? By becoming a nurse. Jefferson. Redefine possible.
We are back at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. My name is Akil Abdullah, and I am here with Joe Leonard, and we are waiting for the start of the petite final for the Women's Varsity 4.
Yeah, so this should be a fun, competitive event here. 9 boats in this event. We did have a time trial here yesterday. We're going to work to get you guys some results from that time trial. And then, again, the semifinals from this morning in this Women's Varsity 4 event. You know, you'll notice throughout the day here, we're going to have a fair amount of women's events as we have Division 2, Division 3 for the Varsity 4, and then, of course, the Division 1 event. It is open, however, so if a Division 2, a Division 3 school wish to jump up in the Division 1 race, they are welcome to do that. And we're going to see that again later for the Varsity 8 race in the women's division.
Yeah, and one thing that depth of the event can do is really indicate that there's a lot of competition. So the race has started, the race is off, and in this race we have in lane 1 Robert Morris, in lane 2 Manhattan, in lane 3 William and Mary, in lane 4 Penn State, and in lane 5 Georgia Tech. You know, one thing to notice as these crews get off and get going, you know, we will let you know where they stand, and right now we're just about to get a view of where the race stands.
Yeah, so in the semifinals earlier this morning, we had two races here, and it was top 3 moving on to the grand final. So the times from these teams included William and Mary with the fastest time at 8:28 in their semifinal. In the other semifinal, Penn State at 8:44. So look for William and Mary to have a really impressive race here, and it does look as though the team from William and Mary is out to a pretty good start here over Penn State and Manhattan, respectively.
Yeah, really rowing well. this crew just getting their legs down, getting a strong connection. It looks as though we have Penn State, really not moving as fast. You don't see the same sort of drive, the same power through the drive. But, whatever they're doing right now is working. And their goal right now is to not let William and Mary get any farther away.
Meanwhile, the crew from William and Mary looking pretty strong here in this petite final. William and Mary likely disappointed. They finished about 8 seconds behind Pittsburgh in their semifinal, so they're probably feeling like maybe they had a little bit more left in the tank, and they could have potentially gotten into that grand, but they'll settle for trying to win this petite final themselves here.
Yeah, and once again, if you're wondering why you're seeing two oars on the same side, it's because we have that bucket rig, and these athletes are rowing in a configuration that's a little bit different from the rest of the crews on the water.
Yeah, and a nice shot here of the William and Mary crew, who is out in front in this Varsity 4 event.
Yeah, nice controlled rowing here. Nothing too fancy, just getting the oar in. Nice little backsplash you can see on all of those strokes, an indication that there's not a lot of slippage. They're not missing water, and that's something that can be really helpful in making sure that the boat's going fast.
Yeah. Meanwhile, as they come by our vantage point here, it is Manhattan in second place, Penn State in third to them. So that'll be a fun little battle as we make our way down this 2,000-meter course here on the Cooper River.
Yeah, you can see their coxswain is sitting up a fair bit. Maybe that's because she's tall, or maybe it's because they're out pretty far. You can see here in the Manhattan boat, the coxswain is down. Yeah,
you see it there. She's sitting up because she's trying to make sure she can look back and make sure that they're still out in front and no one's coming near them. I think she might be able to lay down a little bit if she wanted to. I think they're in a pretty good position at the moment.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Manhattan, you see there at the right-hand side of your screen, made their way through the 1,000-meter mark as well. Penn State surely close behind them.
And yeah, throughout the day, we're going to see, eights, and we have some more fours. But it's pretty nice to see here these crews battling out in the petite final. They raced hard all weekend, and you have a situation where, like you said, missing out on that grand final, that can be, this can be an opportunity for them to be able to say, like, I've got the time, I've gone faster.
Yeah, and they can, if this is the end of their season, they can go back and feel proud of the fact that they were able to row 3 races this weekend.
Yep.
And despite not making the grand final, they were still able to win the petite, which is an achievement in and of itself.
Yeah, and we've spoken about it before, but some of these athletes, this may be their last regatta, and so you want to go out on top. You want to go out with a feeling that you had the best race that you could possibly have. I should say the last regatta of their collegiate career.
Right. Yeah. The sport really doesn't end here necessarily. There are a lot of opportunities to row if you live in some of the major cities along the East Coast, and it is a sport that you can pretty much do for the rest of your life.
Yeah, or even if you live in the middle of the country, say like a state like Oklahoma.
Yeah.
You can find a lake.
Yeah.
As long as you can find some water that's fairly flat, you can continue to put your oars in.
All right, into the final 500 here for this petite final in the Women's Varsity 4 Open Division. Again, we had Robert Morris, Manhattan, William and Mary, and Penn State and Georgia Tech. I see Robert Morris there. I wonder if Georgia Tech potentially scratched in this event, as I do not see them out there at the moment. So 4 boats in this race at the moment. And it is William and Mary with a pretty consistent lead throughout this event here in this petite final.
Yeah, and Manhattan is in second place, but with 500 left, the question is, can Penn State put anything together to sort of to move up one spot in the rankings?
Yeah, so here we come, William and Mary just making their way to the final 250 here, looking really good.
Yeah, and in this last 250, depending on where you are in the race, you have a lot of options. If you're behind, you can bring the rhythm up, bring the rating up, and really attack to try to bite into the lead. If you're in the lead and you've exhausted all of your energy to get there, then you can, attempt to just hold on for dear life, or maybe you have a little bit left in the tank, and when that competitor moves up, you can respond to their attack.
Yeah, and you see here, William and Mary is just going to plod their way along now as they finish off this petite final. You see Penn State there. It'll be interesting to see whether or not they were able to make up some ground on the crew from Manhattan there. Manhattan had the advantage at the 1,000-meter mark. So we'll see. William and Mary, though, they're going to cross the line first here to finish in 7th place in this open division women's varsity 4.
And there we go. William and Mary taking the first position in the petite final of the women's varsity 4 with Coxon. And so coming up after this, we'll watch the rest of the competitors finish. We have the grand final for the women's varsity 4, and they are on the starting line. I'm sure we'll see the results in a moment for the petite final. This is the grand final, which should start shortly.
Yeah, so some interesting tidbits about this race. We've seen the Boston University crew really shine in the women's division so far at this Dad Vail Regatta. They're in the lane 3. They won the time trial and then won their semifinal as well. However, they didn't have the fastest time in the semifinals. They went 7:43 in their semifinal. The second semifinal ran a little bit faster with both FIT and Western Ontario going 7:35 and 7:38 respectively. So it should be a really fun race here.
Yeah, I think that FIT and Western Ontario were pushing each other a little bit more than the Boston boat was pushed. So we'll see if that gives us sort of a different flavor. But I think you're right. I think Western Ontario FIT have shown that they have the speed. We are off. We have started the race, and this women's varsity 4 with Coxon, the Margaret McNiff Trophy.
Yeah, in lane 1 we have Merrimack, lane 2 Western Ontario, 3 Boston, 4 is FIT, and look for those 3 crews to kind of strike out here. In lane 5 Lafayette, and in lane 6 already down off the start is Pittsburgh. Meanwhile, you see Western Ontario there in the left-hand side in lane 2, Boston in the middle, and of course FIT in lane 4. Those 3 crews have already begun to separate themselves. Lafayette trying to hang in there at the moment, as is Merrimack, but it looks like a pretty strong start from the 3 crews we expected to see out front.
Yeah, it looks like FIT has a little bit of an advantage right now over Boston and Western Ontario. And so we'll see how that shapes up, and if they can hold on to that lead or extend it at all.
Yeah, so Boston University down in the first 500. Again, just something to keep in mind. It isn't necessarily true across all teams, but we did see earlier a Boston University crew that we expected to win go down in that first 500 meters and then pretty much dominate the next 1,500. So just an interesting thing to keep an eye on. Sometimes teams have team-wide, race plans. Sometimes they don't.
Yeah, and I think that no athlete wants to be down, but if I think that the Boston athletes have shown that they have the fitness and the training as well as the technique and discipline. So it could be that they are sticking with their race plan. Maybe their goal is to even split. Maybe their goal is to negative split, meaning get faster each successive 500. Either way, we know that there's a lot of racing to be done. done. And as we look at the race right now, we have FIT in the lead, followed by Western Ontario, and is that Lafayette out there hanging in, and then Boston University.
Yeah, so you just saw about 100 meters ago they passed the 500-meter mark. The 750 coming up soon. You'll see that sign on the southern shore in just a moment. But there's our leaders, FIT, looking really good, really controlled at the moment, pretty low on the stroke rate.
Yeah.
So an impressive start right now through 750 for FIT.
And something that I think that, Joe, you really appreciate are the matching visors.
Oh, always. You know, I'm a big fan of the FIT unis to begin with. I love a good striped uni.
Yeah.
But then the black visor is really, you know, the cherry on top there as these girls are coordinated in their outfits. It shows, you know, a sense of pride and team.
All right. So back to the racing. I agree with you, by the way. So back to the racing. FIT continues to maintain their lead. We have Western Ontario. It looks like they're in second. And as they come by, this is true. And we have Lafayette and then Boston University in fourth right now.
Yeah, so Boston sitting there pretty much even with Lafayette for third. You know, we expected that crew to have a really chance to win this race, so I'd like to see if they can't do anything now as they approach 1,000 left to go to try and get themselves back even with FIT, or if FIT is just, you know, that impressive of a crew and will continue to hold off this Boston team.
Yeah, FIT is rowing really well. They look really comfortable. They look really relaxed, and that boat is moving well through the water.
Yeah, and Western Ontario also looking really good out of lane 2. I'd be remiss if we didn't mention them. They are in second at the moment, and they're not too far down off of the FIT ladies at just yet.
Yeah, and out in the far lane, Lafayette rowing a little bit higher than the other crews, but in it and looking good. You know, they are in a great position to make a move. If they can find a little something to apply a little bit more pressure, they're going to like their position coming into the last 500.
Yeah, you know, earlier today in the JV4 event, we saw Lafayette come from lane 2 to win after, you know, they had put up maybe not the time that we thought would be the winning time in the semifinals. Yeah. And now, again, after, you know, maybe not having the most impressive time trial, maybe not having the most impressive semifinal, we're seeing a Lafayette 4 put up a really good race here in the grand final. So, you know, just something to keep an eye on as, you know, the races go on.
Yeah, I really like what that Lafayette crew is doing. Really, you know, they've got that rating up and they're executing a very nice stroke, getting those oars in. Western Ontario is out there as well, really trying to hang on, as it looks like FIT's making a bit of a move here to try to put the pressure on the rest of the crews. BU has yet to really make a move. Hopefully they won't fall away from that pack, you know, keep things interesting. But if they are going to make a move, they need to do something right now.
Yeah, just about 600 meters left in this one. We're going to see the 500-meter mark, you know, come up really quickly here. FIT looking really good, though, and, you know, it looks like Lafayette and Western Ontario are locked in a battle for second, and Boston University has fallen back into a fourth place off of Lafayette and Western Ontario. But FIT looking really strong. They're still vulnerable to a potential move here, but, you know, throughout the race, they've looked really good.
Yeah, and here you can see Boston has started its sprint, and there's like, this is it. We've got to make a move now. FIT really not having to respond just yet, still maybe holding a little bit in the tank before they hit that final button where add the nitro and get going, the little boost. But they are still looking strong, pulling away.
Yeah, and there they go.
Yeah, there they go. And impressive work done by this Lafayette crew. Not a real view on what's going on. I'd love to be able to see what's going on with the Western Ontario. Here we get a little bit of a wider shot. Yeah, it looks like Lafayette has been able to put itself in a good position, and now we're into the sprint. This is it, the final sprint, final 250 meters of this race, and we'll see what's going to happen.
Yeah, FIT with a really impressive race start to finish, right? They went out in that first 500 and they took the lead at the 500-meter mark, and they have yet to relinquish it since, including increasing their lead as the race has gone on. Lafayette has tried to stay with them, and so has Western Ontario. The attempts have been futile. However, as FIT is just dominant in this women's varsity 4 final, and it looks as though they will go on to win the Margaret McNiff Trophy here at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
Yeah, and they're doing it in fine style here. They're maybe a little bit tired, a little bit gassed. You can see 3 seats hanging her head just a little bit. She's put it all on the line.
And the gold for FIT,
yes,
silver to Lafayette, and the bronze to the boat from Western Ontario. Western Ontario, and then Boston came on strong there at the end, but they finish in 4th. So again, FIT, Lafayette, Western Ontario.
Yeah, all of those crews putting in a great effort. It was really nice to see a race. And, you know, it wasn't a real blowout. You know, look at that. There's 3 seconds. It wasn't a lot between FIT and Lafayette. They really turned on the screws there late in the race. Maybe they got a little bit too far behind. But overall, that was some great racing to watch.
Yeah, so next up onto the race course, we're going to have the men's varsity 4 with Cox Petite final. And you see there, the boats in that race are sitting just about ready to go.
So yeah, so we just watched the women's varsity 4. We're about to watch the men's varsity 4 event. And we've spoken a lot about how coaches determine where to put athletes, what boats to enter into this regatta. And this is one of those events with a whole lot of depth.
Yeah, so we had 3 semifinals in this men's varsity 4 event. This petite final consists of the boats that finished 3rd and 4th in their respective semifinals. So that includes in lane 1, Delaware; in lane 2, Army; lane 3, Oklahoma City; lane 4, Mercyhurst; lane 5 is Catholic; and in lane 6 is Rollins. So some things to look out for. Oklahoma City came in with a time of 6:42. They just missed the grand final by about 2 seconds in their semifinal. Rollins a little bit off the pace there in their 4th place spot. In the second semifinal, we had Mercyhurst at 6:58. Delaware at 7:14, and in the third semifinal we had Army at 6:54 and Catholic at 7:05. So really fast time from the Oklahoma City team, who is in lane 3. So expect them to potentially strike out and go off on their own. And it looks like we have a scratch in this race.
Yeah, we have a scratch from Catholic, perhaps. Yeah, so they're Delaware in lane 1 and Army in lane 2. Oklahoma City lane 3, Mercyhurst lane 4, and Rollins out in lane 6. So the race has started. It looks like Rollins has crept out to a sneaky little lead, but you can't tell much from 10 strokes. The athletes are continuing to drive through the beginning of this race. In that first 100 meters, we have those red buoys. You know, that's the breakage zone. Anything happens in that area, they'll restart the race. But right now, right in the middle, we can see a race starting to develop between Oklahoma and Mercyhurst. We've got Army right there with them, and in lane 1, Delaware is holding on. We see lane 6, Rollins is continuing to just sort of keep the pressure going right now. They're still up a little bit high in their start sequence, and we'll see right now Mercyhurst is starting to, Oklahoma City is starting to establish themselves a little bit.
Yeah, Army looking really strong as well out of lane 2. Again, those were the 3 crews who finished 3rd in their respective semifinals. Mercyhurst, Army, and Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City just missing the grand final by about 2 seconds to Drexel in their heat, which was the fastest semifinal by a good margin as well. So, you know, conditions obviously can change race to race, and, you know, sometimes you can get really amped up when you're racing in a fast heat. So you can see now Oklahoma City is out in front, but the other crews are still hanging there with them in this first 500.
Yeah, not a lot separating these crews right now. There's, you know, any crew can make a move. It looks like Army, in fact, is trying to close in and reel back in Oklahoma City just a bit. and right now the crews have settled in. Oklahoma City maybe opening it up just a little bit, staying relaxed, staying calm, reaching out, trying to get that length, trying to get those oars in, and really accelerate that boat into a position that's going to allow them to be in control of the race and really make decisions to keep with their race plan.
Yeah, so Oklahoma City now looking really strong in this second 500. This is where you expect the boat with the most speed to kind of start separating themselves from the rest of the crews. And, they're trying to do that. Mercyhurst and Army look like they're trying to go with them. Obviously, we don't have Army on the screen, but you see that number 4 bow ball of Mercyhurst just trying to stick with them. And now Oklahoma City just says, get off me, and opens up water on both Army and Mercyhurst. Meanwhile, the race for 8th is still battling really, really strong between Mercyhurst and Army, as Oklahoma City is going to look to continue to open up this lead in this second 500.
Yeah, Army with a slight advantage over Mercyhurst, and we'll see if they can expand that any. A lot of times what you'll see Oklahoma City's decided to go. Can Army say, all right, well, we may not be going with them, but can we use them to we know we have to push a little bit more. And, as we said, standings in these petite finals, really important towards that points trophy. These are two crews. They want to make sure that their teams finish as high as possible.
Yeah, so you see Oklahoma City just continuing to kind of open up. Their Army hanging on the edge of them a little bit. Mercyhurst about 2 seats down on Army, and then about a length behind Mercyhurst is Rollins, and then about half a boat down on Rollins is Delaware. So the race itself isn't too spread out. Oklahoma City has just really started to assert their dominance.
Yeah, and this battle between Army and Mercyhurst continues. Army just working really hard to take inches away from Mercyhurst, and it looks like it's still not settled yet. But if they can continue to just inch by inch, over meters, then they'll come out successful.
Yeah, so a really nice race here by Oklahoma City now. Army looking good still. Mercyhurst just hanging on there with Army. Army might have gone in trying to stay with Oklahoma City. Could they have potentially spent themselves a little bit too early as Mercyhurst continues to try and pull back even with Army?
Yeah, it looks like Army took a little move there. They definitely brought up the rating there. Mercyhurst responding in kind. Perhaps the coxswain looked over and said, "Hey boys, these guys are trying to move away from us. We need to get moving." So right now, still not a lot of change. It looks like even through that move, not a lot of change in the positions of Army and Mercyhurst relative to one another.
Yeah, so Oklahoma City still looking really strong out in front as they come into the final 500 meters here. You see some of the women's varsity 8s making their way up the race course as well. But in the meantime, we have a race coming down in this men's varsity 4 petite final. Of course, we're going to have the grand final coming up right after this, which should be a really, really interesting race. Whenever you have 3 semifinals in an event, it really narrows the field down to 6 crews that should be pretty even in terms of times. But we have this Oklahoma City team now entering into the final stretch of this petite final.
Yeah, and it looks, it's interesting. Rollins got out early and really tried to hang on with this crew and sort of set the pace. But Oklahoma City, at the end of the day, sort of had the speed. And now we'll see what happens. Kind of hard to tell what's going on here. I think Army's still ahead, but definitely Mercyhurst not rolling over.
Yeah, so Army and Mercyhurst now in a really strong battle for this 8th spot. Even though it's the petite final, they're out here, they're racing, and nobody ever wants to give in to the boat directly across from them. So you can be sure that they're going to give it everything they've got here in the last stretch of this race.
Yeah, and here we go, finishing strong. We have Oklahoma City, and coming through the line, the battle for that 8th position in this petite final. We have Mercyhurst. They managed to actually extend out almost a boat length over Army in that last 500 meters. Over in lane 6, we have Rollins finishing up in the 4th position of this petite final.
Yeah, really, really nice race there as Delaware will cross to finish in 5th, and that'll do it for this petite final. Meanwhile, we're going to head back up to the start of the race course, and onto the race course now. Into the stake boats are the men's varsity 4 with Cox. This is going to be the competition for the Thomas A. Curran Cup. On your screen at the moment, in lane 1 on the right hand side is Loyola, Maryland. In lane 2, Lafayette. Lane 3 is Fairfield. Lane 4, Embry-Riddle. 5, Bowdoin, and in lane 6 is Drexel.
Yeah, and we talked about how we have coaches have to make decisions. You would expect from some of the races that we've seen to see Temple and to see St. Joe's, but schools have made decisions about putting their top athletes in this varsity 4, and so now we're seeing the results of that. It's a fairly diverse field on that starting line.
Yeah, so again, we had 3 semifinals in this men's varsity 4 yesterday, and it's a very competitive event. In the first semifinal, Fairfield won with a time of 6:39. Just 1 second behind them, out in lane 6, was Drexel. Those 2 boats moved on. In the second semifinal, with a time of 6 minutes and 50 seconds, Embry-Riddle, just 2 seconds behind them, Loyola, Maryland. Those 2 moved on from their semifinal. And finally, in the third semifinal, Lafayette came in with a time of 6:41, and Bowdoin had a time of 6:45. So you see the groupings there, not too much between all 6 of these crews, so should be a really fun, heated race down the race course.
Yeah, and as you said, despite the lane assignments from the semifinals, I think that all of the crews here have a shot if they can row their best race.
Yeah, most certainly. All right, and it's about 3:49 at the moment. This race was scheduled for 3:50 on this beautiful day here on the Cooper River in Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
Waiting for the referee to put that flag up. You can just see a little bit of tinge of that red flag that has the X or the cross on it that will let the athletes know that boats are aligned and that they need to be ready to row.
Yeah, so the rain has subsided a little bit here. It looks like I might have just seen a drop as I said that. But, mostly, not raining at the moment. We might see some more scattered showers throughout the day. But for the moment, safe enough for our drones to fly, which is what you're looking through right now. We have a nice drone shot as all boats are squared and sitting ready. And it should just be a matter of moments now before they get started.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty exciting stuff. I'm getting fired up just sitting here waiting. I've got the anticipation, that start line anticipation that has just been released. That's that moment when the flag goes down and all of that anxiety goes away. And right now you can see these athletes are going off the line, giving it their all. And we'll see how this settles out. It looks like out in lane 6, Drexel is kind of gotten out a little bit quick, but also Fairfield is getting out quick as well. So, they are rowing in that bucket configuration that we've spoken about a little bit, where 2 athletes are rowing on the same side. So this is going to be an exciting race.
Yeah, so remember, Fairfield and Drexel only finished a second apart in their semifinal yesterday. At the moment, though, Fairfield off to a really hot start. Lafayette to their right in lane 2 going with them at the moment, and they're dragging Loyola, Maryland out in the front with them as well. So, you can feel those boats next to you. So it might just give you that little extra adrenaline in these first couple hundred meters where your body kind of burns off that store of adrenaline before you settle into that base rate.
Yeah, and out there in lanes 5 and 6, you can see that they are still in it as well. This is what we spoke about it before. I love to see boats going through like the 500 meters where they're all clustered together and really pushing hard.
And there you got a nice shot of the Fairfield boat out in front, including, you see their coxswain. You got a nice shot there of seeing him look around. He's checking over his right-hand shoulder to see if either of those crews are anywhere near him. At the moment, they're safe out in front. He sees Lafayette. He just looked over his shoulder. He sees Lafayette as the second-place crew. Really nice shot, though. You see the speed with which this 4 is moving. Some really strong rowers in this Fairfield boat.
Yeah, they're looking really good, and this view gives a great show of their power. You can see one guy looks like he's got either his whoop or his heart rate monitor on, tracking maybe how he did in this race. But once again, the athletes are doing a great job leaning over. You can see they're getting those oars in that backsplash, really starting looking at those lat muscles as you can see that extension as they start to pull and connect and drive their legs through the water.
Yeah, so at the moment, we're still with our leader Fairfield there. It looks like Bowdoin has moved out into second place, and Loyola Maryland and Lafayette there in lanes 1 and 2 are right there with Bowdoin as well. And there you see it pretty much playing out exactly in that way. In fact, give the edge to Loyola Maryland in lane 1 as the second place boat. Drexel now falling off a little bit into 6th place as Embry Riddle there in lane 4 in 5th at the moment.
Yeah, and Fairfield looking really sharp, looking really good right here. Bowdoin staying with them right in it, and then both Lafayette and Loyola, Maryland right in there in this race. So even though we have Fairfield that's out looking great, there's still boats, still crews that are there chomping on their stern, ready to take advantage of any mistake they might make.
Yeah, so just about 1,000 meters down here in this Varsity 4 race, unless I'm mistaken. That might have been the 500 meter, but there's Fairfield there, your leaders still at this juncture, and a really strong race so far from Fairfield. And again, the other 3 crews kind of locked at the moment. And that was the 1,000 meter mark. We're halfway through here. Again, look at Loyola and Fairfield there, pretty much right next to each other, just locked on each other. You saw kind of the back shot of the Fairfield rowers, some really, really strong guys in that boat, and they're showing it now.
Yeah. Definitely, we've seen a lot of great racing, a lot of great rowing, in fact, here at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. And I got to say that this goes right in there with some of that top rowing that we've seen.
Yeah, this boat's pretty together at the moment, and you really like what you're seeing out of their catches and that leg drive, and looks like 4 pretty evenly matched rowers in this boat, which is what you really like to see.
Yeah, and not only their catches, but their finishes. They're getting out of bow together. That means the momentum of the boat is the same. No one sort of causing the boat to stop by being out of sync with the athlete in front of them.
Yeah, a really nice overhead shot here of this lead boat, the Fairfield boat, who is looking to put the finishing touches on this men's Varsity 4 final to win the Thomas A. Curran Cup.
Yeah, and so, it'll be interesting to see what happens in that last 500. Can they just and here we go. Bowdoin is saying no, no, no. They are continuing to press, continuing to try to insert themselves into the question of who will take home the gold medal as well as the Thomas A. Curran Cup.
Yeah, and don't count out Lafayette there either in lane 2. So Lafayette currently sitting in 3rd place. Bowdoin with a really nice second half there in that third 500 as we enter into the final 250 meters of this race. Fairfield looking good, but still vulnerable to Lafayette and Bowdoin at the moment. Can they hold them off?
Yeah, so we're into this 250. You can see the buoys change color. Bowdoin right now has to make a bit of more effort. They have to raise that rate. They have to add a little bit more power and try to creep up inch by inch if they're going to take that medal.
Yeah, Fairfield looking strong as they try and hold them off again. A little bit of a dip there to the port side. That's all right as long as they right the ship, and it does seem like they are able to do so. as they come in, and you see there that they just went into the final 100 here, and they're really pulling on it.
Yeah, Coxon's looking from side to side, trying to see, come on, guys, come on. You can see his head do a little shake there. Bowden is not letting up the pressure. They're continuing to press.
Yeah, meanwhile, Fairfield looking really good, and it will be Fairfield to take the Curran Trophy here in the men's varsity 4, and the celebration from Fairfield as they cross.
Yes, Bowden will take second. We can see them cross just in second place.
Lafayette looked really pleased as well there with that bronze medal as they congratulated each other for bringing home some hardware. So some really great racing here in the Thomas A. Curran Cup. Fairfield coming out with the victory as Drexel ended up finishing 6th there in that race. All right, we're going to take a quick break here before we return with the men's varsity lightweight 8. We'll be back after this.
Who are Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.
Back in the, I like to call it, in the studio. We're back in the studio here, also known as the Camden County Boathouse.
Yeah, big shout out to the Camden County folks for allowing us to set up shop here in this beautiful boathouse on the Cooper River Park. It's just been a really fantastic 2 days, and we're really excited for the events to continue, including with the next event on our docket, which is the men's varsity lightweight 8, the Thomas Loshavo Trophy. Thomas W. Loshavo Trophy. It'll feature MIT and Mercyhurst in this upcoming event. So, Akil, tell me, how have you been feeling about some of the events that we've had so far today?
Yeah, I mean, like, let's take the last race, for example. You can see the times up here. Fairfield dominated the race. Like coming into that last 500, Bowden really decided to make a statement, really made a push. Lafayette all the way down, they were in it. And, you know, you can look at the times here, and that's an indication of the level of competition that we have here at the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
Yeah, it's been a really competitive event so far over the last couple of days, and you know, we're excited. We're coming down to our last couple races of the day. We're going to have the men's varsity lightweight 8 up next, followed by our women's Division 2 and Division 3, and finally open varsity 8, and then eventually the men's varsity 8 to follow suit. But in the meantime, we have the men's varsity lightweight 8 for the Thomas W. Loshavo Trophy. And again, in lane 3 there, we have MIT, and in lane 4, Mercyhurst. So expect this MIT crew to be pretty quick. I've actually seen them race already this season at the Connect Cup. They raced in the varsity 8 event and actually were able to beat Drexel in that event. So a pretty quick, fast crew here from this MIT lightweight boat.
Yeah, so, you know, as we've spoken about, lightweights, lightweight men have a boat average of 160 and a individual weight maximum of 165. But, you know, they can be extremely technically gifted in the execution of the stroke, and that sometimes will overcome power.
Yeah, so Mercyhurst also a program that's known for having some pretty solid lightweight crews. So, and you see there, nothing to snuff at that. Out of that start, and Mercyhurst, as they begin to settle down into their base, we have some flying starts right now from MIT and Mercyhurst, looking like a pretty good race off the start.
Yeah, both crews, solid starts, getting those oars in the water. You know, it's hard when you start from a standing position. You have to shorten up your stroke and really pry that boat to get it up to speed. And then the question is, what happens once the boat is up to speed? Can you maintain that speed? Can you maintain your focus as that rate comes down to your base pace?
Yeah, and you see here, as we're still kind of up pretty high with MIT and Mercyhurst through the first couple hundred meters, you know, it looks like Mercyhurst is just hitting those buoy markers just slightly out in front of MIT at the moment, and we're going to switch our camera angle, and you see there two pretty evenly matched crews here between MIT and Mercyhurst. So this should be a pretty fun race as they make their way to the 500 meters. And as I stated before, the rest of the day we'll be having some 8 races. So 8 racing is always fun and fast. So from here to the end of the day, we'll be bringing you some 8 coverage.
Yeah, and these crews really settling into their base rhythm now, really pushing, really driving along. We'll see if they can continue to stay right next to each other as they move through the body of this race.
Yeah, and it looks like MIT has been able to take a slight advantage over Mercyhurst, still at a slightly higher rate. It seems, one of the things we talked about with lightweights is their ability to row at higher rates, throughout the body of the race. And you see there Mercyhurst, continuing to keep that rate pretty high, and, not much at all between these two crews as they come by the Camden County Boathouse now, just making their way through the second 500 as they approach the halfway point in this race. It does look like MIT has just a ever so slight advantage over Mercyhurst at the moment.
Yeah, you want that. Yeah, I'm looking at the stroke of that MIT boat. He's got his head down. You want to see his head up. You want to see him looking forward and driving, but what he's doing right now seems to be working. We'll see if that is any impact there from sort of his body position, his body language. Is that an indication of fatigue, or, hey, maybe that's just how he rows?
All right, and here we have a nice drone shot that's going to give you a little bit more information on what's going on here. So really not much at all between the two teams. MIT with a slight advantage. There is, again, a slight advantage to those inside lanes in terms of the finish line comes up a little bit quicker. So MIT, just slightly out in front. You'll see those buoy lines that slightly on a diagonal. Yeah. So as MIT hits those buoy lines first and continues to open up this lead, this is a pretty solid lead at the moment for MIT.
Yeah, it looks like they've managed to start that progression of just inch by inch, pushing away from Mercyhurst. And the question is, can Mercyhurst do anything to halt that move? What you want to do in cases like this, you want to do something to stop the other boat's momentum. And it doesn't look right now that Mercyhurst has the answer for MIT's move.
Yeah, and MIT, as they pass that canoe club on the southern shore there, just about 750 meters left in this one, and it is MIT right now dominating this third 500. Mercyhurst is going to have to put the screws to them in the final 500 if they want to come back and win this men's lightweight 8 event, the Thomas W. Lashavo Trophy.
Yeah, and you have these athletes, they've been training all year. They're doing a great job of executing the stroke, getting the oar into the water, not missing water. Once again, we're seeing some really great rowing, and I suspect that we'll continue to see a high level of rowing as we move through these final events.
Yeah, so MIT continuing to press their advantage over Mercyhurst, and into the final 400 meters now of this one. It's all MIT. Mercyhurst doing everything they can to hang on, but MIT continuing to push them away through the final 500 here.
Yeah, and this is where it gets exciting. You can see MIT's like, we've got another gear. Let's press it down. Nothing. Mercyhurst doesn't seem to have a response. They've brought up their rating as well, and they're moving. You can see that boat just pushing through the water, but it's just not fast enough right now.
Yeah, and 250 meters left, and there goes MIT. They just raised it a couple more clicks, and they've opened up water now on Mercyhurst, and they do not look like they're gonna give an inch. Oh man, MIT with a really impressive boat here in this lightweight 8 event.
Yeah, they're really moving well right now. All engines are firing. All cylinders are firing in the engine, rather, and those legs, they're like pistons just firing down with each stroke. The oars are getting the water. Look at that backsplash. Look at that commitment from each athlete as they push towards that finish line.
And a great race as MIT comes away with the gold in the men's varsity lightweight 8 final. Mercyhurst takes second, and MIT, your winner in the Thomas W. Lashavo Trophy.
Well done, gentlemen. Just a quick announcement for anyone down at the finish line, the boathouse. There is a boathouse row blue short range jacket that was taken, and another was left behind. A blue Dad Vail jacket was left behind. So for those of you at home, unless you quickly got from the course to your house,
unlikely that it's your jacket.
Unlikely
that's
that it's your jacket, yeah. So you don't need to go check your closet.
All right, and you see there at the starting line are the 3 boats that will make up this women's Varsity 8 Division II final. This is going to be the Backey Trophy, of course, named for Henry Backey and his family, who have been so generous to the sport of rowing in Philadelphia over many years. So the Backey Trophy being competed just coming up here, the women's Varsity 8 Division II.
Yeah, we've spoken a lot about the opportunities for women athletes due to Title IX, and right here you see the results. We have this Division III Division II final in the women's Varsity 8.
Yeah, we'll have the Division III final just right after this as well. But the Division II, again, in lane 2 we have Rollins, lane 3 Embry-Riddle, and in lane 4 Thomas Jefferson University, which is a great time to remind our viewers that our title sponsor is, of course, Thomas Jefferson University, which is located in the greater Philadelphia area and southern New Jersey. Thomas Jefferson University is reimagining healthcare and education to create unparalleled value. We'd also like to give a quick shout out to our other presenting sponsors, AmeriHealth, Liberty Coca-Cola, and Pico Gas.
Yeah, and right now you're looking at our sponsors, but I was going to give you the lane assignments. So yeah, we'd like to thank all of our sponsors for the wonderful support they've given to the regatta. Right now we're taking a look down at the start. We have Rollins in lane 2, Embry-Riddle in lane 3, and Jefferson in lane 4. You know, any insight into this race, Joe?
No, you know, I don't know too much about these crews. We've seen Embry-Riddle be pretty successful, you know, across this Dad Vail Regatta. Their women's team has been pretty impressive. We also saw that women's Varsity 4 event, Jefferson taking home the silver in the Division II, Division III, you know, race there. So, you know, if their Varsity 4 was pretty good, I imagine that the Varsity 8 will also be pretty successful here. So should be a fun race. And of course, you know, that's not to count out the crew from Rollins.
Yeah.
Rollins we've also seen be really successful here at the Dad Vail Regatta. So 3 teams that have been, you know, deeper teams that we've seen in multiple events across these the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
Yeah, I mean, all of the crews have been rowing well. I'm expecting, if there 4 was any indication, to see Embry-Riddle, to see some good rowing from these ladies. But you know, we've also seen some great rowing from Rollins, and you know, we saw that second place finish for Jefferson. So I think you're right. There's a lot of good competition here, and at the end of the day, what I really love to see is some really good racing.
So we did have a time trial for this event yesterday. It was Embry-Riddle who came in with the fastest time of 6 minutes and 43 seconds. Jefferson, however, also looked really good in the time trial with 6 minutes and 46 seconds. So really not much by way of difference there. 3 seconds in a time trial, it pretty easily attained in a head-to-head race.
All right, looks like those oars are locked in, and that flag is down. We are off in this women's Division II Varsity 8 Regatta.
Yeah, this is for the Backey Trophy here in this Division II event, and you see a really strong start from Rollins. Rollins, 7 minutes and 11 seconds in the time trial was a pretty good 27 seconds off of the second place Jefferson crew. So interesting to see a good start from Rollins. But now as we get further into it, Embry-Riddle and Jefferson head to head, moving through this race as we might have expected.
Yeah, Jefferson there. there making a strong case to sneak that bow ball out into the front. Emery Riddle right there with them, not letting it go.
Yeah, so really clean starts from all three of these crews. You can just see Jefferson and Embry Riddle, being able to row a slightly higher rate than that Rollins crew. That's going to allow them to get out to that faster start as they get the boat up to speed and then settle back down into a 35-36 base rate for an 8.
Yeah, I really like the way that the Jefferson boat started. It was really clean. We'll see right now as we get into the body of the race whether or not they can hold on to that. Emery Riddle right beside them, turning the screws, putting on the pressure, and it's just a question right now of who's going to be able to push that bow ball out in front and take command of this race.
Yeah, so you see there Embry Riddle starting to open up a bit of a lead now over the Jefferson crew. Only about four seats between them. Rollins falling off the pace now as we approach the 500-meter mark for these crews. A really nice start. And you see Embry Riddle and Jefferson, trying to separate themselves. You see there, that was the 500-meter.
Oh, boy.
Some Goslings out there. And some quick young geese.
There we go. A quick U-turn as they go through the Rollins lane.
Yeah.
Back to the action up here in the front, though. We have Emery Riddle right now just starting to inch out with every stroke and take a little bit more of a lead. The Jefferson boat currently unable to respond to their move.
Yeah, so Embry Riddle looking really good in this second 500. Jefferson, they want to stay connected here. They don't want to let Embry Riddle get too far out in front, so that maybe they can take a move in the middle of the second 500 to try and get back into the race. But at the moment, you see a nice shot there of our leading crew, the ladies from Embry Riddle.
Yeah, and you look down the line, you'll see these athletes getting some really good extension out there, some nice compression. Once again, I've talked about that connection you can see in the lats. These girls, these young ladies are really driving that boat forward.
Yeah, so, rowing isn't so difficult that, you need to be a rocket scientist to do it. But, of course, Embry Riddle, an aeronautical school that focuses on creating rocket scientists. So, just so some cool facts there to go on. Embry Riddle Aeronautical School focused on air and space programs in Daytona Beach, Florida.
Well, you also have in the other lane, you have Jefferson. You could be a brain surgeon. Doesn't take a brain surgeon to row.
Hey.
So, it doesn't take rocket surgery to really row down this course.
We're just having fun, folks. We're just having fun here in this Division II final for the Backey Trophy. Again, you see Embry Riddle out there opening up water over Jefferson. Jefferson maintaining their lead over Rollins at the moment.
And if you get a chance, stop by and see Karen down at the Dad Vail VIP tent, where you can get a poster or a program. And yes, that is Karen, our poster lady. Back to the action here. We have Emery Riddle just really pressing forward right here, driving forward, really pressing hard, and really what is, yet another what we've seen masterclass in just like some really good technique.
Yeah, so you see here Embry Riddle is continuing to press open that lead. Jefferson looking really strong as well, not having quite the speed of the Embry Riddle boat as they approach 500 meters left to go now. Embry Riddle looking really strong here in the Division II final, looking to take home the Backey Trophy. And you see there the 1,500-meter mark, 500 meters left in this race for your leaders, Embry Riddle.
Yeah, and with this drone shot is just showing some really great rowing. Both of these crews are doing a great job pressing, trying to get far away from that puddle, so you can see the stroke seat of that Jefferson boat. The blade is just getting in at that puddle as they go past that puddle. Emery Riddle just a little bit more, getting a little bit more run out of the boat as they press towards the finish line.
Yeah, Embry-Riddle looking really good here. Just a nice impressive row from them in this Division II event. And again, we just want to talk a little bit more about how the inclusive nature of the Dad Vail Regatta, just getting as many rowers out here as we can. It's great to see teams like Embry-Riddle, Jefferson, and Rollins competing against each other. These Division II teams having a chance to win some hardware in the Dad Vail Regatta. A race that has always stood for allowing all the college programs who want to compete a chance to compete.
And not only compete, but compete in a premier regatta. Like we talked about the volunteers, we talked about everyone else that's a part of this regatta, but everyone here really works hard to make this a great experience for the athletes.
Yeah, and we're coming down to the final stretch here for Embry-Riddle. They're going to take their rate up here into the final 200 meters of this race, and you see they took a quick move for focusing on getting that leg drive down, and they're going to move through here and cross the finish line for the gold, and they will take home the Backey Trophy by winning the women's Division II Varsity 8 final.
And there you go. This is what we're talking about here. This is why you show up to that starting line, with a chance to win it all. You can see definitely a little tired. I love to see that little backhand from the person in front of you. A little slap, give me 5.
Send it down the line.
Send it down the line.
Yeah.
as the athletes finish. It's kind of wild to watch. There's not a lot you can do with your feet tied into a boat that you don't want to flip. So it's dip your feet in the water, recover, and then celebrate on the shore.
Yeah, nice shot of the exhaustion that exists in these boats after they finish. In the meantime, looks like we're just about getting ready to send the Division III Grand Final down the race course as well. The Division III Final also had a time trial yesterday, and I will get you those results in just a moment. And in the lineup in this race will be Simmons in lane 1, MSOE in lane 2, Stockton in lane 3, Bryn Mawr in lane 4, Marietta in lane 5, and Catholic in lane 6. Again, this is the Division III Women's Varsity 8. So this was 6 boats, all 6 moving on to the final. Stockton had the fastest time in the time trial yesterday with a 6:51. That was fastest by about 20 seconds over Bryn Mawr, who was followed by MSOE, then Marietta, Simmons, and finally Catholic. So those are the 6 crews in this race. So we'll look to see if Stockton can continue and dominate this final as they did the time trial yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be, as you said, if Stockton can maintain sort of that speed that they had from yesterday, they will definitely be able to handle the onslaught from the rest of these crews. But, show up to the line and anything can happen. So we're just waiting for the aligner to give the all clear, and then for the referee to raise the flag. Once again, just wanted to mention, for those of you down at the near the VIP tent, a blue jacket was mistakenly taken, and in its place was left a blue Dad Vail jacket. So check your jacket, make sure it's yours if you are down near the VIP tent. If you're at home watching, then go check your closet, or not.
Yeah, and we're just getting started here with this Women's Division III Grand Final. This is event 105. We're down to our final 4 events of the day. We're going to have the Women's Varsity 8 Division III Grand Final before moving into our marquee events of the regatta. We'll have petite finals for both the Women's and Men's Varsity 8, immediately followed by their Grand Finals in those events.
Nice little shot of Philadelphia there. This is the sort of coverage that we're bringing, just like some very good aerials here, and really changes how we bring the regatta to you.
And we are underway here in the Grand Final. The Women's Varsity 8 Division III, again, we'll run through the lineup for you. It's Simmons in lane 1 on the right-hand side, MSOE in lane 2, Stockton in lane 3, Bryn Mawr lane 4, Marietta in lane 5, and of course Catholic in lane 6.
And it looks like Bryn Mawr and Stockton are off to an early start here. Stockton starting to inch ahead a little bit. Bryn Mawr in lane 4 really got out with them, and they are moving. Marietta is right there as well, and there's not a lot of daylight between those three. We'll see if Bryn Mawr can continue to hang on as Stockton starts to turn the screws.
Yeah, so really good first 500 here from Stockton. You're seeing that off the start. They've already got a lead. We told you that in the time trial yesterday, they won by 20 seconds over Bryn Mawr. And, you know, that's starting to take shape already here. You know, if they can already be up a length on their closest competition at the 500-meter mark, you know, they're setting themselves up for a really, really fast race. Bryn Mawr, though, hanging tough at the moment, not letting them get too far out in front just yet. But that Stockton stroke rate is really impressively high at the start of this race.
Yeah, and they're hanging on to it, though. They're continuing to move. I remember them rowing, and they just, I was surprised at the rating that they kept. But you know what? If you've got the fitness, then, you know, by all means, execute your race plan.
Yeah, and a really nice shot there to give you the stagger that's currently taking shape in this Division III Grand Final. Stockton out in front. In second is Bryn Mawr. Bryn Mawr only with a few seats at the moment on top of MSOE there in lane 2. In fourth at the moment is lane 1, Simmons, followed by Marietta, and then Catholic off in lane 6. But the story here is Stockton through 600 meters with open water on Bryn Mawr in second place.
Yeah, and starting to open it up just a little bit more, you know, and it'll be interesting to see if MSOE can hang on there and really push the crews in front of them to go a little bit faster, or whether or not they'll be able to reel them in at all.
Yeah, and you see here Stockton looking really strong, you know, really close to having some coordination on the blue visors here. So, you know, we'll
had a couple of holdouts.
Yeah, a couple holdouts, a black visor in there, you know. But they're still looking pretty snazzy with those pink Orlocks.
So going through 750, Stockton retains the lead with Bryn Mawr in second, and it looks like MSOE in third. It'll be interesting to see. I'd like to see if there's any press from MSOE. It looks like they've slowed down just a little bit, but maybe they have a little bit more in the tank to try to press up on Bryn Mawr.
Yeah, these rowers for Stockton look really, really good here. This boat's rowing together. The athletes look fit. Obviously, they're rowing at a really high stroke rate throughout, and you know it's just an impressive race right now for the Stockton ladies as they continue to open their lead. And you know you're seeing there again. We have maybe for the second time a coxswain kind of just sitting up on the bow deck there. Not a sight that you normally see, but there we have it in the Stockton women's 8 as well.
Yeah, and you know, one possible cause for that is that they're tall.
Yeah.
Another possible cause for that is that they're showing off. I gotta believe that this Stockton crew right here, that there's a cause for that. They have been all about business, and they are executing well.
Yeah, and you see there just a look behind, checking on that Bryn Mawr boat. They know who's in second place at the moment, but Bryn Mawr still trying to fend off MSOE and that Simmons boat looking strong as well out of lane 1. They had the 5th fastest time in qualifying, currently sitting in 4th place, though.
Yeah, and you know, here's a question. It looks like Simmons is trying to make a move. They brought the rating up briefly there to try to push MSOE. And once again, you know, sometimes what you see is crews pushing from the back causes pressure on the crews in the front. And you know, the question is, can they gain any more speed? Can they push any more to find the power to really propel them up any more spaces in the rankings?
Yeah, really great shot here, a trail shot that we've got going on from this Stockton crew. You love to see 4 blades on either side just going in together, coming out together. It's a really nice sight here.
Yeah, I mean, I really love the work that they're doing, getting out. They're staying long. That's really nice as well. They're not shortening up that stroke. They're really executing well. I love how the drive just into the finish, and they're all getting out together, and that's really important. We've spoken about how that affects the dynamics of the run of the boat, where they're really pushing to try to get a little bit more on that puddle. You see that stroke seat just landing right there in that puddle from the 2 seat. What are they going to do? Are they going to bring the rating up, and that'll shorten up a little bit? But right now they're trying to maximize the power and efficiency from each stroke.
Yeah, so we're just coming into the final 300 meters now of this Women's Varsity 8 Division III final. Really nice rowing here so far from Stockton. You see there at the top left hand of your screen, that's the Bryn Mawr boat. They're in second place as we switch to our finish line camera for the final 250 meters of the Women's Varsity 8 Division III final.
And yeah, it looks like, what's going on out there in the far lane. This angle can be a bit deceptive, but what's going on with Marietta? Have they been able to claw their way back at all? It looks like the MSOE boat was slowing down just a tad while this Marietta crew was just starting to rev their engines just a little bit.
Yeah, and we saw at the 1,000 meter mark that Simmons in lane 1 was also having a nice row, so we'll see how things shake out. But in the meantime, the story here is that the gold medal is going to go to Stockton in the Women's Varsity 8 Division III final at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. It's all Stockton here.
Yeah, and they've done a great job. They've rowed start to finish an excellent race. They kept the pressure on. They continued to drive hard even through the body of the race, and they should be very happy with that race.
And yeah, the celebration begins for the ladies from Stockton as Bryn Mawr finishes and will take the silver. The race for bronze is on, though. The race for bronze looks like a good one. We'll see if we can't get a finish line angle here.
Here we go. And it looks like Marietta was indeed able to push back through MSOE to get that bronze medal.
Yeah, MSOE finishing 4th and Simmons finishing 5th. Catholic out of lane 6 will finish in 6th. And there you see your winners from Stockton. Once again, back to all business. They took a little bit of time to celebrate, but now they got to get back to it.
Like I said, party on the dock, party on the shore.
Yeah. And we are, once again, right back up to the starting line here. This is the petite final for the Women's Varsity 8. We have 4 races left. We're going to be bringing you the petite for the Women's Varsity 8 in the open division, the grand final for the Women's Varsity 8. That's the Evelyn Bergman Trophy. Immediately following that, we'll have the Men's Varsity 8 petite final, and then finally the Richard O'Brien Trophy, the Men's Varsity 8. So 4 more events here at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. It's been a beautiful weekend here on the Cooper River. We couldn't have been more happy to bring you all this coverage. We're coming to an end here soon, but it's been just a fantastic day, and we wanted to give a big shout out to all the volunteers, all the referees, the Dad Vail Organizing Committee for making this possible.
Yeah, so as we look at the starting line, once again, we're waiting. This race is supposed to go off at 4:30, so we are just waiting for all boats to be aligned and the referee to raise that flag.
Yeah, so in the Women's Varsity 8 semifinals, we had 2 semifinals in this event. And again, the boats that finished that didn't finish in the top 3 moved into this petite final. In the first semifinal, that was Army at 7:32 and Bryant at 7:58. Meanwhile, in the second semifinal, those boats included Manhattan at 7:47 and Robert Morris at 7:48. So again, Army came in with a time of 7:32. So consider them the potential favorites in this women's petite final for the Varsity 8. But Robert Morris and Manhattan also with solid times in competition with each other. So on your screen now as they get started, and they are underway here in this petite final. In lane 2, Bryant from right to left. In lane 3 is Manhattan. In lane 4 is Army, and in lane 5 is Robert Morris. So clean start from all crews, and they'll make it out of the zone here for anything to be called back, and all crews look strong.
So with this clean start, it looks like Army's gotten out to a slight lead, and Robert Morris and Manhattan are right there beside them. To be clear, though, all boats are still have contact with one another, and this is a really great start for these crews.
Yeah, it looks like Army has nosed out in front here, but, Bryant there in lane 2, they had the slowest time in the semifinals, but off the start, they're looking like they're going to try and hang in there for this one. Again, this is the petite final in the open division for the women's varsity 8. Open division, of course, means that these are Division I crews or potentially Division II, Division III crews who have stepped up.
Yeah, and we've seen some great rowing from some of the crews from Robert Morris, so it'll be interesting to see if they can sort of set a tone for this particular race and really step out here in the beginning and make the other crews come to them. If we look down in lane 2, we're getting a shot of Bryant. You can see them just behind Manhattan. We've gone to the drone coverage, and we can see that Robert Morris may be applying a little bit of pressure to that Army crew there.
Yeah, Manhattan and Bryant look like they're pretty much even. Army definitely out in front. Give them a couple seats over Robert Morris. Robert Morris with about an 8-seat, 7-seat lead over Manhattan, who's just about dead even there with Bryant. And you see there, Bryant and Manhattan pretty similar on the stroke rate. Manhattan just a tick faster. Army and Robert Morris both outstroking the two crews in lanes 2 and 3.
Yeah, and it looks like between Army and Robert Morris might be a little bit higher, and Army is starting to inch away a little bit, even though Robert Morris is striking at a higher rate.
Yeah, so 500 meters down as we approach the 750-meter mark, it's Army out in front. So really strong race here from Army, who just missed out on the grand final here in this event, and looking to win the petite final here at the Dad Vail Regatta, Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
Yeah, it looks like the Army boat now is finding their rhythm, and they're continue to just inch by inch move away. Robert Morris hasn't given up. It looks like they're trying to make a move to pull themselves back into the race with Army so that they can finish in that 8th spot, the 7th spot.
And a nice shot here of the breakdown of the race. Army starting to pull away from Robert Morris. Manhattan and Bryant going to do everything they can to try and reel Robert Morris back in. Again, we're racing for places 7 through 10 here in this open division women's varsity 8.
Yeah, and right now it looks like Army has sort of put its foot down a little bit and is applying a little bit more pressure. Robert Morris they're rowing a little bit lower than they had been before, and so that may be an indication that sort of, all right, well, we need to reserve a little bit and see if we can make a move at some point.
Yeah, so 1,000 meters left now for our leaders, Army. Robert Morris also crosses. You see there that 5 bow of Robert Morris just kind of sneaking into your screen as Manhattan had started to move out in front of Bryant as well as they cross the 1,000 meter markers themselves. So you see here Robert Morris now going to try and fend off this move from Manhattan in this second 1,000 as Manhattan tries to claw their way back up into second place in this race.
Yeah, and that type of pressure from Manhattan may cause Robert Morris to gain or get back a couple of seats off of that Army boat.
Yeah, meanwhile, Army just continuing to race their own race down the race course. They see Robert Morris to their left. They can probably feed off of Robert Morris as they take their moves, but Army comfortable right now in this third 500 to just make sure that they row mistake-free, and they should be able to come away with a victory here.
Yeah, they're moving well, executing well. I'm just wondering, I'm hopeful just because I love great tight races.
Yeah.
If Robert Morris can do something, some small change that will give them the juice to sort of push themselves back into this race.
It does look like Robert Morris has just been able to hang on to the stern of Army there as Manhattan and Bryant continue to kind of fall back there. You see as they pass that canoe club on the south side of the Cooper River Park. We're going to switch here to our camera angle. And you see there Army still out in front as they approach 500 meters left to go.
Yeah, and this Army crew is definitely showing their mettle here. They've been consistent. They haven't really let up at all throughout this race.
Yeah, and again, this is the petite final for the women's varsity 8. We're going to have one of our the big races of the day, the women's varsity 8 grand final for the Evelyn Bergman Trophy coming up right after this. These crews are racing for places 7 through 10 in that event.
Yeah, and it looks like as we come into this last sort of 350 meters that Army is holding on. It looks like Robert Morris is trying to turn the screws a bit, but it may have been left a little bit too late.
Yeah, Army looking really strong here. Robert Morris also looking good. They're firmly ensconced into that second position as Army continues to make a really nice course down the race course here.
Yeah, I mean, I can't complain about their rowing. They're doing a great job. It just looks like they might be outmatched by this Army crew.
Yeah, and here we go into the final 250 meters, the petite final of the women's varsity 8. Final couple of strokes here for this Army crew as they make their way to 7th place, and a really strong race they'll be proud of as they head home to West Point later today.
Yeah, these women will be able to hold their heads high. They've done some great racing here throughout the regatta, and this strong finish here, Robert Morris has clawed back a little bit, rowing a couple of beats higher, but that Army crew was able to hold off, get that 7th place spot, and hold off that attack by Robert Morris.
So Robert Morris finishes in 8th. We're going to see Manhattan likely cross in 9th, and then 10th was going to go to the crew from Bryant. All right, and we are back up at the start for the women's varsity 8. All crews are into their stake boats just a little bit early. We were scheduled for 4:40 for this event. It's currently 4:47, so I imagine the coxswains will take some time here and make sure that they have their point as is afforded to them. In the meantime, in the semifinals for this event, again, it was the top 3 moving on to the semifinals. In the first semifinal, Georgetown set out at a really blistering pace and came in with a time of 6 minutes and 50 seconds. Vermont came in second at 7:07, and Bowdoin came in in third at 7:13. In the second semifinal, Boston University came in with the winning time of 6 minutes and 54 seconds, just 4 seconds slower than the Georgetown crew in their semifinal. The closest boat to them was Western Ontario at 7 minutes and 11 seconds, and then Iona at 7:16. So that gives you an idea of what you might want to expect. The lane assignments for this race from right to left, we have Bowdoin in lane 1, Western Ontario in lane 3, Western Ontario in lane 2, Georgetown's in lane 3, Boston is in lane 4, Vermont's in lane 5, and Iona is in lane 6. So Georgetown and Boston University, we've kind of been headed towards this match all weekend long between these two 8s here.
Yeah, both very good crews, very good teams with a strong tradition of rowing. And so I'm excited to see what happens here. In Western Ontario as well, they've had some really good crews and some really great results. So, they will be in this mix as well. It'll come down to, who can execute and who can respond when other crews turn the screws just a little bit to try to gain, an inch or two.
Yeah, so here we go. All crews just about sitting ready. It's now 4:39, so you saw that the coxswains making their final adjustments. All the boats are squared and in the water. You'll see the man in that yellow jacket raise his flag, and there it is. And they are off. They are off here in the Women's Varsity 8, the Evelyn Bergman Trophy. Again, from right to left, Bowdoin, Western Ontario, Georgetown, Boston University, Vermont, and Iona. And Georgetown sets off at a really fast start here.
Yeah, and Boston University is right there with them, as well as Western Ontario and Vermont.
Yeah, Boston University, Georgetown got off to that really early start. They got maybe 2 seats off the start there, and Boston has not let them get away. Boston with a really fast rate. Look, they're both rowing the exact same stroke rate. Maybe now Boston just a little bit higher.
Yeah, and Boston has a couple, maybe a seat or 2 on Georgetown, but you know what? I think that we'll see these crews battle it out. I don't think that bothers Georgetown one bit. They know they have speed. They know they have the talent. They've worked hard all year, and they are rowing very well.
Yeah, and you see Georgetown there at the moment looking good as they begin to settle down into their base rate. Boston as well, both of them looking strong through 500 meters. And you see what we were talking about. We expected these 2 crews to get out, but look, they are open water on the rest of the boats in this race at the moment. So just a really impressive race right now as we approach the 500-meter mark. Boston and Georgetown pretty much dead even.
Yeah, and you have to imagine when you're locked in with another crew right beside you this hard, this is where the move and the counter move happens. You really want to do everything you can, row as well as possible to see if you can start to take an inch. And if you can take an inch, can you take another inch? And just continue to move through the boat that's right beside you.
Yeah, so tell me what's going on in these rowers' minds right now. Are they just completely turned off trying to row the best race that they can, or can they feel that Georgetown boat next to them kind of giving them that pressure?
Yeah, you can see the coxswains looking over right there. These women all have their heads in a boat right now. The coxswain is giving them the information that they need, but you know what? You can feel that other boat that right there beside you when it's only 1 lane over. And if nothing else, you can hear their coxswain. You can hear their coxswain saying, "Come on, we've got this. We're gonna take a move here." So it really is an opportunity to take advantage of the energy of the boat right beside you. But right now it looks like BU has been able to extend their lead a little bit over the Georgetown boat. They're making a move here. Georgetown isn't really relenting. It looks like the coxswain has seen that move and is going to try to halt that move. But BU seems to be powering through. You can see them pressing with each stroke, getting more.
Yeah, you see the coxswain now pretty much even with the Georgetown bow ball, likely eliciting the cry of bow ball from the coxswain as they walk through the Georgetown crew. Boston University exerting themselves onto this race, not letting Georgetown take the race to them. They said, nope, this is ours. We're going to take the race to you. And you see there Boston University with now a length lead over the Georgetown Hoyas.
Yeah, and you know what? These Terriers are going after it. A Terrier versus a Hoya. This is what you want to see. So these 2 crews are still locked in battle. I still think that Georgetown crew has something that they can give. This is the point where BU has just taken a huge lead. The question now is, can we regroup? Can we start to press a little bit? Can we make them doubt whether or not they've given too much too early?
Yeah, and at the halfway point now, Boston University looking really strong, looking to open up their lead on Georgetown going away. They need to row as well as they can. Georgetown is a crew with speed and can speed up at the end here. So Boston University clearly winning from the 500-meter mark to the 1,500-meter mark at this point. But what happens in that final 500, Boston's going to try and put as much space between themselves and Georgetown as they can.
Yeah, I think this Georgetown crew does have a strong finish, but the question is, did they give away a little bit too much?
Yeah, so as they pass that marina there on the southern side, the right-hand side of your screen, that means that we have just about 750 meters left to go. You see those orange buoys there. That's the 500 meters left mark, 1,500 meters into the race. And there you see the drone coming up, and they have now a couple seats of open water over Georgetown due the Boston University Varsity 8.
Yeah, it's going to be tough at this point for the Georgetown crew when you have a crew that has been rowing as well as BU. You know, you don't want to let them get open water on it. You want to keep that contact. You want to be able to have your bow seat maybe look over and be like, "Come on, lads! Come on, ladies! We can do this!" You know. So hopefully the energy, the coxswain can provide that Georgetown boat with a little bit of energy. But it looks like that BU boat is still opening up just a little bit. They've taken it up a little bit, and they are continuing to move.
Yeah, here comes Georgetown now. Georgetown's going to try and make this final push, see if they can't just take seat by seat over the last 350 meters of this race. But Boston University, we've talked about it all weekend long. The women from Boston University have been fantastic at this 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta, and I would not be shocked to see them sitting atop the Women's Cup trophy at the end of this race.
Yeah. This is it. You know, this is it. This is we've spoken about this before. For some of these athletes, this may be their last race. You know, for some of these seniors, this may be their last Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. And so they've got to take it here. They've got to really work hard. It looks like Georgetown is trying to press, but that BU boat just took a little bit too much of a lead, got away from them, and now the race is on.
Just a fantastic race here by Boston University. I can't wait to see as they cross the finish line with just about 100 meters left to go here in the Women's Varsity 8 Open Division Final for the Evelyn Bergman Trophy. It's all Boston University to the line. It will be Boston University taking home the gold and the Evelyn Bergman Trophy here at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
And you can see as we switch over to that drone view, they are about to cross the finish line, and I'm sure they will be relieved. And here comes Georgetown, not giving up, taking those strokes, coming in second. What an effort. You can see they gave it all. A little past the back five there. So much energy, so much effort, so much excitement.
Yeah, business as usual for Boston there. Just really, you know, they won, and, you know, they're not surprised by it.
Yeah, a little shake of the head there from the Georgetown athlete. You could see not quite happy with that race. A little bit of disappointment from that 7th seed.
And it looked like Bowdoin there out of lane 1 came in to take that bronze. We'll get the official results to you up on the screen in just a moment, but it looked like Bowdoin followed by Vermont and Western Ontario, and then Vermont and Iona there in the Women's Varsity 8 Open Final. So some really fantastic racing there from Boston University and Georgetown. Boston University coming away with the Evelyn Bergman Trophy.
Next up, the petite final for the men's varsity 8. This is a race with a lot of depth in it. We're going to see some great racing, I think, here. We have Lehigh, we have FIT, Rutgers, Stetson, Marietta, and Rhode Island.
Yeah, so yesterday in the semifinals for this event, they were the last semifinals of the day. We had 3 of them in this men's varsity 8 event, so that meant that only the top 2 could move on. So the racers in this petite final at the moment will be the men who finished in third and fourth in their respective semifinals. So in that first semifinal, it was Rutgers with a time of 5:59, followed by Rhode Island with a time of 6:07. In the second semifinal, Stetson at 6:08, followed by Lehigh at 6:11, and finally in the third semifinal we had FIT at 5:59 and Marietta at 6:06. So this should be a really competitive petite final here, a fast race to expect in the men's petite at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
Yeah, we spoke a lot about the depth in this race, and I think that it's going to be fun to watch. I'm excited to see what Rutgers can do. I've got some ties there. I'm wishing those guys the best. But But at the end of the day, it's going to come down to the fitness and the training that these young men have done throughout the year. We talk about what's on the line in a petite final. Like, what's the deal here? Points trophies. We have also maybe last races for some of these athletes, some of the seniors. There's things that are just pride, and so this race is very important to these young men, and it's going to be exciting to see how they perform.
Yeah, so this race was scheduled for 4:50. It's 4:49 at the moment, and again, the lane assignments, as Akil mentioned earlier, up on your screen there. Those boats will filter from right to left on your screen, lane 1 to lane 6.
Yeah, and so, as we sort of have the faster finishers right there in the middle, Rutgers and Stetson in terms of how they finished in their semifinals, and we'll see how that sort of bodes out. We've seen some fast starts out of lane 6, and so we'll see if it's the water or the athletes.
Yeah, so here we go. We are underway here in this petite final. Again, look for FIT Rutgers to kind of potentially stake their claim on this one. Stetson in lane 4, definitely a competitor, but Rutgers and FIT put up pretty much the exact same time in their respective semifinals, so it's just something to keep an eye on. But all 6 of these boats with a clean start, and at the moment it's pretty much 6 boats across. Maybe give the edge to either Rutgers or Lehigh.
Yeah, Stetson is out there as well as Marietta, and really moving, and so you like to see a fast start, but I like to see even 500, boats coming through.
Yeah.
That'll give you, that's going to let you know that you're going to have the possibility of seeing a really great race.
Yeah, this is a really fantastic race already. 500 meters just about down in this one. Really not much between them. Maybe now, tough to say. Maybe Lehigh just fell back a little bit there out of lane 1. But FIT and Rutgers look like they're just about even in this one. Not to mention lanes 4, 5, and 6 also look like they're right there with them.
Yeah, we're seeing this Marietta crew is right there in it. With FIT and Rutgers.
Yeah, Lehigh, I spoke a little bit too soon. It does look like Lehigh is having a really nice race there out of lane 1. Let's see if they can keep it up. They're rowing at a pretty high clip at the moment.
Yeah, all of these crews are really rowing well, really executing nicely on their stroke. Not a lot of difference. That Stetson boat, that Marietta boat, they're continuing to sort of just try to stay in there. Rhode Island out on the side, they're still in there. This is still a race that is up for grabs.
How about this Lehigh crew out of lane 1? Really impressive from them so far.
Yeah, I think the question is going to be, does their fitness hold up? Can they race all the way down the course, maintaining this rate and maintaining this speed? Right now, it looks like they are in it, and they are ready to prove that they can do that.
Yeah, so here's a nice shot giving you exactly what's going on. It is FIT out in front by just a couple of seats over Rutgers. Rutgers by maybe, half of a bow deck on Lehigh. And check out lane 5 there, Marietta. Marietta right up there with them. Stetson about a half a length down on Rutgers. And then Rhode Island about a length down on Stetson themselves. So that's about, the state of this race. FIT maintaining about a 2-seat lead on Rutgers and Lehigh.
Yeah, and it looks like, Marietta is making a move. It looks like Rutgers and FIT are trying to push out, and, that Lehigh boat just won't go away, though. Can they hang on? Can they put themselves into a position where it comes down to the sprint?
Yeah, and then into this third 500, this is where this race gets really gritty. In the final 500, you can kind of rely on your reserves. You need to, make sure that your form stays great. But this is the 500 where it makes champions, right?
Yeah.
This is the 500 where you say to yourself, all right, what do we have left to give? Because you always have something more for the sprint. But this is the 500 where races are won, and you see the speed with which these 8s are moving at the moment. It's FIT FIT, Rutgers, and Lehigh striking out into the first 3 positions. Marietta struggling to hang on.
Yeah, and right now, Marietta's got to bring up that rating a little bit because we've got FIT, Rutgers, and Lehigh up, rowing a little bit higher. And since they've been locked so tight, it shows that their power may be similar. They may be similar boat speeds, and it's going to come down right now to that performance at the high end of their gears.
Yeah, I really like what Rutgers doing here. So FIT's kind of had this lead the whole time. It looked like maybe Lehigh was faltering just a bit there as they ended this third 500. But coming into the final 500, I really liked the way Rutgers looked. We'll see if FIT has what it takes to hold off all of these challengers, because here comes the field. Everyone's going to be pushing down their neck to try and get 7th place here in the men's varsity 8 competition.
Yeah, and you can see right now Rutgers is starting to attack a little bit harder. FIT is right there with them, but it looks like there's a little bit more speed in that Rutgers boat. We're looking over. We see Marietta. They've brought up their rating too. They've started into that sprint sequence, that final sprint sequence. What's going to happen next, I think, is anyone's game. But right now it looks like Rutgers has that slight advantage, that slight edge as we go in to these red buoys, indicating that there's 250 meters left.
Yeah, and you see here Rutgers and FIT looking like there's not much between them at this point. I don't see the Lehigh crew. I have a feeling they probably have fallen off of this lead pace. It's all Rutgers and FIT at the moment. Maybe give the advantage to that FIT boat. Rutgers, you see their coxswain imploring them to dig deeper. He's looking across. He's trying to see where they are. Here they come to the final in the men's petite final. It is 7. They're racing for 7th position here in this men's varsity 8 race.
Yeah, and as this angle sort of changes and gives us the full picture, we can see maybe a bit of it. Oh,
man, what
Rutgers.
A finish. It is Rutgers taking 7th, FIT finishing in 8th. A great ending to that petite final. We'll have to see exactly how the results shake out. Lehigh was looking in a good position to finish 3rd, but you see them looking across potentially at Stetson there to see maybe if Stetson finished in front of them. And it is Lehigh who takes the 3rd. They'll finish 9th overall in the men's varsity 8 event, followed by Marietta most likely, and then Stetson and Rhode Island. Yeah, and you see there the results populating onto the screen. All right, well, it all comes down to this, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a wonderful day, and I think we're about to see some really good racing right here.
Yeah, so again, this is our final race of the day. This is the men's varsity 8, the Richard O'Brien Trophy, out onto the race course now. And you're seeing it just, as the boats start to get ready, the coxswains getting their point.
Yeah, and so right now in this start sequence, if you're just joining us, you missed some good racing, but you showed up at the right time. The coxswains are getting their point, aligning the boat, getting the athletes ready, reminding them of the race plan. The referees and the officials are looking around, making sure that the course is clear, checking the time, making sure that the boats are aligned.
Yeah, so as we wait here, the results from the semifinals in the past couple of days, we did have Drexel winning their semifinal number 1 with a time of 5:52. Jacksonville 4 seconds behind them in 2nd place. In semifinal number 2, it was Colgate at 5:48. Temple 5 seconds behind them came in 2nd and qualified. And in the 3rd semifinal, it was LaSalle at 5:49, just beating St. Joe's by about 4 seconds in that race. So as you see them lined up on your screen, it is in lane 1 on the right-hand side, Temple. In lane 2, LaSalle. Lane 3 is Drexel. Lane 4, Colgate. 5, St. Joe's. And in lane 6 is Jacksonville. So, these were close races in the semi between all of these crews. I imagine that this will be all 6 crews with a chance to win this race, with potential favorites in LaSalle, Drexel, and Colgate.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see, if we go back to the results of the time trials, we see we have these boats were clustered in that top group, with probably about 5 to 6 seconds separating them all. So it'll be I think that we'll see some great racing, some intense racing. It'll be nice to see what the coxswains can do to sort of push their crews to get a little bit more out of them as they come down the course.
Yeah, so it is now 4:58. This race was scheduled for 5, but it does look as though the boats are just about ready. We still have some flat oars on the water. Interesting tactic. You know, I was always a fan of just once you're ready, get those oars squared, because you don't want to be caught for a fool at the start of a race and start down. But LaSalle, still waiting to square up at the moment.
Yeah, right now it looks like the Dragons are set up, as well as Temple, and we have some other crews that may still be adjusting that point or dilly-dallying, playing a little game of brinksmanship.
Yeah, so that's the thing. This race doesn't necessarily have to start until 5 p.m., so you may have some coxswains playing a little bit of mind games here, trying to hope the other crews just get a little cold at the start line and maybe aren't quite locked in mentally. But this is what these guys have trained for a long time. You know, these are the top eight rowers on each of these programs, so it's going to take a little bit more than some gamesmanship to phase them, I imagine.
Yeah, they are both physically and mentally tested here. These are seasoned rowers, and they are off. This start is going to be hot. I suspect that all of these crews have the engines, have the talent, have the physical condition to get a quick start and maintain their speed through the body of the race. Right now, it looks as though we have. You know what? I can't. I was going to make a guess, but within a couple of strokes, it changed.
Yeah, I mean, Temple and Drexel look like they've gotten out to a really good start here. You see that boat from Drexel in the lane 3 there, already kind of starting to strike out. Drexel, who has won the Dad Vail's Varsity 8 event many times over the last 10 years, dominating this event. It's been a little bit since we've seen them return to that trophy, that gold medal stand, but Drexel looking to return to glory here at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. Everyone else looking to play spoiler as Drexel gets out to an early lead, maybe give Temple an edge there as well.
Yeah, I really like what's going on in that Colgate boat right there as well. They are staying strong, pushing hard right there beside those Dragons. And now as we sort of have the boats lengthen out and get into their full rhythm at base pace, we're going to see what happens here. And as I said before, these are the top athletes at their programs. These are the 8 young men who have been pushing hard all year, and this race right here for some of the seniors might be their last Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. So we'll see what they lay on the line. Right now it looks like Colgate is hanging right in there with the Drexel Dragons.
Yeah, so 750 meters down here, Drexel and LaSalle look like they've started to separate themselves. Colgate just a couple of seats down. Temple, after that really fast start, has started to drift back in lane 1, as has lane 5 there, St. Joe's, and then Jacksonville just slightly off the pace as well. But at the moment, it's a Philly affair plus Colgate, as we have LaSalle, Drexel out in front, Colgate in 3rd, St. Joe's and Temple look like they're about tied in that 4th place position, maybe give the edge to Temple at the moment.
Yeah, and that LaSalle crew right there pressing hard in lane 2, really pushing hard to get Drexel to maybe show a little bit of what's going on over there with those guys. But no, for now Drexel is holding tight, executing well. Look at those catches. Look at the spacing from that Drexel boat. How far they're pushing past those puddles.
So this is a really interesting thing that's going on here. We have 1,000 meters left in the Richard O'Brien Trophy, and LaSalle is surging through Drexel at the moment. It's kind of all LaSalle at this moment. Drexel looks solid still. They're not going to let it get out of hand. LaSalle with a really great second 500 there to push their presence onto the race, and you might want to give them a slight edge here. LaSalle, Drexel, bitter rivals on the Schuylkill River, just a couple boathouses down from each other at Boathouse Row. They've seen each other a couple times already this year, but this is a big event for bragging rights between Drexel and LaSalle for the next year.
Yeah, and it looks like you could see Temple still in there hanging on. Colgate dropped back a bit, but right now you can see LaSalle looks like they may be rowing a pip higher, and Drexel's trying to respond to that move that they just made to push them even. And this race right here is what the Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta is all about.
Yeah, and you see here LaSalle and Drexel looking really close together at the moment. Drexel now starting to press again and get back into that lead. This third 500's been good for Drexel. LaSalle hanging in there. It's really a two-boat race at this point. Colgate and Temple have fallen off the pace. St. Joe's off of them, and then Jacksonville off of them. It's LaSalle and Drexel as we head into the final 600 meters of this race. Who's going to want it more in this sprint? You see there, Drexel's got about a 3-seat lead on LaSalle at the moment.
Yeah, and I think that we've seen such great racing from both of these crews throughout the regatta, and right now it's coming down to that fitness check. This is the gut check where this is where you have to make a decision. This is where you have to decide, we're going to win this thing.
And there goes LaSalle. They've started to raise it up just a minute again, and you see Drexel waiting a little bit to respond here. Drexel with an advantage. Drexel looking really strong.
Yeah, I really like how they're moving the boat right now. That boat looks like it's singing almost. They're swinging together. They're pushing together. They're executing together. LaSalle is trying hard. They've brought their rating up, but it just doesn't seem like they're budging on that Drexel crew.
250 meters left as we move into the red buoys. Drexel really pressing the issue now as they've raised their rate up to their sprint speed. LaSalle doing everything they can to hang on, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Drexel with all the speed to the finish line now. Drexel looking to win, going away with it here at the Richard O'Brien Trophy event. It's the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta as we have our final strokes from our lead crews here. It is Drexel, the Dragons from Philadelphia, who will take home the gold in the men's varsity 8 final.
And you can see this late effort from LaSalle. They pushed hard, but it wasn't quite enough for them to make it through. They worked hard. They had an excellent race, but Drexel will be the victors today.
And you see the celebration there from the Drexel men returning to the gold medal stand at the Dad Vail Regatta. Colgate taking home the bronze. Looked like we had Temple finishing 4th, St. Joe's 5th, and Jacksonville 6th. And that's going to do it for the racing today. We're going to hang tight here for just a second as we try and get the official results on the points trophies for a moment. In the women's, it looks like we have a tie. Bowdoin with 50 points, MIT with 50 points, Boston 49, Georgetown 49, and Stockton 42. So a tie for the women's points trophy as we wait on the official results for the all-around and the men's trophy. Akil, give me an update on what you think of the races so far today.
Yeah, I mean, we've had that final was amazing. I love to see such depth in these college crews, because what that means is that hopefully someday some of these young men and some of these young women will push on to the national team level, and that puts us well in terms of international competition. These athletes worked really hard. All of them should be proud. All of the coaches should be proud of the effort that they put in here at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta.
Yeah, it's been a beautiful event here on the Cooper River, and if you're with us still, we're just waiting on the final results for the men's all-around point trophy, and then of course the both men's and women's combined point trophy. We're just hanging tight here. In the meantime, we just wanted to say a big thank you to our title sponsor once again, Thomas Jefferson University, located in the greater Philadelphia region and in southern New Jersey. Thomas Jefferson University is reimagining healthcare and education to create an unparalleled value. And there you see on the screen the rest of our presenting sponsors here at the 84th Jefferson Dad Vail Regatta. We'd also like to say a big thank you to everyone who made this event possible. That includes all the volunteers throughout the past week and the past 2 days to make these races possible. That includes the USRA officials. And coming up onto your screen now are the Dad Vail Organizing Committee and Board of Directors and Advisory Board. A big thank you to all of them.
Are they playing us off right now? They're rolling the credits. What's going on here? It's like, oh, okay, guys, you've done enough.
Yeah,
but
they want us out of here.
We need to let you know there at home about the men's point trophy and the women's point trophy before we get out of here. So know there in the production booth, you can't play us off with your rolling of the credits. Also, just a thank you to Camden County for allowing us to use these facilities here at the boathouse. It's really been amazing, the support from all of the staff here at Camden County, the commissioners who, Jim Hanna spoke about, who have been really engaged and really active in helping to get this regatta here due to the dredging of the Schuylkill River.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful boathouse here. It's just a state-of-the-art facility. If you've ever got a chance to come down to the Cooper River Park, take some time to check out this Camden County boathouse, because it is really a state-of-the-art facility, housing some college teams, some high school teams, some club teams, and really it's just a sight to behold. So, if you're in the area, you live around Cherry Hill, make your way down, to the Cooper River Park. Once again, we're hanging out here for just a little while longer. Akil, what's been your big takeaway from some of these races today? Not just the finals, but the event as a whole. Like, what really stood out to you about the rowers we saw this weekend?
Well, what really stood out to me overall is that I can come back to the Cooper River. I did. I lost here the Olympic trials in 2000 by 33/100ths of a second, and this has been a great experience. Coming back, enjoying these athletes, seeing the effort that they put in, seeing the effort that the staff put in was really amazing. I really had a great time.
Yeah, and there you see on the screen the beautiful Camden County Boathouse, and we do have the official results in the men's point trophy. It was Drexel winning with 117 points, Temple 106 in second, and MIT with 43.5 coming in third. And if my quick math is correct, I believe that means that Drexel will win the all-around points trophy. So congratulations to the Drexel Dragons. Once again, thank you to everyone who made this weekend possible. Thank you. A big shout out to the 5 Tribes production crew. What's that? We just got the official result. It is the Temple Owls. The Temple Owls have won the all-around trophy with 136 points. So congratulations to Temple. The points trophy stays in Philly for another year. Once again, just a big thank you to the 5 Tribes Productions for making all this happen. For Akil Abdullah, my name is Joe Leonard, signing off. We'll see you next year.
Thomas Jefferson University students? They're designers, healers, builders, but mostly they're in demand by the employers creating the jobs of tomorrow. When you're trained to never settle, but to keep asking why, and your education crosses disciplines, these different perspectives ignite new ideas and make the impossible possible. Jefferson, redefine possible.